Introduction of Library of the World's Best Mystery and Detective Stories, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Library of the World's Best Mystery and Detective Stories, Volume 6, by Julian Hawthorne, Editor. Introduction. A Web of World-Old Oriental Tales. Introduction by Charles Johnston, British India Civil Service, Royal Asiatic Society. Huckleberry Finn insisted that Indiana is pink because it is so on the map. We have much the same view of Eastern lands. We think that Arabia is pink, that Egypt is green, that Persia is blue, that India is yellow, and we imagine them as ruled off from each other by sharply marked lines, which whosoever crosses promptly has his head cut off. In reality, there are no such lines. The East is the East, and it is much the same in many things, from Morocco to Far Timor and the Spice Islands. The same gleam and glow, the same rainbow colors, the same stir and surge of bronzed men and veiled women. And that has been so for ages. Long before the days of Solomon, proud ships ploughed the eastern main, trading between the Red Sea coasts and distant India, bringing thence the gold and ivory, the apes and peacocks, and the algum trees which, even in the story of Solomon, bear Indian names. And wherever they went, the sailors of those sapphire seas carried with them the sailor's open-eyed curiosity, his love of adventure, his romance that blossomed in every port. And some dusk sweetheart in the Camphor Islands, or by the pearl banks of Sulu, or in that miraculous land where dwell the paradise birds, told him old tales of love and death and witchcraft. And in the long night watches on the homeward way, he told them over again to his shipmates. So the tales went to and fro, weaving the many-colored garment of fantasy. It was so in Solomon's time. It was so before they built the pyramids. It was so through all the long centuries that have since slipped by and fallen into time's treasury. It is so today. There is but one vast treasure-house of Eastern lore, and from its miraculous riches every bard and rhymer, every recounter of things marvellous and glad and sad, has drawn to his heart's content since the days of Babylon, Babylon long ago. No one can say how old these stories are. They are primeval. Some of them are as old as men. Some of them go back to those days when kindly spirits walked the earth among mortals, wondering gently at the new creature with his fancies and his whims, and now and then touching man's work to unravel some knot of fate, or to bring an unexpected blessing to some simple, good person. Of these tales of fairyland and its ministering visitants there is a web all round the world, and every wise child should believe them until he grows old and hard and incredulous. So with tales of mysteries and wonders, of crafty robbers and quick-witted women who out-trick them. No interest is more universal than that which listens wide-eyed to a tale of dark deeds in their subtle unravelling. Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, that skilled knight who in quite recent years has enthralled the world with his tales of thrice-hidden mysteries, of invisible clues, of preternatural acumen, is but delving in a mine that was worked before they quarried for the pyramids. He is but appealing once again to the world-old interest in the mystery tale that has held spell-bound auditors through long centuries in every land lapped by the seven seas. The very word clue goes back to Ariadne, and that thread of hers that led Theseus safe through the Cretan labyrinth. Take the story in this collection, The Clever Thief. As it stands here, it comes from the Tibetan, from an ancient Buddhist book that goes back nearly 1,000 years. But even then it was not new. Missionaries carry it thither from India in an odd corner of their bags, or in some chamber of the memory not filled with the riddles of being. Where did they get it? Who can say? It was old when Herodotus wandered through sunlit Egypt 24 centuries ago, gleaning tales from the priests of Amen and of Ptah. He tells it, point for point, as did those Buddhist missionaries, but lays it in the days of Ramses, nigh 4,000 years ago. Everything is there, the cutting off of the head to elude detection, the tricks by which the relatives mourn over the headless trunk, the snare set for the thief, and his outwitting it. And that same tale, like good merchandise, was carried both east and west. It found its way to India, over the vast Himalayas, to the grey roof of the world. It came with equal charm to the Mediterranean isles, up the Adriatic coasts, and as far as Venice, bride of the sea. There Sir Giovanni told it, transmogrifying Pharaoh of the Nile into a worshipful Doge, and he has already been made over into a Buddhist magnate, but in no way altering the motive, the suspense, the artfulness of the tale. What is this story, then? Is it Venetian? Is it Pharaonic? Is it Greek? Is it Tibetan? It is all these, and perhaps something more, vastly older than them all. Its craft, mayhap, goes back to that primal serpent, who, more subtle than all the beasts of the field, has ever inspired darkling feints and strategies. Stories whose motive is a subtly discerned clue are not less primordial. Take that tale of the treasure stolen from the foot of the medicinal Nagabala tree, where the thief was recognized because he used the roots of the tree to cure his headaches. The tale is here, taken from the Sanskrit, from that wonderful book of books called the Ocean of the Rivers of Stories. And it was written in that book some 8 centuries ago. Are we to say, then, that the tale is Indian? But there is a Persian tale, with exactly the same motive. But there the tree is a jujube tree, and its root is used as a cure for asthma. And almost the same story is told in Italian by Sacchetti, who was born a few years after Dante died. The most vivid of these tales of deduction are, perhaps, those which come to us through the Arabs in their treasure store, the 1001 Nights. The Arabs gleaned them from every land in southern Asia, and from most ancient Egypt, in those days when Moslem power overshadowed half the world. And then they retold them with a charm, a vivid freshness, a roguishness, and a dash of golden light through it all, that make them the finest story-tellers in the world. So in this volume we have taken many stories from the Arabs, to get that fine touch of genius in the telling which gives them their perfection. Can we fix the dates of these Arabian stories? Only in a very general way. Some of them came from Cairo, some from Syria, some from the Euphrates and Tigris valleys, some from Persia and India and China, and they were gathered together, it would appear, in the century before Shakespeare was born, by some big-hearted, humorous fellow, among the great anonymous benefactors of mankind. But he made no claim of inventing them. If he had, he would have been laughed at for his pains. For old men had heard them from their grandfathers, generation after generation, and the grey grandsires always began to tell them, saying, "So 'twas told to me when I was such a tiny child as thou art." Many of these Arabic tales take us back to the golden time of good Harun al-Rashid, who used to disguise himself of an evening and go forth in Baghdad streets with his Wazir Jafar, descendant of the Barmecide fire-worshippers, and Ishaq the cupbearer, and Masrur the eunuch, the sworder of his vengeance, going out by the postern gate and taking boat on the river Tigris. That was 1100 years ago, and more, before the eventful Christmas Day when Charlemagne was crowned emperor. A man of vigor and valor, of an alert and subtle spirit, worker of justice and protector of the weak, was the same Caliph. He has won the hearts of all storytellers and story-hearers through 1,000 years. So these tales have surged to and fro, under many moons, in ceaseless tide, since the world was young, flying on the wings of night from one to another of those eastern lands where the sun bronzes all faces that are not veiled. They have rested, now in some Himalayan fastness, now in some pillared temple by the Ganges, now in a lane in Baghdad, now under the shadow of Turkish minarets. They are of no one land, but are part of the common riches of mankind. End of introduction.
Section 1 of Library of the World's Best Mystery and Detective Stories, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Martin Gradwell. Library of the World's Best Mystery and Detective Stories, Volume 6, by Julian Hawthorne, Editor. Section 1. The Power of Eloquence. From the Japanese of Kikuchi Jun. Uozumi Sezayemon, a rich inhabitant of the province of Echigo, had a daughter of 16 summers, by name Yukino, the field of snow. Her marvellous beauty equalled her sparkling wit. She was a skilful musician, sang most charmingly, and excelled in making verses. The hearts of her parents exulted when they saw her perfections, and many were the suitors who demanded her hand in marriage. But Sezayemon, who deemed no youth a match for his fair girl, would not come to a decision, and ever put off the moment of separation, so that folks began to liken her to beautiful Komachi pledged to maidenhood. Alas, how fickle is fortune! A grave sickness overtook the maiden. For many moons she lay pining on her couch, till at last she faded and sank to sleep, at the very moment when she should have burst forth in all the brightness of her beauty, like a sweet flower whose petals are strewn by the tempest. Her parents were in despair, and would not be comforted. Yet needs must that they busy themselves about their daughter's burial. They brought her body in state to the monastery of Gokuraku, where the tombs of her ancestors were. Some 3 months after the sad ceremony, there was a knocking, long after midnight, at the monastery door. The porter peered through the wicket, and beheld a young man in rich vestments, whose twin swords with richly carved hilts of ivory declared him to be of noble birth. The porter hastened to open the door to him, and asked what he desired. The young man, announcing his titles and degree, said that he wished to see the master of the monastery, and slipped some pieces of money into the hands of the porter, who was delighted with this good fortune, and led him into the presence of the chief bonze, prior of the monastery. The young man seemed to be 18 or 19 years old. His eyes were bright, his hair black and shining, his face full of charm, noble and sweet. He first saluted the worthy priest most honourably, kneeling and advancing toward him on his knees, and then addressed him thus: I am the son of a noble of Kyoto. Disaster overtook my family, bringing us to poverty, so that I had to leave Kyoto and migrate hither. And now I have a pressing desire to make known to you. This is the cause of my coming at so late an hour, though I am unknown to you. I know not how you will receive my prayer, for it concerns a matter of profound secrecy, and if ever it should come to be known... His voice broke, and he could not complete his sentence. Drawing from his purse 5 pieces of gold, he laid them on his fan, presenting it point forward to the reverend prior. Deign, he said, to accept this modest present, which I offer not to buy your favour, but only as a token of my humble obedience. You will make me happy if you will have the kindness to employ it for the needs of worship. The Bonze, who was fond of money, could not conceal his joy at receiving so rich a present. His face, which had been overcast and stern, burst into a beaming smile, and he said, with unctuous sweetness, It is not common to find young people of your age animated by such a fervent religious spirit, for today few have any devotion. You are certain to receive pardon for all the sins of your past life, and to be received by our Lord Buddha into the abode of the blessed, where you will enjoy eternal bliss and everlasting joy. But what is it you desire of me? Speak without fear. Speak openly, for I keep all secrets that are entrusted to me. But the young man still hesitated. He opened his mouth to speak, but his voice died away on his trembling lips. At last he seemed to make up his mind, and said, So be it. Since it is useless to delay any longer, I will reveal to you the secret of my heart, whatever shame it may bring me. But I beg of you, make certain that none may remain within earshot, lest we be overheard. It is past midnight, said the Bonze. Listen, everyone is already snoring. Who, then, could overhear what you have to tell me? Then the young man, his eyes downcast and a blush of shame, which suffused his cheeks, but adding to his charms, began thus to speak. One day, a year ago, when I had gone into the country to admire the pretty flowers of sweet springtime, I met an adorable maiden, whose beauty put even the flowers to shame. My eyes were dazzled, my heart was perturbed. I followed her footsteps at a distance, and learned from the maid servant who accompanied her, walking a few paces behind her, that she was Uozumi's daughter. For that moment I was so deeply in love with her that I could think of naught else from morn till eve, and every night I dreamed of her ravishing beauty. Unable to withstand the force of my passion, I employed all possible means to win over the servant maid, and after difficulties without number, I at last was able to declare my burning love to her whose radiant image possessed my heart. Mutual trust sprang up between us, and we swore to love each other to the end of our days. Alas, heaven mocked at our design. What is more inconstant than human life? It is compared to the dew of the morning, but the dew ever lasts a certain space. Farewell, my beloved, farewell for aye. The door of death opened for thee in the flower of thy springtide. Can it be true, or is it but an evil dream? But why give way to my sorrows before you, reverend sir? She whom I loved so desperately is no more, nor can aught console me for my irremediable loss. As the days flit by, my sorrow increases. Naught in life attracts me. I long only for my death. I would fain join in the other world her who has all my love. My own desire in this world is to open her grave, once more to embrace her upon this earth. O venerable priest, have pity on my grief. Grant me this last request, after which death will seem to me infinitely sweeter than life. Greatly perturbed by so strange a request, the Bonze tried to console the youth, and to wean him from his plan. But the despairing young man's plan seemed only the more firmly fixed in his heart. I know well, he said, that a grave cannot be opened without the magistrate's order duly sealed. I know that you will oppose reasons to my entreaties, but my determination is only the firmer, and my grief is stronger than the whole world. Little do I reck of the heavy punishment that may overtake me. If you finally refuse me this last wish, which I have revealed to you, well, my resolution is taken. I shall die on the spot. And, seizing his dagger, he was about to plunge it in his throat. The priest, in terror, stopped him, and consented to his request. But first he made him swear an oath. The young man drew a little blood from his finger to seal the bond, and promised to reveal nothing. The girl's tomb was on the hillside behind the monastery. The Bonze led his strange visitor thither. The hour was very late. There was a dampness in the air that bedewed their faces. A light breeze stirred through the darkness. In silence they went forward. Soon the tomb's irregular rows began to show through the veil of mist, and the Bonze stopped. Pointing to a newly made grave, he said, "It is hers." "At last!" cried the young man, attaining his desire, and seizing the gravestone, he raised it from the tomb without visible effort. Then he opened the coffin and rained kisses on the lifeless form of the maiden. The Bonze withdrew in grief and horror, and watched his strange visitor from afar. The sorrow-stricken youth, altogether given up to his grief and his love, remained there, uttering bitter complaints and filled with a preternatural joy which was terrible and incomprehensible. A half-hour passed thus, and still he could not tear himself away from the lifeless form of his beloved. At last he laid the sad vestiges of his charmer once more in the tomb, arranging them with tender care, covering them with earth, and putting back the tombstone as before. Thereafter he rejoined the priest, and poured out to him his unbounded gratitude. A year after the death of Yukino, the Field of Snow, the whole family had come together in Urozumi's house for the anniversary service to her spirit. Her father and mother wept at the memory of the happy days of their beloved child. They beheld her once more in memory, charming, frank, delighting them with her countless fancies and pretty jests, amusing herself by weaving flower wreaths for her brow, singing sweet ditties, and dancing lightly with her companions. They laid on the family altar all the little things that she had loved best, and meanwhile the Bonzes repeated their prayers, and the whole family, ranged in a circle around them, shed tears. Just as the sun was setting behind the mountain, a pilgrim Bonze presented himself at the door, ringing his little bell and uttering prayers. They took him in, offering him hospitality for the night, and set pure food before him. After a short time he addressed the master of the house and his wife, saying, "I have come from afar solely in order to communicate to you something of great moment concerning your daughter. I beg you to send to a distance all your servants, so that I may speak freely to you, after which I shall not regret all the pain and weariness of my coming." They led him immediately to a remote apartment, and begged him to begin at once what he had to tell, because it was already late. The Bonze drew himself together, took his rosary in both hands, and passed it between his fingers, then, several times repeating the invocation to Amida Buddha, he began as follows. While I was travelling through the province of Echigo, I ascended Mount Tateyama and passed through a valley called Jigoku Dani. Not a living creature was in sight, not a hut was visible that could serve as a shelter. The sun had already set, darkness had begun to envelope the earth, and I was obliged to take shelter under the branches of an ancient tree. The wind whistled, and the cold, damp air pierced me to the bone, so that my eyelids, though heavy with sleep, refused to close. The night descended in thick darkness. All at once a slender flame, half reddish, half bluish, passed flickering before my eyes, now growing dim, now glowing brightly, now fading and then lighting up again. In a word, something mysterious, strange, indefinable, like everything that comes from the other world. At the same time, I heard what seemed to be a plaintive voice approaching me. It was in vain that I lent all my attention, for I could distinguish nothing clearly. I thought that I must be the sport of some illusion, such as the fox witches and badger wizards impose on human beings. Then at last I went to sleep, my head leaning on my arm for a pillow. But while I slept I saw arise before me the spectre of a young girl, who might have been about 16. Her pale, haggard face peered through her long black hair, which fell in disorder to the ground. Red blood flowed from a wound in her body, and stained her white raiment. At last she began to speak to me in trembling tones, giving me 3 objects which she held in her hands. Sadly taking my own life, she said, at the moment when my youth was about to burst into bloom, and when I should have been a joy to my parents' hearts, I left them in inconsolable sorrow. All my regrets have not been enough to expiate this crime, but I am now condemned to suffer night and day in a lake of blood. But I have been told that I may be set free, and may enter the abodes of the blessed, if someone will make an offering for my soul of 1,000 copies of the holy texts, and will bury on a holy mountain, or in some sacred stream, these 3 objects which I give to you. If this be not done, my soul will return to the earth, to be imprisoned in the body of some animal, and I shall never regain a human form. Ah! How happy would I be if I could change my wretched state for the happiness of eternal paradise. Therefore I beg you to journey to my native province, and to tell to my parents all that I have said to you. Hardly had she uttered these words when her image disappeared like a wreath of mist which vanishes away in the sky. Only the murmur of a nearby spring broke the silence of that solitude. I noted it then, hearing it distinctly. I was awake, lying stretched at the root of the tree where I had lain down to rest. I had awakened indeed from a dream. But how could I explain this wonder? I really held in my hands the 3 objects which the spectre had given to me. I lighted a fire of withered leaves, and examined them in the glow of the flame. They were a little bag filled with sacred objects, a linen sleeve, and a cord tied round a few locks of hair, the first cut from a baby's head. They were wrapped together in a piece of paper, on which was written her name, her abode, and the day of her birth. Here are the 3 objects, said the Bonze, and ceased speaking. The father and mother examined them attentively, and, to their great astonishment, recognized the inscription which they themselves had traced and placed in the tomb of their beloved. Unable to check their feelings, they burst into sobs, and knew not what to do or say. Finally, wiping away the tears which trickled over his cheeks, Uozumi said, "Today is the very anniversary of the death of our dear child, and I cannot for a moment doubt that she came to you to implore your protection, to save her from the place of punishment. We pray you, therefore, venerable priest, to visit for her all the holy places of the West, and to bury these 3 objects as she instructed you. As for the 1,000 copies of the holy texts, we will pay for them 4 times their value. Have pity on our tears, and grant us what we beg of you." Then they offered 500 gold pieces to the pilgrim Bonze as the price of the holy texts, and 100 more for the cost of his journey. But the Bonze shook his head and replied, "We Bonze pilgrims pass our lives in travelling from place to place. What use then would money be to me? Our home is in every mountain, every river, every place where our footsteps rest." Saying this, he rose and made ready to take leave of his sorrow-stricken hosts. But they held him by the sleeve and begged him to accept their money. Resisting until they forced him to comply, he at last accepted it and said as he departed, "Remember that, despite my age, despite the weariness of my long journey, I consent to do what you demand, in favor of your daughter and all your family." "O venerable saint!" they cried, falling down before him, their hands joined in entreaty. All the family accompanied him far on his way, and at last the Bonze departed, his pilgrim's staff in his hands. The bystanders watched him depart and disappear gradually from view, and even after he was out of sight, their eyes remained fixed on the spot where he had disappeared, and they thought they still could see him, so deeply was his image graven on their minds. After he had travelled 7 or 8 leagues, the Bonze plunged into a forest, and directed his steps towards an old ruined temple which was in the depths of the forest. At the sound of his steps, the door opened, and a young man ran to meet him. The Bonze pulled off his wig and false beard, and showed his real form, young and vigorous. The two looked at each other and exchanged a smile. "Well played!" cried the young man. "It could not have been better planned," replied the other. "Now to Niigata to taste the sweets of life." So, dividing their plunder, they set out. The false Bonze was the young man who had visited Yukino's tomb, whence he had taken the 3 objects which served to confirm his story. End of section 1. Recording by Martin Gradwell. Section 2 of Library of the World's Best Mystery and Detective Stories, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All the LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Martin Gradwell. Library of the World's Best Mystery and Detective Stories, Volume 6, by Julian Hawthorne, Editor. Section 2. The Dishonest Goldsmith and the Ingenious Painter, from the Turkish. It is narrated by a person of veracity that once, in the land of Adjem, Persia, a master goldsmith and a painter of talent for a time formed an association together, and lived on terms of brotherly intimacy. After this, being disposed to travel, they entered into a covenant to remain faithful to each other, and not to go one step beyond their association, that one should not act without the consent of the other, nor in any manner be treacherous to the other's interests. Having made this agreement, they set out upon their journey. Their means being rather limited, on coming to a great convent, they put up there as guests. The monks of that convent, being pleased with them, showed them respect and tokens of esteem. They, particularly the painter, covered the walls of the convent with curious paintings, and the monks paid him much attention, and begged them to remain a while with them. Having assented to this, they spent some time in the convent, and the monks placed so much confidence in them as to disclose to them the places containing the gold and silver idols of the convent. So one day they collected all these idols, and at night they made their escape with them. On reaching a city in a country of Islamites, they took up their abode there, when, according to their agreement, they put the gold and silver into a box, and spent only as much of it as their necessities required. It so happened that the goldsmith married a parson's daughter, and the expenses of the association were thus increased. In the course of time, the wife bore her husband 2 children, and one day, when the other was absent, the goldsmith opened the box containing the treasures, and, stealing away one half of the gold and silver, carried it to his own dwelling. On the painter's return, he remarked that the box had been opened and a portion of the contents taken out. When he questioned the goldsmith about it, the latter said that he had not touched it, and denied the theft. Now the painter was a cunning fellow, and he immediately saw that the matter required good management. In the vicinity of their residence lived a huntsman, to whom he applied to procure him 2 bear cubs, for which he promised to pay him handsomely. The hunter consenting, he was soon furnished with the cubs, which the painter took and tamed. There was in that city also a carpenter, and, going to his shop, he bought of him the figure of a man made out of wood, and returned home. He then painted the figure, so that it was quite impossible to tell it from the goldsmith. This he put in a place by itself, and when the bear cubs were to be fed, he always had it done from the hand of the figure, until they became in time so accustomed to the sight of it as to treat it like their father or mother. One day the painter invited the goldsmith to his house, and he accordingly came, bringing his 2 young sons with him. He treated them hospitably, and they passed the night there. On the following day he put the sons of the goldsmith in a secret part of his house, and when the father asked permission to take his leave, he inquired for his sons. The painter replied, "An occurrence has happened which may serve as an example to others. I am really ashamed to relate it to you." "What is it?" asked the goldsmith, with surprise. The painter added, "Whilst your sons were at play, and running about, they both became suddenly metamorphosed into the form of 2 bear cubs, and the affliction which has befallen these 2 innocent children must have been sent on account of some great sin." The goldsmith became excessively grieved. "What does this mean?" exclaimed he, "and why have you done this to my sons?" They quarrelled, and finally both went before the Cadi of the place. The Cadi and his associates were greatly surprised at the strangeness of the case. "What can this mean?" exclaimed they all. Never has such a thing happened before since the coming of Mohammed. What are the evidences of this remarkable occurrence?" "I am quite as much astonished at it as yourselves," answered the painter. "But if you will allow me, I will bring the two metamorphosed children into your presence. The case will then be clear, and we will see whether or not they recognize their father." The Cadi and his company at once agreed to have the cubs brought before them. "Let us see," said they, "and judge for ourselves." The painter had cunningly kept the cubs hungry from the preceding night, and he now brought them from his house to the mehkemeh of the judge, and placed them opposite the goldsmith. The cubs, as soon as they saw the latter, supposing him to be the same figure which the painter had made, rushed toward him, licked his feet, and began caressing him. The Cadi and those with him were much affected at the sight, and exclaimed that if the cubs had not recognized their father in the goldsmith, they certainly would not act as they did. The goldsmith was bewildered between doubt and conviction, and so, taking the two cubs with him, he returned to the house of the painter, where he begged pardon for his fault and avowed it. He also returned the gold and silver effects which he had stolen from the box, and placed them all before the painter. At the same time he acknowledged his fault, and repented of what he had done. He likewise begged that the painter would pray to God to restore his sons to man's form again. The painter now led away the cubs, and putting them into the same house in which he had confined the goldsmith's children, he sat up all the following night, apparently engaged in prayer. Early the next morning he went for the boys, and taking them by the hand, brought them to their father, exclaiming, "God be praised! Our prayers have been accepted," and delivered them up to their parent. The goldsmith was very much rejoiced, and offered many thanks to the painter, after which he carried his sons home. Now news of this occurrence became spread about in the city, and it was told how the two sons of the goldsmith, after becoming metamorphosed, were again restored to human shape. Upon this the Cadi had the painter cited before him, and required him to relate the truth about the matter. The painter informed him that such and such a compact had been made between himself and the goldsmith, that the latter had acted so and so toward him, but that he was unable to prove the charge. "So I got up a ruse," said he, "to make him acknowledge the theft of the gold and silver, and succeeded by my skill in the art of painting." "Barik Allah!" exclaimed all those who heard the recital. "A person's talents should be such as these." They added also many compliments and praises to the painter on the ingenuity of his thought, and his success in laying so wise a plan. End of section 2. Recording by Martin Gradwell.
Section 3 of Library of the World's Best Mystery and Detective Stories, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Library of the World's Best Mystery and Detective Stories, Volume 6, by Julian Hawthorne, Editor. Section 3. The Craft of the Three Sharpers. From the Arabic. There were in time of yore 3 sharpers who were wont every day, in early morning, to prowl forth and to pray, rummaging among the mounds which outlay the city. Therein each would find a silver bit of 5 paras, or its equivalent, after which the trio would foregather and buy whatso sufficed them for supper. They would also expend 2 half dirhams upon bast, which is bong, hashish, and purchase a waxen taper with the other silver bit. They had hired a cell in the flank of a wakala, a caravanserai without the walls, where they could sit at ease to solace themselves and eat their hashish after lighting the candle, and enjoy their intoxication and consequent merriment till the noon o' night. Then they would sleep, again awaking at day-dawn, when they would arise and seek for spoil, according to their custom, and ransack the heaps, where at times they would hit upon a silvering of 5 dirhams, and at other times a piece of 4, and at eventide they would meet to spend together the dark hours, and they would expend everything they came by every day. For a length of time they pursued this path, until one day of the days they made for the mounds as was their wont, and went round searching the heaps from morning to evening without finding even a half para. Wherefore they were troubled, and they went away and nighted in their cell without meat or drink. When the next day broke they arose and repaired for booty, changing the places wherein they were wont to forage. But none of them found aught, and their breasts were straitened for a lack of a find of dirhams wherewith to buy their supper. This lasted for 3 full told and following days, until hunger waxed hard upon them and vexation, so they said one to other, Go we to the Sultan, and let us serve him with a sleight, and each of us 3 shall claim to be a past master of some craft. Haply Allah Almighty may incline his heart usward, and he may largesse us with something to expend upon our necessities. Accordingly all 3 agreed to do on this wise, and they sought the Sultan, whom they found in the palace garden. They asked leave to go in to him, but the chamberlains refused admission. So they stood afar off, unable to approach the presence. Then quoth they one to other, "'Twere better we fall to, and each smite his comrade, and cry aloud, and make a clamour, and as soon as he shall hear us, he will send to summon us." Accordingly they jostled one another, and each took to frapping his fellow, making the while loud cries. The Sultan, hearing this turmoil, said, "Bring me yonder wights." And the chamberlains and eunuchs ran out to them and seized them and set them between the hands of the sovereign. As soon as they stood in the presence, he asked them, "What be the cause of your wrath, one against other?" They answered, "O King of the age, we are past masters of crafts, each of us weeting an especial art." Quoth the Sultan, "What be your crafts?" And quoth one of the trio, "O our lord, as for my part, I am a jeweler by trade." The king exclaimed, "Passing strange! A sharper and a jeweler! This is a wondrous matter." And he questioned the second sharper, saying, "And thou, the other, what may be thy craft?" He answered, "I am a genealogist of the horse kind." So the king glanced at him in surprise, and said to himself, "A sharper, yet he claimeth an astounding knowledge." Then he left them and put the same question to the third, who said to him, "O King of the age, verily my art is more wondrous and marvelous than aught thou hast heard from these twain. Their craft is easy, but mine is such that none save I can discover the right direction thereto, or know the first of it from the last of it." The Sultan inquired of him, "And what be thy craft?" Whereunto he replied, "My craft is the genealogy of the sons of Adam." Hearing these words, the sovereign wondered with extreme wonderment, and said in himself, "Verily he informeth with his secrets the humblest of his creatures. Assuredly these men, an they speak truth in all they say, and it prove soothfast, are fit for naught except kingship. But I will keep them by me until the occurrence of some nice contingency wherein I may test them. Then, if they approve themselves good men and trustworthy of word, I will leave them on life. But if their speech be lying, I will do them die." Upon this he set apart for them apartments, and rationed them with 3 cakes of bread and a dish of roast meat, and set over them his sentinels dreading lest they fly. This case continued for a while, till behold, there came to the Sultan from the land of Ajam a present of rarities, among which were 2 gems, whereof one was clear of water, and the other was clouded of color. The Sultan hent them in hand for a time, and fell to considering them straightly for the space of an hour, after which he called to mind the first of the 3 sharpers, the self-styled jeweller, and cried, "Bring me the jeweller man." Accordingly they went and brought him and set him before the sovereign, who asked him, "O man, art thou a lapidary?" And when the sharper answered, "Yes," he gave him the clear-watered stone, saying, "What may be the price of this gem?" Then the sharper took the jewel in hand, and turned it rightward and leftward, and considered the outside, and pried into the inside, after which he said to the Sultan, "O my lord, verily this gem containeth a worm bred within the heart thereof." Now when the king heard these words, he waxed wroth with exceeding wrath, and commanded the man's head to be stricken off, saying, "This jewel is clear of color and free of flaw or other default, yet thou chargest it falsely with containing a worm." Then he summoned the linkman, who laid hands on the sharper, and pinioned his elbows, and trussed up his legs like a camel's, and was about to smite his neck when, behold, the Wazir entered the presence, and seeing the sovereign in high dudgeon, and the sharper under his scimitar, asked what was to do. The Sultan related to him what had happened, when he drew near to him and said, "O my lord, act not after this fashion. An thou determine upon the killing of yonder man, first break the gem, and if thou find therein a worm, thou wilt know the wight's word to have been veridical. But an thou find it sound, then strike off his head." "Right is thy rede," quoth the king. Then he took in hand the gem, and smote it with his mace, and when it brake, behold, he found therein the worm amiddlemost thereof. So he marvelled at the sight, and asked the man, "What proved to thee that it harboured a worm?" "The sharpness of my sight," answered the sharper. Then the Sultan pardoned him, and, admiring his power of vision, addressed his attendants, saying, "Bear him back to his comrades, and ration him with a dish of roast meat and 2 cakes of bread." And they did as he bade them. After some time, on a day of the days, there came to the king the tribute of Ajam land, accompanied with presents, among which was a colt, whose robe black as night showed one shade in the sun and another in the shadow. When the animal was displayed to the Sultan, he fell in love with it, and set apart for it a stall, and solaced himself at all times by gazing at it, and was wholly occupied with it, and sang its praises till they filled the whole countryside. Presently he remembered the sharper who claimed to be a genealogist of the horse kind, and bade him to be summoned. So they fared forth and brought him and set him between the hands of the sovereign, who said to him, "Art thou he who knoweth the breed and descent of horses?" "Yea, verily," said the man. Then cried the king, "By the truth of him who sent me upon the necks of his servants, and who saith to a thing, Be, and it becometh, and I find aught of error or confusion in thy words, I will strike off thy head." "Hearkening and obedience," quoth the sharper. Then they led him to the colt, that he might consider its genealogy. He called aloud to the groom, and when they brought him, he bade the man back the colt for his inspection. So he mounted the animal, and made it pace to the right and to the left, causing it now to prance and curvet, and then to step leisurely, while the connoisseur looked on, and after a time quoth he to the groom, "'Tis enough." Then he went in to the presence, and stood between the hands of the king, who inquired, "What hast thou seen in the colt, O Kashmar?" Replied the sharper, "By Allah, O King of the Age, this colt is of pure and noble blood on the side of the sire. Its action is excellent, and all its qualities are praiseworthy, save one. And but for this one, it had been perfect in blood and breed, nor had there been on earth's face its fellow in horseflesh. But its blemish remaineth a secret." The Sultan asked, "And what is the quality which thou blamest?" And the sharper answered, "Its sire was noble, but its dam was of other strain. She it was that brought the blemish, and if thou, O my lord, allow me, I will notify it to thee." "'Tis well, and needs must thou declare it," quoth the Sultan. Then said the sharper, "Its dam is a buffalo cow." When the king heard these words, he was wroth with wrath exceeding, and he bade the linkman take the sharper and behead him, crying, "O dog! O accursed! How can a buffalo cow bear a horse?" The sharper replied, "O my lord, the linkman is in the presence, but send and fetch him who brought thee the colt, and of him make inquiry. If my words prove true and rightly placed, my skill shall be stablished. But an they be lies, let my head pay forfeit for my tongue. Here standeth the linkman, and I am between thy hands. Thou hast but to bid him strike off my head." Thereupon the king sent for the owner and breeder of the colt, and they brought him to the presence. And the Sultan asked him, saying, "Tell me of the truth anent the blood of this colt. Didst thou buy it or breed it, so that it was a rearling of thy homestead?" Said he, "By Allah, O King of the Age, I speak naught which is not sooth, for indeed there hangeth by this colt the strangest story, were it graven with graver needles upon the eye corners, it had been a warning to whoso would be warned. And this it is. I had a stallion of purest strain, whose sire was of the steeds of the sea, and he was stabled in a stall apart for fear of the evil eye, his service being entrusted to trusty servants. But one day in springtide, the Sais took the horse into the open, and allowed him to mate with a buffalo cow. She conceived by him, and when her days were completed, and her throwing time came, she suffered sore pains, and bare yonder colt. And all who have seen it, or have heard of it, were astounded," said he, presently adding, "By Allah, O King of the Age, had its dam been of the mare kind, the colt would have had no equal on earth's surface, or aught approaching it." Hereat the Sultan took thought, and marveled. Then, summoning the sharper, he said to him when present, "O man, thy speech is true, and thou art indeed a genealogist in horseflesh, and thou wottest it well. But I would know what proved to thee that the dam of this colt was a buffalo cow." Said he, "O King, my proof thereof was palpable, nor can it be concealed from any wight of right wits and intelligence and special knowledge. For the horse's hoof is round, while the hoofs of buffaloes are elongated and duck-shaped, and hereby I kenned that this colt was a Jumart, the issue of a buffalo cow." The Sultan was pleased with his words, and said, "Ration him with a plate of roast meat and 2 cakes of bread." And they did as they were bidden. Now for a length of time the third sharper was forgotten, till one day the Sultan bethought him of the man who could explain the genealogy of Adam's sons. So he bade fetch him, and when they brought him into the presence, he said, "Thou art he that knowest the caste and descent of men and women?" And the other said, "Yes." Then he commanded the eunuchs take him to his wife and place him before her and cause him declare her genealogy. So they led him in and set him standing in her presence, and the sharper considered her for a while, looking from right to left. Then he fared forth to the Sultan, who asked him, "What hast thou seen in the Queen?" Answered he, "O my lord, I saw a somewhat adorned with loveliness and beauty and perfect grace, with fair stature of symmetrical trace, and with modesty and fine manners and skillful case. And she is one in whom all good qualities appear on every side, nor is aught of accomplishments or knowledge concealed from her, and happily in her centre all desirable attributes. Natheless, O King of the Age, there is a curious point that dishonoureth her, from the which, were she free, none would outshine her of all the women of her generation." Now when the Sultan heard the words of the sharper, he sprang hastily to his feet, and clapping hand upon hilt, bared his brand and fell upon the man, purposing to slay him. But the chamberlains and the eunuchs prevented him, saying, "O our lord, kill him not until his falsehood or his fact shall have been made manifest to thee." The Sultan said to him, "What then appeared to thee in my queen?" "She is fairly fair," said the man, "but her mother is a dancing girl, a gypsy." The fury of the king increased hereat, and he sent to summon the inmates of his harem, and cried to his father-in-law, "Unless thou speak me sooth concerning thy daughter, and her descent, and her mother, I—" He replied, "By Allah, O King of the Age, Naught saveth a man save soothfastness. Her mother was indeed a Ghaziyah. In past time a party of the tribe was passing by my abode, when a young maid strayed from her fellows and was lost. They asked no questions concerning her, so I lodged her and bred her in my homestead, till she grew up to be a great girl and the fairest of her time. My heart would not brook her wiving with any other, so I wedded her, and she bare me this daughter whom thou, O king, hast espoused." When the Sultan heard these words, the flame in his heart was quenched, and he wondered at the subtlety of the sharper man. So he summoned him and asked him, saying, "O wily one, tell me what certified to thee that my queen had a dancing girl, a gypsy, to mother?" He answered, "O king of the age, verily the Ghaziyah race hath eyeballs intensely black and bushy brows, whereas other women than the Ghaziyah have the reverse of this." On such wise the king was convinced of the man's skill, and he cried, "Ration him with a dish of roast meat and 2 scones." They did as he bade, and the 3 sharpers tarried with the Sultan a long time, till one day when the king said to himself, "Verily these 3 men have by their skill solved every question of genealogy which I proposed to them. First the jeweler proved his perfect knowledge of gems, secondly the genealogist of the horse kind showed himself as skillful, and the same was the case with the genealogist of mankind, for he discovered the origin of my queen, and the truth of his words appeared from all quarters. Now 'tis my desire that he do the same with me, that I also may know my provenance." Accordingly they set the man between his hands, and he said to him, "O fellow, hast thou the power to tell me mine origin?" Said the sharper, "Yes, O my lord, I can trace thy descent, but I will do so only on a condition, to wit, that thou promise me safety after what I shall have told thee. For the Saul saith, whilst Sultan sitteth on throne, wear his despite, inasmuch as none may be contumacious when he saith smite." Thereupon the Sultan told him, "Thou hast a promise of immunity, a promise which shall never be falsed." And the man said, "O king of the age, when as I acquaint thee with thy root and branch, let it be between us twain, lest these present hear us." "Wherefore, O man?" asked the Sultan, and the sharper answered, "O my lord, Allah the All-Might hath among his names the Veiler." Wherefore the king bade his chamberlains and eunuchs retire so that none remained in the place save those 2. Then the sharper came forward and said, "O my lord, thou art not the son of a king." As soon as the king heard these words, his case changed, and his color waxed wan, and his limbs fell loose. He foamed at the mouth. He lost hearing and sight. He became as one drunken without wine, and he fell fainting to the ground. After a while he recovered and said to the sharper, "Now by the truth of him who hath set me upon the necks of his servants, and thy words be veridical, and I ascertain their sooth by proof positive, I will assuredly abdicate my kingdom and resign my realm to thee, because none deserveth it save thou, and it becometh us least of all and every. But an I find thy speech lying, I will slay thee." He replied, "Hearing and obeying," and the sovereign, rising up without stay or delay, went inside to his mother with grip on glaive, and said to her, "By the truth of him who uplifted the sky above the earth, and thou answer me not with the whole truth in whatso I ask thee, I will cut thee to little bits with this blade." She inquired, "What dost thou want with me?" And he replied, "Whose son am I, and what may be my descent?" She rejoined, "Although falsehood be an excuse, fact and truth are superior and more saving. Thou art indeed the very son of a cook. The Sultan that was before thee took me to wife, but we had no issue, and he would mourn and groan from the core of his heart, for that he had no seed, nor girl nor boy. Neither could he enjoy aught of sweet food or sleep. Now it chanced that the wife of the Kitchener bare him a boy, and I prevailed upon her to keep the birth secret. and my woman brought the child to me, and spread abroad that at last an heir was come. Now at that time the Sultan was hunting and birding and enjoying himself about the gardens. And when the bearer of good news went to him and announced the birth of a man-child, he hurried back to me and forthright bade them decorate the capital, and he found the report true. So the city adorned itself for 40 days in honor of its king. Such is my case and my tale. Thereupon the king went forth from her to the sharper and bade him doff his dress. And when this had been done, he doffed his own raiment, and habited the man in royal gear, and hooded him with a taylasan, and asked him, saying, What proof hast thou of my being base born? The sharper answered, O my lord, my proof was thy bidding our being rationed, after showing the perfection of our skill, with a dish of roast meat and 2 scones of bread, whereby I knew thee to be of cook's breed. For the kings be wont in such case to make presents of money and valuables, not of meat and bread, as thou didst. And this evidenced thee to be no king's son, but a cook's son. He replied, Sooth thou sayest, and then robed him with the rest of his robes, including the Kalansuwa, or royal headdress, under the hood, and seating him upon the throne of his estate, went forth from him, after abandoning all his women to him, and assumed the garb of a darwash, who wandered about the world, and formally abdicated his dominion to his successor. But when the sharper king saw himself in this condition, he reflected, and said to himself, Summon thy whilom comrades, and see whether they recognize thee or not. So he caused them be set before him, and conversed with them. Then, perceiving that none knew him, he gifted them and sent them to gang their gate. And he ruled his realm, and bade and forbade, and gave and took away, and was gracious and generous to each and every of his lieges, so that the people of that region, who were his subjects, blessed him and prayed for him. End of section 3. Recording by Katie Riley, March 2011. Section 4 of Library of the World's Best Mystery and Detective Stories, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Library of the World's Best Mystery and Detective Stories, Volume 6, by Julian Hawthorne, Editor. Section 4. The Cheerful Workman, from the Arabic. It is mentioned in the celebrated Arabic work entitled The Mirror of the Age, that one of the caliphs of the House of Abbas, Mutasid Billah, besides being a very brave and courageous person, was also possessed of keen observation and the faculty of knowing men by their physiognomy. One day, as he was inspecting the erection of a palace on the banks of the Tigris, which he was wont to do once a week and encourage the builders with presents and other acts of favor, he observed that each of the men employed carrying stones to the edifice bore but one at a time, and that with great gravity and slowness. Among them, however, he perceived one, with black hands and dark complexion, who invariably lifted 2 at a time, put them on his back, and with evident joy and elasticity carried them from the wharf to the masons. On seeing this, the caliph pointed him out to Hussein, one of his attendants, and asked the cause of this man's unnatural gaiety. The attendant answered that the caliph was more competent to form an opinion of the case than himself. The caliph then added that the man was probably possessed of a large sum of money, and was therefore happy from the consciousness of his wealth, or that he was a thief, who had only sought employment among the workmen for the purpose of concealment. "I do not like his appearance," continued the Prince of the Faithful. "Have him brought into my presence." So, when the man was come, the caliph asked him what his occupation was, and he answered that he was a common laborer. "Have you any money laid by?" demanded the caliph. "None," replied the man. "Tell me the truth," again asked the caliph, repeating the question, and again the man answered in the negative. Then the Caliph ordered an officer to strike the man, which being done, he immediately cried out for pity and pardon. "Speak the truth," said the officer, "or the Caliph will punish you as long as you live." So the man avowed that his trade was that of a tile maker, and one day he added, "When I had prepared my kiln and lit the fire, a man approached me, mounted on an ass, who, dismounting before my kiln, let the ass go, and beginning to undress himself, took from around his waist a girdle, which he placed by his side, and began fleeing himself. I, seeing that the man was quite alone, caught him, and throwing him into the furnace of my kiln, closed it down. I then took his girdle, and after killing the ass, threw it also into the fire. See, here is the girdle." The Caliph took it, and on examining it, found it contained some thousands of gold pieces, and moreover had its owner's name written upon it. On this discovery the Caliph sent criers out to ask in the streets whether any family had lost a member, or a friend, and if so, to come before him. Soon an aged woman approached and exclaimed, "My son left me with some thousands of gold pieces, with which to buy merchandise, and is lost." They showed her the girdle, which she immediately recognized as her son's, and said that it had his name upon it. The Caliph now gave the girdle into the old woman's hands, saying, "See before you the murderer of your son." She demanded the right of retaliation, and the man was forthwith hung upon the door of him whom he had murdered. All the world admired the Caliph's sagacity and commended his justice. End of Section 4. Recording by Katie Riley. March 2011. Section 5 of Library of the World's Best Mystery and Detective Stories, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Library of the World's Best Mystery and Detective Stories, Volume 6, by Julian Hawthorne, Editor. Section 5. The Robber and the Woman, from the Arabic. A certain robber was a cunning workman, and used not to steal aught till he had wasted all that was with him. Moreover, he stole not from his neighbors, neither companied with any of the thieves, for fear lest some one should betray him, and his case become public. After this fashion he abode a great while, in flourishing condition, and his secret was concealed, till Almighty Allah decreed that he broke in upon a beggar, a poor man whom he deemed rich. When he gained access to the house, he found naught, whereat he was wroth, and necessity prompted him to wake that man, who lay asleep alongside of his wife. So he aroused him and said to him, "Show me thy treasure." Now he had no treasure to show, but the robber believed him not, and was instant upon him with threats and blows. When he saw that he got no profit of him, he said to him, "Swear by the oath of divorce from thy wife that thou hast nothing." So he swore, and his wife said to him, "Fie on thee! Wilt thou divorce me? Is not the hoard buried in yonder chamber?" Then she turned to the robber, and conjured him to be weightier of blows upon her husband, till he should deliver to him the treasure, anent which he had forsworn himself. So he drubbed him with a grievous drubbing, till he carried him to a certain chamber, wherein she signed to him where the hoard was, and that he should take it up. So the robber entered, he and the husband, and when they were both in the chamber, she locked on them the door, which was a stout and strong, and said to the robber, "Woe to thee, O fool! Thou hast fallen into the trap, and now I have but to cry out, and the officers of police will come and take thee, and thou wilt lose thy life, O Satan." Quoth he, "Let me go forth." And quoth she, "Thou art a man and I am a woman, and in thy hand is a knife, and I am afraid of thee." He cried, "Take the knife from me." So she took it, and said to her husband, Art thou a woman, and he a man? Pain his neck-nape with flogging, even as he flogged thee. And if he put out his hand to thee, I will cry out a single cry, and the policeman will come and take him and hew him in two. So the husband said to him, O thousand-horned, O dog, O dodger, I owe thee a deposit wherefore thou hast done me. And he fell to bashing him grievously with a stick of holm oak, while he called out to the woman for help and prayed her to deliver him. But she said, Keep thy place till the morning, and thou shalt see queer things. And her husband beat him within the chamber, till he overcame him, and he swooned away. Then he left beating him, and when the robber came to himself, the woman said to her husband, O man, this house is on hire, and we owe its owners much money, and we have naught. So how wilt thou do? And she went on to bespeak him thus. The robber asked, And what is the amount of the rent? The husband answered, 'Twill be 80 dirhams. And the thief said, I will pay this for thee, and do thou let me go my way. Then the wife inquired, O man, how much do we owe the baker and the greengrocer? Quoth the robber, What is the sum of this? And the husband said, 60 dirhams. Rejoined the other, That makes 200 dirhams. Let me go my way, and I will pay them. But the wife said, O my dear, and the girl groweth up, and needs must we marry her, and equip her, and do what else is needful. So the robber said to the husband, How much dost thou want? And he rejoined, 100 dirhams in a modest way. Quoth the robber, That maketh 300 dirhams. Then the woman said, O dear, when the girl is married, thou wilt need money for winter expenses, charcoal and firewood, and other necessaries. The robber asked, What wouldst thou have? And she answered, 100 dirhams. He rejoined, Be it 400 dirhams. And she continued, O my dear, and coolth of my eyes, needs must my husband have capital in hand, wherewith he may buy goods and open him a shop. Said he, How much will that be? And she said, 100 dirhams. Quoth the robber, That maketh 500 dirhams. I will pay it. But may I be triply divorced from my wife, if all my possessions amount to more than this, and they be the savings of 20 years. Let me go my way, so I may deliver them to thee. Cried she, O fool, how shall I let thee go thy way? Utterly impossible. Be pleased to give me a right token. So he gave her a token for his wife, and she cried out to her young daughter and said to her, Keep this door. Then she charged her husband to watch over the robber till she should return, and, repairing to his wife, acquainted her with his case, and told her that her husband the thief had been taken and had compounded for his release at the price of 700 dirhams, and named to her the token. Accordingly she gave her the money, and she took it and returned to her house. By this time the dawn had dawned, so she let the thief go his way. And when he went out, she said to him, O my dear, when shall I see thee come and take the treasure? And he, O indebted one, when thou needst other 700 dirhams, wherewith to amend thy case, and that of thy children, and to pay thy debts. And he went out, hardly believing in his deliverance from her. End of Section 5. Recording by Katie Riley. March 2011.
Section 6 of Library of the World's Best Mystery and Detective Stories, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Phil Chenevert. Library of the World's Best Mystery and Detective Stories, Volume 6, by Julian Hawthorne, Editor. Section 6. The Wonderful Stone. From the Chinese. In the prefecture of Shuntian there lived a man named Sing Yun Fei, who was an amateur mineralogist and would pay any price for a good specimen. One day, as he was fishing in the river, something caught his net, and diving down, he brought up a stone about a foot in diameter, beautifully carved on all sides to resemble clustering hills and peaks. He was quite as pleased with this as if he had found some precious stone, and having had an elegant sandalwood stand made for it, he set his prize upon the table. Whenever it was about to rain, clouds, which from a distance looked like new cotton wool, would come forth from each of the holes or grottos on the stone, and appear to close them up. By and by an influential personage called at the house and begged to see the stone, immediately seizing it and handing it over to a lusty servant, at the same time whipping his horse and riding away. Hsing was in despair, but all he could do was to mourn the loss of his stone and indulge his anger against the thief. Meanwhile the servant, who had carried off the stone on his back, stopped to rest at a bridge, when all of a sudden his hand slipped and the stone fell into the water. His master was extremely put out at this, and gave him a sound beating, subsequently hiring several divers, who tried every means in their power to recover the stone, but were quite unable to find it. He then went away, having first published a notice of reward, and by these means many were tempted to seek for the stone. Soon after, Hsing himself came to the spot, and as he mournfully approached the bank, lo! the water became clear, and he could see the stone lying at the bottom. Taking off his clothes, he quickly jumped in and brought it out, together with the sandalwood stand, which was still with it. He carried it off to his home, but being no longer desirous of showing it to people, he had an inner room cleaned and put it in there. Some time afterwards an old man knocked at the door and asked to be allowed to see the stone, whereupon Hsing replied that he had lost it a long time ago. "Isn't that it in the inner room?" said the old man, smiling. "Oh, walk in and see for yourself if you don't believe me," answered Hsing. And the old man did walk in, and there was the stone on the table. This took Hsing very much aback, and the old man then laid his hand upon the stone and said, "This is an old family relic of mine. I lost it many months since. How does it come to be here? I pray you now restore it to me." Hsing didn't know what to say, but declared he was the owner of the stone, upon which the old man remarked, "If it is really yours, what evidence can you bring to prove it?" Hsing made no reply, and the old man continued, "To show you that I know this stone, I may mention that it has altogether 92 grottos, and that in the largest of these there are 5 words, 'A stone from heaven above.'" Hsing looked and found that there were actually some small characters, no larger than grains of rice, which by straining his eyes a little he managed to read, also that the number of grottos was as the old man had said. However, he would not give him the stone, and the old man laughed and asked, "Pray, what right have you to keep other people's things?" He then bowed and went away, Hsing escorting him as far as the door, but when he returned to the room, the stone had disappeared. In a great fright he ran after the man, who had walked slowly and was not far off, and seizing his sleeve, entreated him to give back the stone. "Do you think," said the latter, "that I could conceal a stone a foot in diameter in my sleeve?" But Hsing knew that he must be superhuman, and led him back to the house, where he threw himself on his knees and begged that he might have the stone. "Is it yours or mine?" asked the old man. "Of course it is yours," replied Hsing, "though I hope you will consent to deny yourself the pleasure of keeping it." "In that case," said the old man, "it is back again." And going into the inner room, they found the stone in its old place. "The jewels of this world," observed Hsing's visitor, should be given to those who know how to take care of them. This stone can choose its own master, and I am very pleased that it should remain with you. At the same time, I must inform you that it was in too great a hurry to come into the world of mortals, and has not yet been freed from all contingent calamities. I had better take it away with me, and 3 years hence you shall have it again. If, however, you insist on keeping it, then your span of life will be shortened by 3 years, that your terms of existence may harmonize together. Are you willing?" Hsing said he was, whereupon the old man with his fingers closed up 3 of the stone's grottos, which yielded to his touch like mud. When this was done, he turned to Hsing and told him that the grottos on that stone represented the years of his life, and then he took his leave, firmly refusing to remain any longer, and not disclosing his name. More than a year after this, Hsing had occasion to go away on business, and in the night a thief broke in and carried off the stone, taking nothing else at all. When Hsing came home, he was dreadfully grieved, as if his whole object in life was gone, and made all possible inquiries and efforts to get it back, but without the slightest result. Some time passed, when one day, going into a temple, Hsing noticed a man selling stones, and among the rest he saw his old friend. Of course he immediately wanted to regain possession of it, but as the stone seller would not consent, he shouldered the stone and went off to the nearest mandarin. The stone seller was then asked what proof he could give that the stone was his, and he replied that the number of grottos was 89. Hsing inquired if that was all he had to say, and when the other acknowledged that it was, he himself told the magistrate what were the characters inscribed within, also calling attention to the finger marks at the closed-up grottos. He therefore gained his case, and the mandarin would have bambooed the stone seller had he not declared that he bought it in the market for 20 ounces of silver, whereupon he was dismissed. A high official next offered Hsing 100 ounces of silver for it, but he refused to sell it even for 10,000, which so enraged the would-be purchaser that he worked up a case against Hsing and got him put in prison. Hsing was thereby compelled to pawn a great deal of his property, and then the official sent someone to try if the affair could not be managed through his son, to which Hsing, on hearing of the attempt, steadily refused to consent, saying that he and the stone could not be parted even in death. His wife, however, and his son laid their heads together and sent the stone to the high official, and Hsing only heard of it when he arrived home from the prison. He cursed his wife and beat his son, and frequently tried to make away with himself, though luckily his servants always managed to prevent him from succeeding. At night he dreamed that a noble-looking personage appeared to him and said, "My name is Shing Chheng Hsi, stone from heaven. Do not grieve. I purposely quitted you for a year and more, but next year, on the 20th of the 8th moon, at dawn, come to the Hai Tai gate and buy me back for 2 strings of cash." Hsing was overjoyed at this dream, and carefully took down the day mentioned. Meanwhile the stone was at the official's private house, but as the cloud manifestations ceased, the stone was less and less prized, and the following year, when the official was disgraced for maladministration and subsequently died, Hsing met some of his servants at the Hai Tai gate going off to sell the stone, and purchased it back from them for 2 strings of cash. Hsing lived till he was 89, and then, having prepared the necessities for his interment, bade his son bury the stone with him, which was accordingly done. 6 months later, robbers broke into the vault and made off with the stone, and his son tried in vain to secure their capture. However, a few days afterwards he was traveling with his servants when suddenly 2 men rushed forth, dripping with perspiration, and looking up into the air acknowledged their crime, saying, Mr. Singh, please don't torment us thus. We took the stone and sold it for only 4 ounces of silver." Singh's son and his servants then seized these men and took them before the magistrate, where they at once acknowledged their guilt. Asking what had become of the stone, they said they had sold it to a member of the magistrate's family. And when it was produced, that official took such a fancy to it that he gave it to one of his servants and bade him place it in the treasury. Thereupon the stone slipped out of the servant's hand and broke into 100 pieces, to the great astonishment of all present. The magistrate now had the thieves bambooed and sent them away, but Singh's son picked up the broken pieces of the stone and buried them in his father's grave. End of section 6.
Section 7 of Library of the World's Best Mystery and Detective Stories, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Malane. Library of the World's Best Mystery and Detective Stories, Volume 6, by Julian Hawthorne, Editor. Section 7. The Weaver Who Became a Leech. From the Arabic. There was once, in the land of Fars, Persia, a man who wedded a woman higher than himself in rank, and nobler of lineage, but she had no guardian to preserve her from want. She loathed to marry one who was beneath her, yet she wived with him because of need, and took of him a bond in writing, to the effect that he would ever be under her order, to bid and forbid, and would never thwart her in word or in deed. Now the man was a weaver, and he bound himself in writing to pay his wife 10,000 dirhams in case of default. After such fashion they abode a long while, till one day the wife went out to fetch water, of which she had need, and saw a leech who had spread a carpet hard by the road, whereon he had set out great store of simples and implements of medicine, and he was speaking and muttering charms, whilst the folk flocked to him from all quarters and girt him about on every side. The weaver's wife marvelled at the largeness of the physician's fortune, and said in herself, "Were my husband thus, he would lead an easy life, and that wherein we are of straitness and poverty would be widened to him." Then she returned home, carkful and careful, and when her husband saw her in this condition, he questioned her of her case, and she said to him, "Verily my breast is narrowed by reason of thee, and of the very goodness of thine intent." Presently adding, "Narrow means suit me not, and thou in thy present craft gainst naught. So either do thou seek out a business other than this, or pay me my rightful due, and let me wend my ways." Her husband chid her for this, and advised her to take patience, but she would not be turned from her design, and said to him, "Go forth, and watch yonder physician how he doeth, and learn from him what he saith." Said he, "Let not thy heart be troubled," and added, "I will go every day to the session of the leech." So he began resorting daily to the physician, and committing to memory his answers, and that which he spoke of jargon, till he had gotten a great matter by rote, and all this he learned and thoroughly digested it. Then he returned to his wife, and said to her, "I have stored up the physician's sayings in memory, and have mastered his manner of muttering and diagnoses and prescribing remedies. And I wot by heart the names of the medicines and of all the diseases, and there abideth of thy bidding naught undone. So what dost thou command me now to do?" Quoth she, "Leave the loom, and open thyself a leech's shop." But quoth he, "My fellow townsmen know me, and this affair will not profit me, save in a land of strangerhood. So come, let us go out from this city, and get us to a foreign land, and there live. And she said, Do whatso thou willest. Accordingly he arose, and taking his weaving gear, sold it, and bought with the price drugs and simples, and wrought himself a carpet, with which they set out and journeyed to a certain village, where they took up their abode. Then the man fell to going round about the hamlets and villages and outskirts of towns, after donning Leach's dress, and he began to earn his livelihood, and make much gain. Their affairs prospered, and their circumstances were bettered, wherefore they praised Allah for their present ease, and the village became to them a home. In this way he lived for a long time, but at length he wandered anew, and the days and the nights ceased not to transport him from country to country, till he came to the land of the Ruum, Greeks, and lighted down in a city thereof, wherein was Jalanus, Galen, the sage, but the weaver knew him not, nor was aware who he was. So he fared forth, as was his wont, in quest of a place where the folk might be gathered together, and hired the courtyard of Jalanus. There he spread his carpet, and setting out on it his simples and instruments of medicine, praised himself and his skill, and claimed a cleverness such as none but he might claim. Jalanus heard that which he affirmed of his understanding, and it was certified unto him and established in his mind that the man was a skilled leech of the leeches of the Persians. And he said in himself, Unless he had confidence in his knowledge, and were minded to confront me and contend with me, he had not sought the door of my house, neither had he spoken that which he hath spoken. And care and doubt got hold upon Jalanus. So he drew near the weaver, and addressed himself to see how his doings should end, whilst the folk began to flock to him and describe to him their ailments, and he would answer them thereof, hitting the mark one while, and missing it another while, so that naught appeared to Jalanus of his fashion, whereby his mind might be assured that he had justly estimated his skill. Presently up came a woman, and when the weaver saw her afar off, he said to her, Is not your husband a Jew, and is not his ailment flatulence? Yes, replied the woman, and the folk marvelled at this, wherefore the man was magnified in the eyes of Jalanus, for that he heard speech such as was not of the usage of doctors. Then the woman asked, What is the remedy? And the weaver answered, Bring the honorarium. So she paid him a dirham, and he gave her medicines contrary to that ailment, and such as would only aggravate the complaint. When Jalanus saw what appeared to him of the man's incapacity, he turned to his disciples and pupils, and bade them fetch the mock doctor with all his gear and drugs. Accordingly they brought him into his presence without stay or delay, and when Jalanus saw him before him, he asked him, Knowest thou me? And the other answered, No, nor did I ever set eyes on thee before this day. Quoth the sage, Dost thou know Jalanus? And quoth the weaver, No. Then said Jalanus, What drove thee to do that which thou doest? So he acquainted him with his adventure, especially with the dowry and the obligation by which he was bound with regard to his wife, whereat the sage marvelled, and certified himself anent the matter of the marriage settlement. Then he bade lodge him near himself, and entreated him with kindness, and took him apart, and said to him, Expound to me whence thou knewest that the woman was from a man, and he a stranger and a Jew, and that his ailment was flatulence. The weaver replied, 'Tis well. Thou must know that we people of Persia are skilled in physiognomy, and I saw the woman to be rosy-cheeked, blue-eyed, and tall-statured. These qualities belong not to the women of Roum. Moreover, I saw her burning with anxiety, so I knew that the patient was her husband. As for his strangerhood, I noted that the dress of the woman differed from that of the townsfolk, wherefore I knew that she was a foreigner, and in her hand I saw a yellow rag, which garred me wot that the sick man was a Jew, and she a Jewess. Moreover, she came to me on first day, and 'tis the Jew's custom to take meat puddings and food that hath passed the night, and eat them on the Saturday, their Sabbath, hot and cold, and they exceed in eating, wherefore flatulence and indigestion betide them. Thus I was directed, and guessed that which thou hast heard. Now when Jalanus heard this, he ordered the weaver the amount of his wife's dowry, and bade him pay it to her, and said to him, Divorce her. Furthermore, he forbade him from returning to the practice of physic, and warned him never again to take to wife a woman of rank higher than his own. And he gave him his spending money, and charged him to return to his proper craft. End of section 7. Recording by Malane.
Section 8 of the Library of the World's Best Mystery and Detective Stories, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mary Schneider. Library of the World's Best Mystery and Detective Stories, Volume 6. Edited by Julian Hawthorne. Section 8. Visakha. From the Tibetan. Mrgadhara, the first minister of King Prasenajit of Kosala, after he had married a wife of birth like unto his own, had 7 sons. To 6 of these he gave names at his pleasure, but the youngest one he called Visakha. After his wife's death he arranged marriages for his 6 elder sons, but they and their wives gave themselves up to dress, and troubled themselves in no wise with household affairs. The householder Mrgadhara was sitting one day absorbed in thought, resting his cheek upon his arm. A Brahmin, who was on friendly terms with him, saw him sitting thus absorbed in thought, and asked him what was the cause of his behavior. He replied, "My sons and their wives have given themselves up to dress, and do not trouble themselves about household affairs, so that the property is going to ruin. Why do you not arrange a marriage for Visakha? Who can tell whether he will make things better or bring them to still greater ruin? If you will trust to me, I will look for a maiden for him." The minister consented, and the Brahmin went his way. In the course of his researches he came to the land of Champa. In it there lived a householder named Balamitra, whose daughter Visakha was fair to see, well proportioned, in the bloom of youth, intelligent and clever. Just as the Brahmin arrived, she and some other girls, who were in quest of amusement, were setting out for a park. On seeing the girls, he thought that he would like to look at them a little. So he followed slowly after them, occupied in regarding them. The girls, who were for the most part of a frivolous nature, sometimes ran, sometimes skipped, sometimes rolled about, sometimes laughed, sometimes spun around, sometimes sang, and did other undignified things. But Visakha, with the utmost decorum, at an even pace, walked slowly along with them. When they came to the park, the other girls undressed at the edge of the tank, entered it, and began to sport. But Visakha lifted up her clothes by degrees as she went into the water, and by degrees let them down again as she came out of the water. So circumspect was she in her behavior. After their bath, when the girls had assembled at a certain spot, they first partook of food themselves, and then gave to their attendants to eat. But Visakha first of all gave food to the persons in attendance, and then herself began to eat. When the girls had finished their eating and drinking, and had enjoyed the charm of the park, they went away. As there was water to be waded through on the road, the girls took off their boots and walked through it, but Visakha kept her boots on. They went a little farther, and came to a wood. Into this Amra wood she entered, keeping her parasol up, though the others had discarded theirs. Presently a wind arose, together with rain, and the other girls took shelter in a temple, but Visakha remained in the open air. The Brahmin, who had followed her and had noted her characteristics and her behavior, marveled greatly, and began to question her, saying, "O maiden, whose daughter are you?" "I am Balamitra's daughter." "O maiden, be not angry if I ask you a few questions." She smiled at first, and then said, "Oh, uncle, why should I be angry? Please to ask them." While these girls, as they went, were all running, skipping, rolling, turning round, singing, and doing other undignified things, you wended your way slowly, decorously, and in a seemly manner, reaching the park together with them. Visakha replied, "All girls are merchandise which their parents vend. If in leaping or rolling I were to break an arm or a leg, who then would woo me? I should certainly have to be kept by my parents as long as I lived." "Good, O maiden, I understand." He said to her next, "These girls took off their clothes in a certain place, and went into the water and sported in it unclothed. But you lifted up your clothes by degrees as you went deeper into the water." "Oh, uncle, it is necessary that women should be shamefaced and shy, so it would not be well that anyone should look upon me unclothed." "Oh, maiden, who would see you there?" "Oh, uncle, you would have seen me there yourself." "Good, O maiden, that also I comprehend." He said to her further, "These girls first took food themselves, and then gave to the persons in attendance. But you first gave food to the persons in attendance, and then took your own." "Oh, uncle, that was for this reason. We, reaping the fruits of our merits, constantly have feast days. But they, reaping the fruits of their trouble, very seldom obtain great things." "Good, O maiden, I comprehend this also." He asked her, moreover, "While all the world wears boots on dry land, why did you keep yours on in the water?" "Oh, uncle, the world is foolish. It is precisely when one is in the water that one should wear boots." "For what reason?" "On dry land one can see tree stumps, thorns, stones, prickles, fragments of fish scales, or shells of reptiles. But in the water none of these things can be seen. Therefore we ought to wear boots in the water, and not upon dry land." "Good, O maiden, this also I understand." Then he asked her this question: "These girls kept their parasols up in the sun, you kept yours in the wood under the shade of the trees. What was the meaning of that?" "Oh, uncle, the world is foolish. It is precisely when in a wood that one must keep a parasol up." "For what reason?" "Because a wood is always full of birds and monkeys. The birds let fall their droppings and pieces of bones, and the monkeys their muck and scraps of fruit they eat. Besides, as they are of a wild nature, they go springing from bough to bough, and bits of wood come falling down. When one is in the open, this does not happen, or if it takes place, it is but seldom. Therefore a parasol must be kept open in a wood. In the open it is not necessary to do so." "Good, O maiden, this I also comprehend." Presently he said, "These girls took refuge in a temple when the wind arose with rain, but you remained in the open air." "Oh, uncle, one certainly ought to remain in the open air and not take refuge in a temple." "Oh, maiden, what is the reason for that?" "Oh, uncle, such empty temples are never free from orphans, the low-born, the sharpers. If one of them were to touch me on a limb or joint as I entered such a temple, would not that be unpleasant to my parents? Moreover, it is better to lose one's life in the open than to enter an empty temple." Full of delight at the demeanor of the maiden, the Brahman betook himself to the dwelling of the householder Balamitra, and said, desiring to obtain the maiden, "May it be well, may it be good." The people of the house said, "O Brahman, it is not yet the time for asking, but what do you ask for?" "I ask for your daughter." "On whose behalf?" "On behalf of the son, Visakha by name, of Mrgadhara, the first minister of Sravasti." They replied, "It is true that we and he are of the same caste, but his country lies too far away." The Brahman said, "It is precisely in a far country that a man should choose a husband for his daughter." "How so?" "If she is married in the neighborhood, joy increases when news comes that she is prosperous. But if a misfortune occurs, a man's property may be brought to naught. he being exhausted by gifts, sacrifices, and tokens of reverence. They said, "This being so, we will give you our daughter." After Visakha's marriage, on one occasion some country folks came bringing a mare and a foal. As they could not tell which was the mare and which the foal, the king ordered the ministers to examine them closely, and to report to him on the matter. The ministers examined them both for a whole day, became weary, and arrived at no conclusion after all. When Mrgadhara went home in the evening, Visakha touched his feet and said, "O master, wherefore do ye return so late?" He told her everything that had occurred. Then Visakha said, "O master, what is there to investigate in that? Fodder should be laid before them in equal parts. The foal, after rapidly eating up its own share, will begin to devour its mother's also. But the mother, without eating, will hold up her head like this. That is the proper test." Mrgadhara told this to the ministers, who applied the test according to these instructions, and after daybreak they reported to the king, "This is the mother, O king, and that is the foal." The king asked how they knew that. "O king, the case is so and so." "How was it you did not know that yesterday?" "O king, how could we know it? Visakha has instructed us since." Said the king, "The Champa maiden is wise." It happened that a man who was bathing had left his boots on the bank. Another man came up, tied the boots round his head, and began to bathe likewise. When the first man had done bathing and come out of the water, he missed the boots. The other man said, "Hey, man, what are you looking for?" "My boots." "Where are your boots? When you have boots, you should tie them round your head, as I do, before going into the water." As a dispute arose between the two men as to whom the boots belonged to, they both had recourse to the king. The king told the ministers to investigate the case thoroughly, and to give the boots to the proper owner. The ministers began to investigate the case, and examined first the one man and then the other. Each of the men affirmed that he was the owner. While these assertions were being made, the day came to an end, and in the evening the ministers returned home wearied out, without having brought the matter to a satisfactory conclusion. Visakha questioned Mrgadhara, and he told her all about it, whereupon she said, "O master, what is there to investigate? Say to one of them, 'Take one of the boots,' and to the other man, 'Take the other boot.' The real owner will say in that case, 'Why should my two boots be separated?' But the other, the man to whom they do not really belong, will say, 'What good do I gain by this if I only get one boot?' That is the proper test to apply." Mrgadhara went and told this to the ministers, and so forth, as is written above, down to the words, "The king said, 'The Champa maiden is wise.'" It happened that some merchants brought a stem of sandalwood to the king as a present, but no one knew which was the upper end of it and which the lower. So the king ordered his ministers to settle the question. They spent a whole day in examining the stem, but they could make nothing of it. In the evening they returned to their homes. Mrgadhara again told Visakha all about the matter, and she said, "O master, what is there to investigate? Place the stem in water. The root end will then sink, but the upper end will float upward. That is the proper test." Mrgadhara communicated this to the ministers, and so forth, as written above, down to the words, "The king said, 'The Champa maiden is wise.'" There was a householder in a hill village who, after he had married in his own rank, remained without either son or daughter. As he longed earnestly for a child, he took unto himself a concubine. Thereupon his wife, who was of a jealous disposition, had recourse to a spell for the purpose of rendering that woman barren. But as that woman was quite pure, she became with child, and at the end of 9 months bore a son. Then she reflected thus: "As the worst of all enmities is the enmity between a wife and a concubine, and the stepmother will be sure to seek for a means of killing the child, what ought my husband, what ought I to do? As I shall not be able to keep it alive, I had better give it to her." After taking counsel with her husband, who agreed with her in the matter, she said to the wife, "O sister, I give you my son. Take him." The wife thought, "As she who has a son ranks as the mistress of the house, I will bring him up." After she had taken charge of the boy, the father died. A dispute arose between the two women as to the possession of the house, each of them asserting that it belonged to her. They had recourse to the king. He ordered his ministers to go to the house and to make inquiries as to the ownership of the son. They investigated the matter, but the day came to an end before they had brought it to a satisfactory conclusion. In the evening they returned to their homes. Visakha again questioned Mrgadhara, who told her everything. Visakha said, "What need is there for investigation? Speak to the two women thus: As we do not know to which of you the boy belongs, let her who is the strongest take the boy. When each of them has taken hold of one of the boy's hands, and he begins to cry out on account of the pain, the real mother will let go, being full of compassion for him, and knowing that if her child remains alive she will be able to see it again. But the other, who has no compassion for him, will not let go. Then beat her with a switch, and she will thereupon confess the truth as to the whole matter. That is the proper test." Mrgadhara told this to the ministers, and so forth, as is written above, down to the words, "The king said, the Champa maiden is wise." End of section 8.
Section 9 of Library of the World's Best Mystery and Detective Stories, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Library of the World's Best Mystery and Detective Stories, Volume 6, by Julian Hawthorne, editor. Told by the Constable, from the 1001 Nights. Know ye that when I entered the service of this Emir, I had a great repute, and every low fellow and lewd feared me most of all mankind. And when I rode through the city, each and every of the folk would point at me with their fingers and sign at me with their eyes. It happened one day, as I sat in the palace of the prefecture, back propped against a wall, considering in myself, suddenly there fell somewhat in my lap, and behold, it was a purse sealed and tied. So I hinted in hand, and lo, it had in it 100 dirhams. But I found not who threw it, and I said, Lauded be the Lord, the King of the kingdoms. Another day, as I sat in the same way, somewhat fell on me and startled me, and look I, 'twas a purse like the first. I took it, and hiding the matter, made as though I slept, albeit sleep was not with me. One day, as I thus shammed sleep, I suddenly sensed in my lap a hand, and in it a purse of the finest. So I seized the hand, and behold, 'twas that of a fair woman. Quoth I to her, O my lady, who art thou? And quoth she, Rise and come away from here, that I may make myself known to thee. Presently I rose up, and following her, walked on without tarrying, till we stopped at the door of a high-builded house, whereupon I asked her, O my lady, who art thou? Indeed thou hast done me kindness. And what is the reason of this? She answered, By Allah, O Captain Mu'in, I am a woman on whom love and longing are sore for desire of the daughter of the Kasi Amin al-Hakum. Now there was between me and her what was, and fondness for her fell upon my heart. And I agreed upon an assignation with her, according to possibility and convenience. But her father Amin al-Hakum took her and went away. And my heart cleaveth to her, and yearning and distraction waxed sore upon me for her sake. I said to her, marveling the while at her words, What wouldst thou have me do? And said she, O Captain Mu'in, I would have thee lend me helping hand, Quoth I, Where am I, and where is the daughter of the Kasi Amin al-Hakum? And quoth she, Be assured that I would not have thee intrude upon the Kasi's daughter, but I would fain work for the winning of my wishes. This is my will and my want, which may not be wroughten save by thine aid. Then she added, I mean this night to go with heart enheartened, and hire me bracelets and armlets and anklets of price. Then will I hie me and sit in the street wherein is the house of Amin al-Hakum. And when 'tis the season of the round and folk are asleep, do thou pass, thou and those who are with thee of the men, and thou wilt see me sitting, and on me find raiment and ornaments, and wilt smell on me the odor of otars. Whereupon do thou question me of my case, and I will say, I hail from the citadel, and am of the daughters of the deputies, and I came down into the town for a purpose. But night overtook me all unawares, and the Zawalia gate was shut against me, and all the other portals, and I knew not whither I shall wend this night. Presently I saw this street, and noting the goodly fashion of its ordinance and its cleanliness, I sheltered me therein against break of day. When I speak these words to thee, with complete self-possession, the chief of the watch will have no ill suspicion of me, but will say, There is no help, but that we leave her with one who will take care of her till morning. There too do thou rejoin. 'Twere best that she night with Amin al-Hakum, and lie with his wives and his children until dawn of day. Then straightway knock at the Qazi's door, and thus shall I have secured admission into his house, without inconvenience, and won my wish and the peace. I said to her, By Allah, this is an easy matter. So when the night was blackest, we rose to make our round, followed by men with girded swords, and went about the ways encompassing the city, till we came to the street where was the woman. And it was the middle of the night, where we smelled rich scents, and heard the clanking of rings. So I said to my comrades, Methinks I espy a spectre, and the captain of the watch cried, See what it is. Accordingly I undertook the work, and entering the thoroughfare presently came out again and said, I found a fair woman, and she telleth me that she is from the citadel, and that dark night surprised her. And she saw this street, and noting its cleanliness and goodly fashion of ordinance, knew that it belonged to a great man, and that needs must there be in it a guardian to keep watch over it. So she sheltered her therein. Quoth the captain of the watch to me, Take her and carry her to thy house. But quoth I seek refuge with Allah. My house is no strong box, and on this woman are trinkets and fine clothing. By Allah, we will not deposit the lady save with Amin al-Hakum, in whose street she hath been since the first darkening of the darkness. Therefore do thou leave her with him till break of day. He rejoined, Do whatso thou willest. So I rapped at the Qazi's gate, and out came a black slave of his slaves, to whom said I, O my lord, take this woman, and let her be with you till day shall dawn. For that the lieutenant of the emir, Alam ad-Din, hath found her with trinkets and fine apparel on her, sitting at the door of your house, and we feared lest her responsibility be upon you. Wherefore I suggested 'twere meetest she night with you. So the chattel opened and took her in with him. Now when the morning morrowed, the first who presented himself before the emir was the Kasi Amin al-Hakum, leaning on two of his negro slaves, and he was crying out and calling for aid and saying, O emir, crafty and perfidious, yesternight thou depositedst with me a woman, and broughtest her into my house and home. And she arose in the dark, and took from me the monies of the little orphans my wards, 6 great bags, each containing 1,000 dinars, and made off. But as for me, I will say no syllable to thee except in the Sultan's presence. When the Wali heard these words, he was troubled, and rose, and sat down in his agitation. Then he took the judge, and placing him by his side, soothed him, and exhorted him to patience, till he had made an end of talk. When he turned to the officers, and questioned them of that, They fixed the affair on me and said, We know nothing of this matter but from Captain Muin al-Din. So the Kasi turned to me and said, Thou wast of accord to practice upon me with this woman, for she said she came from the citadel. As for me, I stood with my head bowed groundwards, forgetting both Sunnah and Fars, and remained sunk in my thought, saying, How came I to be duped by that wily wench? Then cried the Emir to me, What aileth thee that thou answerest not? Thereupon I replied, O my lord, 'tis a custom among the folk, that he who hath a payment to make at a certain date is allowed 3 days' grace. Do thou have patience with me so long, and if at the end of that time the culprit be not found, I will be responsible for that which is lost. When the folk heard my speech, they all approved it as reasonable. And the Wali turned to the Kasi and sware to him that he would do his utmost to recover the stolen monies, adding, And they shall be restored to thee. Then he went away, whilst I mounted without stay or delay, and began toing and froing about the world, without purpose, and indeed I was become the underling of a woman without honesty or honor. And I went my rounds in this way all that my day and all that my night, but happened not upon tidings of her. And thus I did on the morrow. On the 3rd day I said to myself, Thou art mad or silly, for I was wandering in quest of a woman, who knew me and I knew her not, she being veiled when I met her. Then I went round about the 3rd day, till the hour of mid-afternoon prayer, and sore waxed my cark and my care, for I kenned that there remained to me of my life but the morrow, when the chief of police would send for me. However, as sundown time came, I passed through one of the main streets, and saw a woman at a window. Her door was ajar, and she was clapping her hands and casting sidelong glances at me, as who should say, Come up by the door. So I went up, without fear or suspicion, and when I entered, she rose and clasped me to her breast. I marveled at the matter, and quoth she to me, I am she whom thou depositedst with Amin al-Hakum. Quoth I to her, O my sister, I have been going round and round in request of thee. For indeed thou hast done a deed which will be chronicled, and hast cast me into red death on thine account. She asked me, Dost thou speak thus to me, and thou a captain of men? And I answered, How should I not be troubled, seeing that I be in concern for an affair that I turn over and over in mind, more by token that I continue my day long going about searching for thee. And in the night I watch its stars and the planets. Cried she, Naught shall betide save weal, and thou shalt get the better of him. So saying, she rose, and going to a chest, drew out therefrom 6 bags full of gold, and said to me, This is what I took from Amin al-Hakum's house. So when thou wilt restore it, else the whole is lawfully thine. And if thou desire other than this, thou shalt obtain it, for I have monies in plenty, and I had no design herein, save to marry thee. Then she arose, and opening other chest, brought out therefrom wealth galore. And I said to her, O my sister, I have no wish for all this, nor do I want aught, except to be quit of that wherein I am. Quoth she, I came not forth from the Kazi's house without preparing for thine acquittance. Then said she to me, When the morrow shall morn, and Amin al-Hakum shall come to thee, bear with him, till he have made an end of his speech. And when he is silent, return him no reply. And if the Wali asks, What aileth thee that thou answerest me not? Do thou rejoin, O Lord and Master, know that the 2 words are not alike, but there is no helper for the conquered one, save Allah Almighty. The Kasi will cry, What is the meaning of thy saying? The 2 words are not alike. And do thou retort, I depositedst with thee a damsel from the palace of the Sultan, and most likely some enemy of hers in thy household hath transgressed against her, or she hath been secretly murdered. Verily, there were on her raiment and ornaments worth 1,000 ducats, And hast thou put to the question those who are with thee of slaves and slave girls? Needs must thou have litten on some traces of the crime. When he heareth this from thee, his trouble will redouble, and he will be angered, and will make oath that thou hast no help for it but to go with him to his house. However, do thou say, That will I not do, for I am the party aggrieved, more especially because I am under suspicion with thee. If he redouble in calling on Allah's aid, and conjure thee by the oath of divorce, saying, Thou must assuredly come, do thou reply, By Allah, I will not go, unless the chief also go with me. Then, as soon as thou comest to the house, begin by searching the terrace roofs, then rummage the closets and cabinets, and if thou find naught, humble thyself before the Kasi, and be abject, and feign thyself subjected, and after examine well the door, because there is a dark corner there. Then come forward, with heart harder than cyanite stone, and lay hold upon a jar of the jars, and raise it from its place. Thou wilt find there under it a mantilla skirt. Bring it out publicly, and call the wali in a loud voice, before those who are present. Then open it, and thou wilt find it full of blood, and therein a woman's walking boots, and somewhat of linen. When I heard from her these words, I rose to go out, and she said to me, Take these 100 sequins, so they may succor thee, and such is my guest gift to thee. Accordingly, I took them, and leaving her door ajar, returned to my lodging. Next morning, up came the judge, with his face like the jock's eye, and asked, In the name of Allah, where is my debtor, and where is my property? Then he wept, and cried out, and said to the wali, Where is that ill-omened fellow, who aboundeth in robbery and villainy? Thereupon the chief turned to me and said, Why dost thou not answer the Kasi? And I replied, O Emir, the two heads are not equal, and I have no helper. But, an the right be on my side, 'twill appear. At this the judge grew hotter of temper, and cried out, Woe to thee, O ill-omened wight! How wilt thou make manifest that the right is on thy side? I replied, O our lord the Kasi, I deposited with thee, and in thy charge a woman, whom we found at thy door, and on her raiment and ornaments of price. Now she is gone, even as yesterday is gone. And after this thou turnest upon us, and suest me for 6,000 gold pieces? By Allah, this is none other than a mighty great wrong, and assuredly some foe of hers in thy household hath transgressed against her. With this the judge's wrath redoubled, and he swore by the most solemn of oaths that I should go with him and search his house. I replied, By Allah, I will not go, unless the wali go with us, and thee be present, he and the officers. Thou wilt not dare to work thy wicked will upon me. So the Kasi rose and swore an oath, saying, By the truth of him who created mankind, we will not go but with the Emir. Accordingly, we repaired to the judge's house, accompanied by the chief, and going up, searched it through, but found naught. Whereat fear fell upon me, and the wali turned to me and said, Fie upon thee, O ill-omened fellow! Thou hast put us to shame before the men. All this, and I wept, and went round about right and left, with tears running down my face, till we were about to go forth, and drew near the door of the house. I looked at the place which the woman had mentioned, and asked, What is yonder place I see? Then said I to the men, Pull up this jar with me. They did my bidding, and I saw somewhat appearing under the jar, and said, Rummage, and look at what is under it. So they searched, and behold, they came upon a woman's mantilla, and walking boots stained with blood, which when I espied, I fell down in fainting fit. Now when the wali saw this, he said, By Allah, the captain is excused. Then my comrades came round about me, and sprinkled water on my face, till I recovered. When I arose, I accosted the Kasi, who was covered with confusion, said to him, Thou seest that suspicion is fallen on thee, and indeed this affair is no light matter, because this woman's family will assuredly not sit down quietly under her loss. Therewith the Kazi's heart quaked and fluttered, for that he knew the suspicion had reverted upon him. Wherefore his colour yellowed, and his limbs smote together, and he paid of his own money, after the measure of that he had lost, so we would quench that fire for him. Then we departed from him in peace, whilst I said within myself, Indeed the woman false me not. After that I tarried till 3 days had passed, when I went to the hammam and changed my clothes, betook myself to her home, but found the door shut and covered with dust. So I asked the neighbors of her, and they answered, This house hath been empty of habitants these many days. But 3 days agone, there came a woman with an ass, and at supper time last night she took her gear and went away. Hereat I turned back, bewildered in my wit, and for many days after I inquired of the dwellers in that street concerning her, but could happen on no tidings of her. And indeed I wondered at the eloquence of her tongue and the readiness of her talk. And this is the most admirable of all I've seen, and whatso hath betided me. End of section 9. Read by John Oshler. Library of the World's Best Mystery and Detective Stories, Volume 6, by Julian Hawthorne, editor.
Section 10 of Library of the World's Best Mystery and Detective Stories, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Max Körlinge. Library of the World's Best Mystery and Detective Stories, Volume 6, by Julian Hawthorne, editor. Section 10. The Unjust Sentence, from the Chinese. Mr. Chu was a native of Yangkou, and, as a young man, was much given to playing tricks and talking in a loose kind of way. Having lost his wife, he went off to ask a certain old woman to arrange another match for him, and on the way he chanced to fall in with a neighbor's wife, who took his fancy very much. So he said in a joke to the old woman, "Get me that stylish-looking, handsome lady, and I shall be quite satisfied." "I'll see what I can do," replied the old woman, also joking, "if you manage to kill her present husband," upon which Chu laughed and said he would certainly do so. Now, about a month afterwards, the said husband, who had gone out to collect some money due to him, was actually killed in a lonely spot, and the magistrate of the district immediately summoned the neighbors and beadle and held the usual inquest, but was unable to find any clue to the murderer. However, the old woman told the story of her conversation with Chu, and suspicion at once fell upon him. The constables came and arrested him, but he stoutly denied the charge, and the magistrate now began to suspect the wife of the murdered man. Accordingly, she was severely beaten and tortured in several ways until her strength failed her, and she falsely acknowledged her guilt. Note by Herbert A. Giles, translator. Such has doubtless been the occasional result of torture in China, but the singular keenness of the mandarins, as a body, in recognizing the innocent and detecting the guilty, that is, when their own avaricious interests are not involved, makes this contingency so rare as to be almost unknown. A good instance came under my own notice at Swatow in 1876. For years, a Chinese servant had been employed at the foreign custom house to carry a certain sum of money every week to the bank, and at length his honesty was above suspicion. On the occasion to which I allude, he had been sent as usual with a bag of dollars, but after a short absence he rushed back with a frightful gash on his right arm, evidently inflicted by a heavy chopper, and laying the bone bare. The money was gone. He said he had been invited into a tea house by a couple of soldiers whom he could point out, that they had tried to wrest the bag from him, and that at length one of them seized the chopper and inflicted so severe a wound on his arm that in his agony he dropped the money, and the soldiers made off with it. The latter were promptly arrested and confronted with their accuser, but with almost indecent haste the police magistrate dismissed the case against them and declared that he believed the man had made away with the money and inflicted the wound on himself. And so it turned out to be, under overwhelming evidence. This servant of proved fidelity had given way to a rash hope of making a little money at the gambling table, had hurried into one of these halls and lost everything in 3 stakes, had wounded himself on the right arm, he was a left-handed man, and had concocted the story of the soldiers, all within the space of about 25 minutes. When he saw that he was detected, he confessed everything, without having received a single blow of the bamboo, but up to the moment of his confession, the foreign feeling against that police magistrate was undeniably strong. End note. Chu was then examined, and he said, "This delicate woman could not bear the agony of your tortures. What she has stated is untrue, and, even should her wrong escape the notice of the gods, for her to die in this way with a stain upon her name is more than I can endure. I will tell the whole truth. I killed the husband that I might secure the wife. She knew nothing at all about it." And when the magistrate asked for some proof, Chu said his bloody clothes would be evidence enough. But when they sent to search his house, no bloody clothes were forthcoming. He was then beaten till he fainted. Yet when he came round, he still stuck to what he said. "It is my mother," cried he, "who will not sign the death warrant of her son. Let me go myself, and I will get the clothes." So he was escorted by a guard to his home, and there he explained to his mother that whether she gave up or withheld the clothes, it was all the same, that in either case he would have to die, and it was better to die early than late. Thereupon his mother wept bitterly, and going into the bedroom, brought out, after a short delay, the required clothes, which were taken at once to the magistrates. There was now no doubt as to the truth of Chu's story, and as nothing occurred to change the magistrate's opinion, Chu was thrown into prison to await the day for his execution. Meanwhile, as the magistrate was one day inspecting his jail, suddenly a man appeared in the hall, who glared at him fiercely and roared out, "Dull-headed fool, unfit to be the guardian of the people's interests!" Whereupon the crowd of servants standing round rushed forward to seize him, but with one sweep of his arms he laid them all flat on the ground. The magistrate was frightened out of his wits, and tried to escape, but the man cried out to him, "I am one of Quan Ti's lieutenants. If you move 1 inch, you are lost." So the magistrate stood there, shaking from head to foot with fear, while his visitor continued, "The murderer is Kung Piao. Chu had nothing to do with it." The lieutenant then fell down on the ground, and was, to all appearance, lifeless. However, after a while he recovered, his face having quite changed, and when they asked him his name, lo, it was Kung Piao. Under the application of the bamboo he confessed his guilt. Always an unprincipled man, he had heard that the murdered man was going out to collect money, and thinking he would be sure to bring it back with him, he had killed him, but had found nothing. Then, when he learned that Chu had acknowledged the crime as his own doing, he had rejoiced in secret at such a stroke of luck. How he had got into the magistrate's hall he was quite unable to say. The magistrate now called for some explanation of Chu's bloody clothes, which Chu himself was unable to give, but his mother, who was at once sent for, stated that she had cut her own arm to stain them, and when they examined her they found on her left arm the scar of a recent wound. The magistrate was lost in amazement at all this. Unfortunately for him, the reversal of his sentence cost him his appointment, and he died in poverty, unable to find his way home. As for Chu, the widow of the murdered man married him in the following year, out of gratitude for his noble behavior. End of section 10. Recording by Max Körlinge, alias Fongi.
Section 11 of Library of the World's Best Mystery and Detective Stories, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Malane. Library of the World's Best Mystery and Detective Stories, Volume 6, by Julian Hawthorne, Editor. Section 11. The Scar on the Throat, from the 1001 Nights. There was once a king named Sulayman Shah, who was goodly of policy and counsel, and he had a brother who died and left a daughter. So Sulayman Shah reared her with the best of rearing, and the girl became a model of reason and perfection, nor was there in her time a more beautiful than she. Now the king had 2 sons, one of whom he had appointed in his mind to wed her, while the other purposed to take her. The eldest son's name was Bahluwan, and that of the younger Malik Shah, and the girl was called Shah Khatun. Now one day King Sulayman Shah went into his brother's daughter and, kissing her head, said to her, Thou art my daughter, and dearer to me than a child, for the love of thy late father, who hath found mercy. Wherefore I purpose espousing thee to one of my sons, and appointing him my heir apparent, so he may be king after me. Look then which thou wilt have of my sons, for that thou hast been reared with them, and knowest them. The maiden arose, and kissing his hand, said to him, O my lord, I am thine handmaid, and thou art the ruler over me. So whatever liketh thee, do that same, inasmuch as thy wish is higher and honourabler and holier than mine. And if thou wouldst have me serve thee as a handmaid for the rest of my life, 'twere fairer to me than any mate. The king commended her speech, and conferred on her a robe of honour, and gave her magnificent gifts, after which, his choice having fallen upon his younger son, Malik Shah, he wedded her with him, and made him his heir apparent, and bade the folk swear fealty to him. When this reached his brother Bahluwan, and he was aware that his younger brother had by favour been preferred over him, his breast was straitened, and the affair was sore to him, and envy entered into him and hate. But he hid this in his heart, while fire raged therein because of the damsel and the dominion. Meanwhile Shah Khatun went in bridal splendour to the king's son, and conceived by him, and bare a son, as he were the illuming moon. When Bahluwan saw this betide his brother, envy and jealousy overcame him, so he went in one night to his father's palace, and coming to his brother's chamber, saw the nurse sleeping at the door with the cradle before her, and therein his brother's child asleep. Bahluwan stood by him, and fell to looking upon his face, whose radiance was as that of the moon, and Satan insinuated himself into his heart, so that he bethought himself and said, Why be not this babe mine? Verily, I am worthier of him than my brother, yea, and of the damsel and the dominion. Then the idea got the mastery of him, and anger drove him, so that he took out a knife, and setting it to the child's gullet, cut his throat and would have severed his windpipe. So he left him for dead, and entering his brother's chamber, saw him asleep, with the princess by his side, and thought to slay her, but said to himself, I will leave the girl-wife for myself. Then he went up to his brother, and cutting his throat, parted head from body, after which he left him and went away. But now the world was straitened upon him, and his life was a light matter to him, and he sought the lodging of his sire Sulayman Shah, that he might slay him also, but could not get admission to him. So he went forth from the palace, and hid himself in the city till the morrow, when he repaired to one of his father's fortalices, and therein fortified himself. On this wise it was with him, but as regards the nurse, she presently awoke that she might give the child suck, and seeing the cradle running with blood, cried out, whereupon the sleeper started up, and the king was aroused, and making for the place, found the child with his throat cut, and the bed running over with blood, and his father dead with a slit wizened in his sleeping chamber. They examined the child, and found life in him, and his windpipe whole, and they sewed up the place of the wound. Then the king sought his son Bahluwan, but found him not, and saw that he had fled. So he knew that it was he who had done this deed, and this was grievous to the king and to the people of his realm, and to the lady Shah Khatun. Thereupon the king laid out his son Malik Shah, and buried him, and made him a mighty funeral, and they mourned with passing sore mourning, after which he applied himself to rearing the infant. As for Bahluwan, when he fled and fortified himself, his power waxed amain, and there remained for him but to make war upon his father, who had cast his fondness upon the child, and used to rear him on his knees and supplicate Almighty Allah that he might live, so he might commit the command to him. When he came to 5 years of age, the king mounted him on horseback, and the people of the city rejoiced in him, and prayed for him length of life, that he might take vengeance for his father and heal his grandsire's heart. Meanwhile Bahluwan the rebel addressed himself to pay court to Caesar, king of the Roum, and crave aid of him in debelling his father, and he inclined unto him and gave him a numerous army. His sire, the king, hearing of this, sent to Caesar, saying, O glorious king of might illustrious, succor not an evildoer. This is my son, and he hath done so, and cut his brother's throat, and that of his brother's son in the cradle. But he told not the king of the Roum that the child had recovered and was alive. When Caesar heard the truth of the matter, it was grievous to him as grievous could be, and he sent back to Sulayman Shah, saying, An it be thy wish, O king, I will cut off his head and send it to thee. But he made answer, saying, I care naught for him. Soon and surely the reward of his deed and his crimes shall overtake him, if not today, then tomorrow. And from that date he continued to exchange letters and presents with Caesar. Now the king of the Roum heard tell of the widowed princess, and of the beauty and loveliness wherewith she was endowed, wherefore his heart clave to her, and he sent to seek her in wedlock of Sulayman Shah, who could not refuse him. So he arose, and going into Shah Khatun, said to her, O my daughter, the king of the Roum hath sent to me to seek thee in marriage. What sayest thou? She wept and replied, O king, how canst thou find it in thy heart to address me thus? As for me, abideth their husband for me after the son of my uncle? Rejoined the king, O my daughter, 'tis indeed as thou sayest, but here let us look to the issues of affairs. I must now take compt of death, for that I am a man shot in years, and fear not, save for thee and thy little son. And indeed I have written to the king of the Roum and others of the kings, and said, his uncle slew him, and said not that he hath recovered and is living, but concealed his affair. Now the king of the Roum hath sent to demand thee in marriage, and this is no thing to be refused, and fain would we have our back strengthened with him. And she was silent and spake not. So King Sulayman Shah made answer to Caesar with hearing and obeying. Then he arose and dispatched her to him, and Caesar went in to her, and found her passing the description wherewith they had described her, wherefore he loved her every day more and more, and preferred her over all his women, and his affection for Sulayman Shah was increased. But Shah Khatun's heart still clave to her child, and she could say naught. As for Sulayman Shah's son, the rebel Bahluwan, when he saw that Shah Khatun had married the king of the Roum, this was grievous to him, and he despaired of her. Meanwhile his father Sulayman Shah watched over the child, and cherished him, and named him Malik Shah, after the name of his sire. When he reached the age of 10, he made the folk do homage to him, and appointed him his heir apparent. And after some days, the old king's time for paying the debt of nature drew near, and he died. Now a party of the troops had banded themselves together for Bahluwan, so they sent to him, and bringing him privily, went into the little Malik Shah, and seized him, and seated his uncle Bahluwan on the throne of kingship. Then they proclaimed him king, and did homage to him all, saying, Verily, we desire thee and deliver to thee the throne of kingship, but we wish of thee that thou slay not thy brother's son, because we are still bounden by the oaths we swore to his sire and his grandsire, and the covenants we made with them. So Bahluwan granted this to them, and imprisoned the boy in an underground dungeon, and straitened him. Presently the grievous news reached his mother, and this was to her a fresh grief, but she could not speak, and committed her affair to Allah Almighty, for that she durst not name this to King Caesar her spouse, lest she should make her uncle King Sulayman Shah a liar. But as regards Bahluwan the rebel, he abode king in his father's place, and his affairs prospered, while young Malik Shah lay in the souterrain 4 full-told years, till his favour faded and his charms changed. When he, extolled and exalted be he, willed to relieve him and to bring him forth of the prison, Bahluwan sat one day with his chief officers and the lords of his land, and discoursed with them of the story of his sire, King Sulayman Shah, and what was in his heart. Now there were present certain wazirs, men of worth, and they said to him, O king, verily Allah hath been bountiful to thee, and hath brought thee to thy wish, so that thou art become king in thy father's palace, and has won whatso thou wishedest. But as for this youth, there is no guilt in him, because he, from the day of his coming into the world, hath seen neither ease nor pleasure, and indeed his favour is faded and his charms changed. What is his crime that he should merit such pains and penalties? Indeed, others than he were to blame, and hereto Allah hath given thee the victory over them, and there is no fault in this poor lad. Quoth Bahluwan, Verily, 'tis as ye say, but I fear his machinations, and am not safe from his mischief. Haply the most part of the folk will incline unto him. They replied, O king, what is this boy, and what power hath he? And thou fear him? Send him to one of the frontiers. And Bahluwan said, Ye speak sooth. So we will send him as captain of war to reduce one of the outlying stations. Now over against the place in question was a host of enemies, hard of heart, and in this he designed the slaughter of the youth. So he bade bring him forth of the underground dungeon, and caused him draw near to him, and saw his case. Then he robed him, whereat the folk rejoiced, and bound for him the banners, and, giving him a mighty many, dispatched him to the quarter aforesaid, whither all who went or were slain or were taken. Accordingly Malik Shah fared thither with his force, and when it was one of the days, behold, the enemy attacked them in the night, whereupon some of his men fled, and the rest the enemy captured, and they seized Malik Shah also, and cast him into a pit with a company of his men. His fellows mourned over his beauty and loveliness, and there he abode a whole 12-month in the evilest plight. Now at the beginning of every year it was the enemy's wont to bring forth their prisoners and cast them down from the top of the citadel to the bottom. So at the custom time they brought them forth and cast them down, and Malik Shah with them. However, he fell upon the other men, and the ground touched him not, for his term was God guarded. But those who were cast down there were slain upon the spot, and their bodies ceased not to lie there till the wild beasts ate them, and the winds scattered their bones. Malik Shah abode strown in his place and aswoon all that day and that night, and when he revived and found himself safe and sound, he thanked Allah the Most High for his safety, and rising, left the place. He gave not over walking, unknowing whither he went, and dieting upon the leaves of the trees, and by day he hid himself where he might, and fared on at hazard all the night, and thus he did for some days, till he came to a populous part, and seeing folk there, accosted them. He acquainted them with his case, giving them to know that he had been prisoned in the fortress, and that they had thrown him down, but Almighty Allah had saved him, and brought him off alive. The people had ruth on him, and gave him to eat and drink, and he abode with them several days. Then he questioned them of the way that led to the kingdom of his uncle Bahluwan, but told them not that he was his father's brother. So they showed him the road, and he ceased not to go barefoot, till he drew near his uncle's capital, naked and hungry, and indeed his limbs were lean, and his colour changed. He sat down at the city gate, when behold, up came a company of King Bahluwan's chief officers, who were out a-hunting, and wished to water their horses. They lighted down to rest, and the youth accosted them, saying, I would ask you of somewhat, that ye may acquaint me therewith. Quoth they, Ask what thou wilt. And quoth he, Is King Bahluwan well? They derided him, and replied, What a fool art thou, O youth! Thou art a stranger and a beggar, and whence art thou that thou shouldst question concerning the king? Cried he, In very sooth he is my uncle. Whereat they marvelled and said, 'Twas one catch question, and now 'tis become two. Then said they to him, O youth, it is as if thou wert gin-mad. Whence comest thou to claim kinship with the king? Indeed, we know not that he hath any kith and kin save a nephew, a brother's son, who was prisoned with him, and he dispatched him to wage war upon the infidels, so that they slew him. Said Malik Shah, I am he, and they slew me not, but there befell me this and that. They knew him forthwith, and rising to him, kissed his hands and rejoiced in him, and said to him, O our lord, thou art indeed a king, and the son of a king, and we desire thee naught but good, and we pray for thy continuance. Look how Allah hath rescued thee from this wicked uncle, who sent thee to a place whence none ever came off safe and sound, purposing not in this but thy destruction, and indeed thou fellest upon death, from which Allah delivered thee. How then wilt thou return and cast thyself again into thy foeman's hand? By Allah, save thyself, and return not to him this second time. Haply thou shalt abide upon the face of the earth till it please Almighty Allah to receive thee, but, an thou fall again into his hand, he will not suffer thee to live a single hour. The prince thanked them, and said to them, Allah reward you with all weal, for indeed ye give me loyal counsel. But whither would ye have me wend? Quoth they, To the land of the Roum, the abiding place of thy mother. But, quoth he, my grandfather Sulayman Shah, when the king of the Roum wrote to him demanding my mother in marriage, hid my affair and secreted my secret, and she hath done the same, and I cannot make her a liar. Rejoined they, Thou sayest sooth, but we desire thine advantage, and even wert thou to take service with the folk, 'twere a means of thy continuance. Then each and every of them brought out to him money, and gave him a modicum, and clad him and fed him, and fared on with him the length of a parasang, till they brought him far from the city, and letting him know that he was safe, departed from him, while he journeyed till he came forth of his uncle's reign, and entered the dominion of the Roum. Then he made a village, and taking up his abode therein, applied himself to serving one there in earing and seeding and the like. As for his mother, Shah Khatun, great was her longing for her child, and she thought of him ever, and news of him was cut off from her. So her life was troubled, and she forswore sleep, and could not make mention of him before King Caesar, her spouse. Now she had a eunuch, who had come with her from the court of her uncle King Sulayman Shah, and he was intelligent, quick-witted, right-readed. So she took him apart one day, and said to him, shedding tears the while, Thou hast been my eunuch from my childhood to this day. Canst thou not therefore get me tidings of my son, seeing that I cannot speak of his matter? He replied, O my lady, this is an affair which thou hast concealed from the commencement, and were thy son here, 'twould not be possible for thee to entertain him, lest thine honour be smirched with the king, for they would never credit thee, since the news hath been bruited abroad that thy son was slain by his uncle. Quoth she, The case is even as thou sayest, and thou speakest sooth. But, provided I know that my son is alive, let him be in these parts pasturing sheep, and let me not sight him, nor he sight me. He asked, How shall we manage in this matter? And she answered, Here be my treasures and my wealth. Take all thou wilt, and bring me my son, or else tidings of him. Then they devised a device between them, which was that they should feign some business in their own country, to wit that she had wealth there buried from the time of her husband, Malik Shah, and that none knew of it but this eunuch who was with her, so it behoved him to go fetch it. Accordingly, she acquainted the king her husband with that, and sought his permit for the eunuch to fare. And the king granted him leave of absence for the journey, and charged him devise a device, lest he come to grief. The eunuch, therefore, disguised himself in merchant's habit, and repairing to Balawan's city, began to make espial concerning the youth's case. Whereupon they told him that he had been prisoned in a souterrain, and that his uncle had released him, and dispatched him to such a place where they had slain him. When the eunuch heard this, the mishap was grievous to him, and his breast was straitened, and he knew not what to do. It chanced one day of the days that a certain of the horsemen, who had fallen in with the young Malik Shah by the water, and clad him and given him spending money, saw the eunuch in the city habited as a merchant, and recognizing him, questioned him of his case and of the cause of his coming. Quoth he, I came to sell merchandise. And quoth the horseman, I will tell thee somewhat, and thou canst keep it secret. Answered the eunuch, That I can. What is it? And the other said, We met the king's son, Malik Shah, I and sundry of the Arabs who were with me, and saw him by such a water, and gave him spending money, and sent him toward the land of the Rum, near his mother, for that we feared for him lest his uncle Balawan slay him. Then he told him all that had passed between them, whereat the eunuch's countenance changed, and he said to the cavalier, Thou art safe. The knight replied, Thou also art safe, though thou come in quest of him. And the eunuch rejoined, saying, Truly, that is my errand. There is no rest for his mother, lying down or rising up, and she hath sent me to seek news of him. Quoth the cavalier, Go in safety, for he is in a quarter of the land of the Rum, even as I said to thee. The eunuch thanked him, and blessed him, and mounting returned upon his road, following the trail, while the knight rode with him to a certain highway, when he said to him, This is where we left him. Then he took leave of him, and returned to his own city, while the eunuch fared on along the road, inquiring in every village he entered of the youth, by the description which the rider had given him. And he ceased not thus to do till he came to the village wherein was young Malik Shah. So he entered, and dismounting made inquiry after the prince, but none gave him news of him, whereat he abode perplexed concerning his affair, and made ready to depart. Accordingly he mounted his horse, but as he passed through the village he saw a cow bound with a rope, and a youth asleep by her side, bending the halter in hand. So he looked at him and passed on, and heeded him not in his heart. But presently he halted, and said to himself, And the youth who I am questing have become the like of this sleeping youth whom I passed but now. How shall I know him? Alas, the length of my travail and travel! How shall I go about in search of a somebody I know not, one whom, if I saw him face to face, I should not know? So saying, he turned back, musing anent that sleeping youth, and coming to him, he still sleeping, dismounted from his mare and sat down by his side. He fixed his eyes upon his face, and considered him a while, and said in himself, For aught I wot, this youth may be Malik Shah. Then he began hemming and saying, Hark ye, O youth! Whereupon the sleeper awoke and sat up, and the eunuch asked him, Who be thy father in this village, and where be thy dwelling? The youth sighed and replied, I am a stranger. And quoth the eunuch, From what land art thou, and who is thy sire? Quoth the other, I am from such a land. And the eunuch ceased not to question him, and he to answer his queries, till he was certified of him and knew him. So he arose and embraced him and kissed him and wept over his case. He also told him that he was wandering about in search of him, and informed him that he was come privily from the king, his mother's husband, and that his mother would be satisfied to weet that he was alive and well, though she saw him not. Then he re-entered the village, and buying the prince a horse, mounted him, and they ceased not going till they came to the frontier of their own country, where there fell robbers upon them by the way, and took all that was with them, and pinioned them, after which they threw them into a pit hard by the road, and went their ways and left them to die there. And indeed they had cast many folk into that pit, and they had perished. The eunuch fell a weeping in the pit, and the youth said to him, What is this weeping, and what shall it profit here? Quoth the eunuch, I weep not for fear of death, but of ruth for thee and the cursedness of thy case, and because of thy mother's heart, and for that which thou hast suffered of horrors, and that thy death should be this ignoble death, after the endurance of all manner of dire distresses. But the youth said, That which hath betided me was writ to me, and that which is written none hath power to efface. And if my life term be advanced, none may defer it. Then the twain passed that night, and the following day, and the next night, and the next day, in the hollow, till they were weak with hunger, and came nigh upon death, and could but groan feebly. Now it fortuned by the decree of Almighty Allah and his destiny, that Caesar, king of the Greeks, the spouse of Malik Shah's mother, Shah Khatun, went forth a-hunting that morning. He flushed a head of game, he and his company, and chased it, till they came up with it by that pit, whereupon one of them lighted down from his horse to slaughter it, hard by the mouth of the hollow. He heard a sound of low moaning from the sole of the pit, whereat he arose, and mounting his horse, waited till the troops were assembled. Then he acquainted the king with this, and he bade one of his servants descend into the hollow. So the man climbed down and brought out the youth and the eunuch in fainting condition. They cut their pinion bonds and poured wine down their throats till they came to themselves, when the king looked at the eunuch, and recognizing him, said, Hark ye, such an one. The eunuch replied, Yes, O my lord the king, and prostrated himself to him, whereat the king wondered with exceeding wonder, and asked him, How camest thou to this place, and what hath befallen thee? The eunuch answered, I went and took out the treasure and brought it thus far, but the evil eye was behind me, and I unknowing. So the thieves took us alone here, and seized the money, and cast us into this pit, that we might die the slow death of hunger, even as they had done with others. But Allah the Most High sent thee in pity to us. The king marvelled, he and his, and praised the Lord for that he had come thither, after which he turned to the eunuch and said to him, What is this youth thou hast with thee? He replied, O king, this is the son of a nurse who belonged to us, and we left him when he was a little one. I saw him today, and his mother said to me, Take him with thee. So this morning I brought him that he might be a servant to the king, for that he is an adroit youth and a clever. Then the king fared on, he and his company, and with them the eunuch and the youth, who questioned his companion of Balawan, and his dealing with his subjects. And he replied, saying, As thy head liveth, O my lord the king, the folk are in sore annoy with him, and not one of them wisheth a sight of him, be they high or low. When the king returned to his palace, he went into his wife Shah Khatun, and said to her, I give thee the glad tidings of thy eunuch's return. And he told her what had betided, and of the youth whom he had brought with him. When she heard this, her wits fled, and she would have screamed, but her reason restrained her. And the king said to her, What is this? Art thou overcome with grief for the loss of the moneys, or for that which hath befallen the eunuch? Said she, Nay, as thy head liveth, O king, but women are weaklings. Then came the eunuch, and going in to her, told her all that had happened to him, and also acquainted her with her son's case, and with that which he had suffered of distresses, and how his uncle had exposed him to slaughter, and he had been taken prisoner, and they had cast him into the pit, and hurled him from the highmost of the citadel, and how Allah had delivered him from these perils, all of them. And whilst he recounted to her all this, she wept. Then she asked him, when the king saw him, and questioned thee of him, what was it thou saidst him? And he answered, I said to him, this is the son of a nurse who belonged to us. We left him a little one, and he grew up. So I brought him, that he might be servant to the king. Cried she, thou didst well. And she charged him to serve the prince with faithful service. As for the king, he redoubled in kindness to the eunuch, and appointed the youth a liberal allowance, and the abode, going into and coming out of the king's house, and standing in his service. And every day he waxed better with him. As for Shah Khatun, she used to station herself at watch for him at the windows and in the balconies, and gaze upon him, and she frying on coals of fire on his account, yet could she not speak. In such condition she abode a long while, and indeed yearning for him was killing her. So she stood and watched for him one day at the door of her chamber, and straining him to her bosom, buzzed him on the breast, and kissed him on either cheek. At this moment, behold, out came the major domo of the king's household, and seeing her embracing the youth, started in amazement. Then he asked to whom that chamber belonged, and was answered, to Shah Khatun, wife of the king. Whereupon he turned back, quaking as one smitten by a leven bolt. The king saw him in a tremor, and said to him, Out on thee! What is the matter? Said he, O king, what matter can be more grievous than that which I see? Asked the king, What seest thou? And the officer answered, I see that the youth, who came with the eunuch, was not brought with him save on account of Shah Khatun. For I passed but now by her chamber door, and she was standing watching, and when the youth came up, she rose to him, and clipped him, and kissed him on his cheek. When the king heard this, he bowed his head amazed, perplexed, and sinking into a seat, clutched at his beard, and shook it till he came nigh upon plucking it out. Then he arose forthright, and laid hands on the youth, and clapped him in jail. He also took the eunuch, and cast them both into a souterrain under his palace. After this he went into Shah Khatun, and said to her, Brava, by Allah, O daughter of nobles! O thou whom kings sought to wed for the purity of thy repute and the fairness of the fame of thee! How seemly is thy semblance! Now may Allah curse her whose inward contrarieth her outward, after the likeness of thy base favour, whose exterior is handsome, and its interior fulsome, face fair, and deeds foul. Verily, I mean to make of thee and of yonder ne'er-do-well an example among the lieges, for that thou sentest not thine eunuch, but of intent on his account, so that he took him and brought him into my palace, and thou hast trampled my head with him, and this is none other than exceeding boldness. But thou shalt see what I will do with you all. So saying, he spat in her face, and went out from her, while Shah Khatun said nothing, well knowing that, an she spoke at that time, he would not credit her speech. Then she humbled herself in supplication to Allah Almighty, and said, O God the Great, thou knowest the things by secrecy ensealed, and their outwards revealed, and their inwards concealed. If an advanced life-term be appointed to me, let it not be deferred, and if a deferred one, let it not be advanced. On this wise she passed some days, while the king fell into bewilderment, and forswore meat and drink and sleep, and abode knowing not what lie should do, and saying to himself, And I slay the eunuch and the youth, my soul will not be solaced, for they are not to blame, seeing that she sent to fetch him, and my heart careth not to kill them all three. But I will not be hasty in doing them die, for that I fear repentance. Then he left them, so that he might look into the affair. Now he had a nurse, a foster mother, on whose knees he had been reared, and she was a woman of understanding, and suspected him, yet dared not question him. So she went in to Shah Khatun, and finding her in yet sadder plight than he, asked her what was to do, but she refused to answer. However, the nurse gave not over coaxing and questioning her, till she swore her to concealment. Accordingly, the old woman made oath that she would keep secret all that she should say to her, whereupon the queen to her related her history, first and last, and told her that the youth was her son. With this the old woman prostrated herself before her, and said to her, "This is a right easy matter." But the queen replied, "By Allah, O my mother, I prefer my destruction and that of my son to defending myself by a plea which they will not believe, for they will say, she pleadeth this only that she may fend off shame from herself, and naught will profit me save long suffering." The old woman was moved by her speech and her wisdom, and said to her, "Indeed, O my daughter, 'tis as thou sayest, and I hope in Allah that he will show forth the truth. Have patience, and I will presently go into the king and hear his words and machinate somewhat in this matter, Inshallah." Thereupon the ancient dame arose, and going into the king, found him with his head between his knees in sore pain of sorrow. She sat down by him a while and bespoke him with soft words, and said to him, "Indeed, O my son, thou consumest my vitals, for that these many days thou hast not mounted horse, and thou grievest, and I know not what aileth thee." He replied, "O my mother, all is due to yonder accursed, of whom I deemed so well, and who hath done this and that." Then he related to her the whole story from beginning to end, and she cried to him, "This thy chagrin is on account of a no better than she should be?" Quoth he, "I was but considering by what death I should slay them, so the folk may take warning and repent." And quoth she, "O my son, wear precipitance, for it gendereth repentance, and the slaying of them shall not escape thee. When thou art assured of this affair, do whatso thou willest." He rejoined, "O my mother, there needeth no assurance anent him for whom she dispatched her eunuch, and he fetched him." But she retorted, "There is a thing wherewith we will make her confess, and all that is in her heart shall be discovered to thee." Asked the king, "What is that?" And she answered, "I will bring thee the heart of a hoopie, which, when she sleepeth, do thou lay upon her bosom, and question her of everything thou wouldst know, and she will discover the same unto thee, and show forth the truth to thee." The king rejoiced in this, and said to his nurse, "Hasten thou, and let none know of thee." So she arose, and going into the queen, said to her, "I have done thy business, and 'tis as follows. This night the king will come in to thee, and do thou seem asleep. And if he ask thee of aught, do thou answer him, as if in thy sleep." The queen thanked her, and the old dame went away, and fetching the bird's heart, gave it to the king. Hardly was the night come, when he went into his wife, and found her lying back, a-slumbering. So he sat down by her side, and laying the hoopie's heart on her breast, waited a while, so he might be assured that she slept. Then said he to her, "Shah Khatun, Shah Khatun, is this my reward from thee?" Quoth she, "What offence have I committed?" And quoth he, "What offence can be greater than this? Thou sentest after yonder youth, and broughtest him hither on account of thy wicked desire." Said she, "This youth is my son, and a piece of my heart, and of my longing and affection for him I could not contain myself, but sprang upon him and kissed him. When the king heard this, he was dazed and amazed, and said to her, Hast thou a proof that this youth is thy son? Indeed, I have a letter from thine uncle King Sulayman Shah, informing me that his uncle Bahluwan cut his throat. Said she, Yes, he did indeed cut his throat, but severed not the windpipe. So my uncle sewed up the wound and reared him, for that his lifetime was not come. When the king heard this, he said, This proof sufficeth me, and rising forthright in the night, bade bring the youth and the eunuch. Then he examined his stepson's throat with a candle, and saw the scar where it had been cut from ear to ear, and indeed the place had healed up, and it was like a thread stretched out. Thereupon the king fell down prostrate before Allah, who had delivered the prince from all these perils and from the distresses he had suffered, and rejoiced with joy exceeding, because he had delayed and had not made haste to slay him, in which case mighty sore repentance had betided him. End of section 11. Recording by Malane.
Section 12 of the Library of the World's Best Mystery and Detective Stories, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Accessory. Library of the World's Best Mystery and Detective Stories, Volume 6 by Julian Hawthorne, Editor. Section 12, Devasmitá. There is a city in the world famous under the name of Tamralipta, and in that city there was a very rich merchant named Danadat, and he, being childless, assembled many Brahmins and said to them with due respect, Take such steps as will procure me a son soon. Then those Brahmins said to him, This is not at all difficult, for Brahmins can accomplish all things in this world by means of ceremonies in accordance with the scriptures. To give you an instance, there was in old times a king who had no sons, and he had 105 wives in his harem, and by means of a sacrifice to procure a son, there was born to him a son named Jantu, who was like the rising of the new moon to the eyes of his wives. Once on a time, an ant bit the boy on the thigh as he was crawling about on his knees, so that he was very unhappy and sobbed loudly. Thereupon the whole harem was full of confused lamentation, and the king himself shrieked out, my son, like a common man. The boy was soon comforted, the ant having been removed, and the king blamed the misfortune of his only having one son as the cause of all his grief. And he asked the Brahmins, in his affliction, if there was any expedient by which he might obtain a large number of children. They answered him, O king, there is one expedient open to you. You must slay this son, and offer up all his flesh in the fire. By smelling the smell of that sacrifice, all thy wives will obtain sons. When he had heard that, the king had the whole ceremony performed as they directed, and he obtained as many sons as he had wives. So we can obtain a son for you, also by burnt offering. When they had said this, Danadat, the Brahmins, after a sacrificial fee had been promised them, performed a sacrifice. Then a son was born to that merchant. That son was called Guhasena, and he gradually grew up to man's estate. Then his father Danadat began to look out for a wife for him. Then his father went with that son of his to another country, on the pretense of traffic, but really to get a daughter-in-law. There he asked an excellent merchant of the name of Dharmagupta to give him his daughter named Devasmitá for his son Guhasena. But Dharmagupta, who was tenderly attached to his daughter, did not approve of that connection, reflecting that the city of Tamralipta was very far off. But when Devasmitá beheld that Guhasena, her mind was immediately attracted by his virtues, and she was set on abandoning her relations. And so she made an assignation with him by means of a confidant, and went away from that country at night with her beloved and his father. When they reached Tamralipta, they were married, and the minds of the young couple were firmly knit together by the bond of mutual love. Then Guhasene's father died, and he himself was urged by his relations to go to the country of Kataha for the purpose of trafficking. But his wife Devasmitá was too jealous to approve of that expedition, fearing exceedingly that he would be attracted by some other lady. Then, as his wife did not approve of it, and his relations kept inciting him to it, Guhasene, whose mind was firmly set on doing his duty, was bewildered. Then he went and performed a vow in the temple of the god, observing a rigid fast, trusting that the god would show him some way out of his difficulty. And his wife Devasmitá also performed a vow with him. Then Shiva was pleased to appear to that couple in a dream. In giving them 2 red lotuses, the god said to them, "Take each of you one of these lotuses in your hand, and if either of you shall be unfaithful during your separation, the lotus in the hand of the other shall fade, but not otherwise." After hearing this, the 2 woke up, and each beheld in the hand of the other a red lotus, and it seemed as if they had got one another's hearts. Then Guhasene set out, lotus in hand, but Devasmitá remained in the house with her eyes fixed upon the flower. Guhasene, for his part, quickly reached the country of Kataha, and began to buy and sell jewels there, and 4 young merchants in that country, seeing that that unfading lotus was ever in his hand, were greatly astonished. Accordingly, they got him to their house by an artifice, and made him drink a great deal of wine, and then asked him the whole story of the lotus, and he, being intoxicated, told them the whole story. Then those 4 young merchants, knowing that Guhasene would take a long time to complete his sales and purchases of jewels and other wares, planned together, like rascals as they were, the seduction of his wife out of curiosity, and eager to accomplish it, set out quickly for Tamralipta without their departure being noticed. There they cast about for some instrument, and at last had recourse to a female ascetic of the name of Yoga Karandika, who lived in the sanctuary of Buddha, and they said to her in an affectionate manner, "Reverend madam, if our object is accomplished by your help, we will give you much wealth." She answered them, "No doubt, you young men desire some woman in the city, so tell me all about it. I will procure you the object of your desire, but I have no wish for money. I have a pupil of distinguished ability named Siddhikari. Owing to her kindness, I have obtained untold wealth." The young merchant asked, "How have you obtained untold wealth by the assistance of a pupil?" Being asked this question, the female ascetic said, "If you feel any curiosity about the matter, listen, my sons, I will tell you the whole story." Story of the Cunning Siddhikari. Long ago, a certain merchant came here from the south. While he was dwelling here, my pupil went and obtained, with a treacherous object, the position of a serving-maid in his house, having first altered her appearance, and after she had gained the confidence of that merchant, she stole all his hoard of gold from his house, and went off secretly in the morning twilight. And as she went out from the city, moving rapidly through fear, a certain Damba with his drum in his hand saw her, and pursued her at full speed, with the intention of robbing her. When she had reached the foot of the Nyagrota tree, she saw that he had come up with her, and so the cunning Siddhikari said this to him in a plaintive manner, "I have had a jealous quarrel with my husband, and I have left his house to die. Therefore, my good man, make a noose for me to hang myself with." Then the Damba thought, "Let her hang herself. Why should I be guilty of her death, especially as she is a woman?" And so he fastened a noose for her to the tree. Then Siddhikari, feigning ignorance, said to the Damba, "How is the noose slipped around the neck? Show me, I entreat you." Then the Damba placed the drum under his feet, and saying, "This is the way we do the trick," he fastened the noose around his own throat. Siddhikari, for her part, smashed the drum to atoms with a kick, and that Damba hung till he was dead. At that moment the merchant arrived in search of her, and beheld from a distance Siddhikari, who had stolen from him untold treasures at the foot of the tree. She too saw him coming, and climbed up the tree without being noticed, and remained there on a bough, having her body concealed by the dense foliage. When the merchant came up with his servants, he saw the Domba hanging by his neck, but Sidi Kari was nowhere to be seen. Immediately one of his servants said, "I wonder if she has got up this tree," and proceeded to ascend it himself. Then Sidi Kari said, "I have always loved you, and now you've climbed up where I am, so all this wealth is at your disposal. Handsome man, come and embrace me." So she embraced the merchant's servant, and as she was kissing his mouth, she bit off the fool's tongue. He, overcome with the pain, fell from the tree, spitting blood from his mouth, uttering some indistinct syllables which sounded like la la la. When he saw that the merchant was terrified, and supposing his servant had been seized by a demon, he fled from that place and went to his own house with his attendants. Then Sidi Kari, the female ascetic, equally frightened, descended from the top of the tree, and brought home with her all that wealth. Such a person is my pupil, distinguished for her great discernment, and it is in this way, my sons, that I have obtained wealth by her kindness." When she had said this to the young merchants, the female ascetic showed to them her pupil, who happened to come in at that moment, and said to them, "Now, my sons, tell me the real state of affairs. What woman do you desire? I will quickly procure her for you." When they heard that, they said, "Procure us an interview with the wife of the merchant Guhasene, named Devasmitá." When she heard that, the ascetic undertook to manage that business for them, and she gave those young merchants her own house to reside in. Then she gratified the servants at Guhasene's house with gifts of sweetmeats and other things, and afterwards entered it with her pupil. Then as she approached the private rooms of Devasmitá, a hound that was fastened there with a chain would not let her come near, but opposed her entrance in the most determined way. Then Devasmitá, seeing her, of her own accord sent a maid, and had her brought in, thinking to herself, "What can this person be come for?" After she had entered, the wicked ascetic gave Devasmitá her blessing, and treating the virtuous woman with affected respect, said to her, "I have always had a desire to see you, but today I saw you in a dream. Therefore I have come to visit you with impatient eagerness, and my mind is afflicted at beholding you separated from your husband, for beauty and youth are wasted when one is deprived of the society of one's beloved." With this and many other speeches of the same kind, she tried to gain the confidence of the virtuous woman in a short interview, and then, taking leave of her, she returned to her own house. On the second day she took with her a piece of meat full of pepper dust, and she went again to the house of Devasmitá, and there she gave that piece of meat to the hound at the door, and the hound gobbled it up, pepper and all. Then, owing to the pepper dust, the tears flowed in profusion from the animal's eyes, and her nose began to run, and the cunning ascetic immediately went into the apartment of Devasmitá, who received her hospitably, and began to cry. When Devasmitá asked her why she shed tears, she said with affected reluctance, "My friend, look at this hound weeping outside here. This creature recognized me today as having been its companion in a former birth, and began to weep. For that reason my tears gushed through pity." When she heard that, and saw that hound outside apparently weeping, Devasmitá thought for a moment to herself, "What can be the meaning of this wonderful sight?" Then the ascetic said to her, "My daughter, in a former birth, I and that hound were the two wives of a certain Brahmin, and her husband frequently went about to other countries on embassies by order of the king. Now, while he was away from home, I lived at my good will and pleasure, and so did not cheat the elements of which I was composed, and my senses of their lawful enjoyment. For considerate treatment of the elements and senses is held to be the highest duty. Therefore I have been born in this birth with a recollection of my former existence, but she, in her former life, through ignorance, confined all her attention to the preservation of her character. Therefore she has been degraded and born again as one of the canine race. However, she too remembers her former birth." The wise Devasmitá said to herself, "This is a novel conception of duty. No doubt this woman has laid a treacherous snare for me." And so she said to her, "Reverend lady, for this long time I have been ignorant of this duty, so procure me an interview with some charming man." Then the ascetic said, "There are residing here some young merchants that have come from another country, so I will bring them to you." When she had said this, the ascetic returned home, delighted, and Devasmitá of her own accord said to her maids, "No doubt those scoundrelly young merchants, whoever they may be, have seen that unfading lotus in the hand of my husband, and have on some occasion or other, when he was drinking wine, asked him out of curiosity to tell the whole story of it, and have now come here from that island to deceive me, and this wicked ascetic is employed by them. So bring quickly some wine mixed with datura, and when you have brought it, have a dog's foot of iron made as quickly as possible." When Devasmitá had given them orders, the maids executed them faithfully, and one of the maids, by her orders, dressed herself up to resemble her mistress. The ascetic, of her part, chose out of the party of 4 members, each of whom in his eagerness said, "Let me go first," one individual, and brought him with her. And concealing him in the dress of her pupil, she introduced him in the evening into the house of Devasmitá, and coming out, disappeared. Then that maid, who was disguised as Devasmitá, courteously persuaded the young merchant to drink some of that wine, drugged with datura. That liquor, with his own immodesty, robbed him of his senses, and then the maid took away his clothes and other equipments and left him stark naked. Then they branded him on the forehead with the mark of a dog's foot, and during the night took him and pushed him into a ditch full of filth. Then he recovered consciousness in the last watch of the night, and found himself plunged in a ditch, as if it were the hell Avicii assigned to him by his sins. When he got up and washed himself and went to the house of the female ascetic in a state of misery, feeling with his fingers the mark on his forehead. And when he got there, he told his friends that he had been robbed on the way, in order that he might not be the only person made ridiculous. And the next morning he sat with a cloth wrapped around his branded forehead, giving as an excuse that he had a headache from keeping awake so long, and drinking too much. In the same way the next young merchant was maltreated when he got to the house of Devasmitá, and when he returned home stripped, he said, "I put on my ornaments there, and as I was coming out I was plundered by robbers." In the morning he also, on the plea of a headache, put a wrapper on to cover his branded forehead. In the same way, all the 4 young merchants suffered in turn branding and other humiliating treatment, though they concealed the fact. And they went away from the place without revealing to the female Buddhist ascetic the ill treatment they had experienced, hoping that she would suffer in a similar way. On the next day, the ascetic went with her disciple to the house of Devasmitá, much delighted at having accomplished what she undertook to do. Then Devasmitá received her courteously, and made her drink wine drugged with datura, offered as a sign of gratitude. When she and her disciple were intoxicated with it, the chaste wife cut off their ears and noses, and flung them also into a filthy pool. And being distressed by the thought of that, perhaps these young merchants might go and slay her husband, she told the whole circumstance to her mother-in-law. Then her mother-in-law said to her, "My daughter, you have acted nobly, but possibly some misfortune may happen to my son in consequence of what you have done." So the wise Devasmitá forthwith put on the dress of a merchant, and she embarked on a ship on the pretence of a mercantile expedition, and came to the country of Kataha, where her husband was. And when she arrived there, she saw that husband of hers, Guhasena, in the midst of a circle of merchants, like consolation in external bodily form. He, seeing her afar off in the dress of a man, as it were, drank her in with his eyes, and thought to himself, "Who may this merchant be that looks so like my beloved wife?" So Devasmitá went and represented to the king that she had a petition to make, and asked him to assemble all his subjects. Then the king, full of curiosity, assembled all his citizens, and said to that lady disguised as a merchant, "What is your petition?" Then Devasmitá said, "There are residing here in your midst 4 slaves of mine who have escaped. Let the king make them over to me." Then the king said to her, "All the citizens are present here, so look at everyone in order to recognize them, and take those slaves of yours." Then she seized upon the 4 young merchants, who she had before treated in such a humiliating way in her house, who had wrappers bound around their heads. Then the merchants, who were there, flew in a passion, and said to her, "These are the sons of distinguished merchants. How can they be your slaves?" And she answered them, "If you do not believe what I say, examine their foreheads, which I have marked with a dog's foot." They consented, and removing the head wrappers of these 4, They all beheld the dog's foot on their foreheads. Then all the merchants were abashed, and the king, being astonished, himself asked Devasmitá what all this meant. She told the whole story, and all the people burst out laughing, and the king said to the lady, "They are your slaves by the best of titles." Then the other merchants paid a large sum of money to that chaste wife to redeem those four from slavery, and a fine to the king's treasury. Devasmitá received that money, and recovered her husband, and being honored by all good men, returned then to her own city of Tamralipta, and she was never afterwards separated from her beloved. End of Section 12.
Section 13 of Library of the World's Best Mystery and Detective Stories, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Elanor Matheson. Library of the World's Best Mystery and Detective Stories, Volume 6, by Julian Hawthorne, Editor. Section 13. The Sharpers and the Moneylender, from the Arabic. 4 sharpers once plotted against a shroff, a man of much wealth, and agreed upon a sleight for securing some of his coins. So one of them took an ass, and laying on it a bag wherein were dirhams, lighted down at the shop of the shroff, and sought of him small change. The man of monies brought out to him the silver bits, and bartered with them, whilst the sharper was easy with him in the matter of the exchange, so he might gar him long for more gain. As they were thus, up came the other 3 sharpers, and surrounded the donkey, and one of them said, "'Tis he," and another said, "Wait till I look at him." Then he took to considering the ass, and stroking him from crest to tail, whilst the third went up to him and handed him, and felt him from head to rump, saying, "Yes, 'tis in him." Said another, "No, 'tis not in him," and they left not doing the like of this for some time. Then they accosted the donkey's owner, and chaffered with him, and he said, "I will not sell him but for 10,000 dirhams." They offered him 1,000 dirhams, but he refused, and swore that he would not vend the ass but for that which he had said. They ceased not adding to their offer till the price reached 5,000 dirhams, whilst their mate still said, "I'll not vend him save for 10,000 silver pieces." The shroff advised him to sell, but he would not do this, and said to him, "Ho, Shah, thou wouldest not case of this donkey. Stick to silver and gold, and what pertaineth thereto of exchange and small change, because indeed the virtue of this ass is a mystery to thee. For every craft its crafty men, and for every means of livelihood its peculiar people." When the affair was prolonged upon the 3 sharpers, they went away and sat down aside. Then they came up privily to the money changer, and said to him, "An thou can buy him for us, do so, and we will give thee 20 dirhams." Quoth he, "Go away and sit down at a distance from him." So they did as he bade, and the shroff went up to the owner of the ass, and ceased not luring him with lucre, and said, "Leave these wights, and sell me the donkey, and I will reckon him a present from thee," till he sold him the animal for 5,500 dirhams. Accordingly, the money changer weighed out to him that sum of his own monies, and the owner of the ass took the price, and delivered the beast to him, saying, "Whatso shall betide, though he abide a deposit upon thy neck, sell him not to yonder cheats for less than 10,000 dirhams, for that they would fain buy him because of a hidden hoard they know, whereto naught can guide him save this donkey. So close thy hand on him, and cross me not, or thou shalt repent." With these words he left him and went away, whereupon up came the 3 other sharpers, the comrades of him of the ass, and said to the shroff, "God requite thee for us with good, in that thou hast bought him. How can we reward thee?" Quoth he, "I will not sell him but for 10,000 dirhams." When they heard that, they returned to the ass, and fell again to examining him like buyers, and handling him. Then they said to the money changer, "Indeed we were deceived in him. This is not the ass we sought, and he is not worth to us more than 10 nufs." Then they left him and offered to go away, whereat the shroff was sore chagrined, and cried out at their speech, saying, "O folk, ye asked me to buy him for you, and now I have bought him. Ye say, we were deceived in him, and he is not worth to us more than 10 nufs. They replied, "We thought that in him was whatso we wanted. But behold, in him is the contrary of that which we wish. And indeed he hath a blemish, for that he is short of back. Then they made long noses at him, and went away from him and dispersed. The money changer deemed that they did but play him off, that they might get the donkey at their own price. But when they walked away from him, and he had long awaited their return, he cried out, saying, Well away, and ruin, and sorry case I am in, and shrieked aloud, and rent his raiment. So the market people assembled to him, and questioned him of his case. Whereupon he acquainted them with his condition, and told them what the knaves had said, and how they had cozened him, and how they had cajoled him into buying an ass worth 50 dirhams for 5,500. His friends blamed him, and a gathering of the folk laughed at him and admired his folly and overfaith in believing the talk of the sharpers without suspicion, and meddling with that which he understood not, and thrusting himself into that whereof he had no sure knowledge. End of section 13. Recording by Elanor Matheson.
Section 14 of Library of the World's Best Mystery and Detective Stories, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Crln. Library of the World's Best Mystery and Detective Stories, Volume 6, by Julian Hawthorne, Editor. Section 14. The Withered Hand. From the Turkish. One of the caliphs of the Abbasids, named Mutasid Billah Yansur bin Nur Ullah, was a sovereign of great good judgment and careful justice. He one day, in company with his attendants, visited a palace situated on the banks of the Tigris, where he observed an expert fisherman throw his net into the river, and, after hauling it out, found only 3 or 4 fish in it. The Caliph, remarking this, commanded the fisherman to throw it into the water again for his sake, and let us see, said he, what my luck will be. The man did as he was ordered, and soon after, hauling his net out, felt something weighty among its meshes. In consequence of the increased weight, the attendants of the Caliph had to aid him, and when the net was on shore, they found in it a leather bag, tightly bound round the mouth. In this bag they at first perceived a number of tiles, and finally, at its bottom, the hand of a tender and young girl, bent and shriveled. The Caliph, on seeing the hand, exclaimed, Poor creature, what work is this, that the servants of God, Mussulmans, should be thus cut to pieces and thrown into the river without our knowledge? We must find the committer of this wicked act. Now with the Caliph was one of his Qadis, judges, who spoke and said, O Amir of the Faithful, give your precious self no trouble about this matter, for, by your favor, we will investigate, and with proper care and circumspection bring it to light. The Caliph at the same time called the governor of the city of Baghdad, and giving the bag into his hands, said, Go to the bazaar, show it to the sack sewers, and inquire whose work it is. They know each other's work, and if you find the individual who sewed it, bring him to me. The Cadi had the sack shown to the sewers, and an old grave-looking man, on seeing it, exclaimed that it was his own work. Lately I sold it, added he, and 2 others, to one Yahiya Illa, a native of Damascus, of the family of the Mahides. The Cadi, on hearing this, said, Come with me to the Caliph. Fear nothing, he has only a few questions to ask you. So the old man accompanied him into the presence of the Caliph, who demanded of him to whom he had sold it. The old man answered as before, adding, O Prince of the Faithful, he is a man of high rank, but very wicked and tyrannical, and continually does injury and vexation to true believers. Everyone fears him, and none dare complain against him to the Caliph. Lately a lady, named Inan Magene, purchased a female slave for 1,000 dinars, who was very fair and beautiful, and, moreover, a poetess. This man supposed her mistress would sell her to him, but receiving the lady's reply that she had already given her her freedom, he sent her word that there was to be a wedding in the house, and requested that the female should be loaned him for the occasion. The lady, therefore, sent her as a loan for 3 days, and, after 4 or 5 had elapsed, sending to demand her, received for answer that she had already left his house 2 or 3 days ago, and notwithstanding the lady's tears and complaints, she could not obtain her slave, not even hear any news of her. The lady, from fear of this man's violence, held her peace, and left the quarter wherein she had resided, for it is said he had already put several of his neighbors to death. When the old man was done speaking, the Caliph seemed greatly rejoiced, and commanded that Yahya Illah should forthwith be brought before him. He came, and when he was shown the hand found in the bag, his color changed, and he falsely endeavored to exculpate himself. The lady was likewise brought, and so soon as she saw the hand, she commenced weeping, and exclaimed, "Yes, indeed, it is the hand of my poor murdered slave." "Speak," said the Caliph to the Mahides, "for by my head I swear to know the truth of this affair." So the man acknowledged that he had killed the slave, and the Caliph, in consideration of Hashim, [Footnote: Beni Hashim, one of the most ancient Arabian tribes from which the Prophet descended, A.T.] sentenced him to pay to the owner of the slave 1,000 pieces of gold for the loss which she had sustained, and 100,000 more for the law of retaliation, after which he allowed him 3 days in which to settle his affairs in the city, and then leave it forever. On learning this sentence, the public loudly praised the Caliph's judgment, and commended his justice and equity. Section 14.
Section 15 of Library of the World's Best Mystery and Detective Stories, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Library of the World's Best Mystery and Detective Stories, Volume 6, by Julian Hawthorne, Editor. Section 15. The Melancholist and the Sharper. From the Arabic. There was once a Richard hight Ajlan, the hasty, who wasted his wealth, and concern and chagrin got the mastery of him, so that he became a melancholist and lost his wit. There remained with him of his moneys about 20 dinars, and he used to beg alms of the folk, and whatso they gave him in charity he would gather together and add to the gold pieces that were left him. Now there was in that town a sharper, who made his living by roguery, and he knew that the melancholist had somewhat of money. So he fell to spying upon him, and ceased not watching him till he saw him put into an earthen pot that which he had with him of silvers, and enter a deserted ruin, where he sat down, and straightway began to dig a hole, wherein he laid the pot, and covering it up, smoothed the ground as it had been. Then he went away, and the sharper came, and taking what was in the pot, restored it to its former place. Presently Ajlan returned, with somewhat to add to his hoard, but found it not. So he bethought him of who had followed him, and remembered that he had found that sharper assiduous in sitting with him and questioning him. So he went in search of him, assured that he had taken the pot, and gave not over looking for him till he saw him sitting, whereupon he went to him, and the sharper saw him. Then the melancholist stood within earshot, and muttered to himself, and said, "In the pot are 60 ducats, and I have with me the other 20 in such a place, and today I will unite the whole in the pot." When the sharper heard him say this to himself, muttering and mumbling, repeating and blundering in his speech, he repented him of having taken the sequins, and said, he will presently return to the pot and find it empty. Wherefore that which I am on the look out will escape me, and meseemeth 'twere best I replace the dinars, so he may see them and leave all which is with him in the pot, and I can take the whole. Now he feared to return to the pot at once, lest the Melancholist should follow him to the place and find nothing, and on this wise his arrangements be marred. So he said to him, O Ejlan, I would have thee come to my lodging and eat bread with me. Therefore the Melancholist went with him to his quarters, and he seated him there, and going to the market sold somewhat of his clothes, and pawned somewhat from his house, and bought the best of food. Then he betook himself to the ruin, and replacing the money in the pot, buried it again, after which he returned to his lodging and gave the Melancholist to eat and drink, and they went out together. The sharper walked away and hid himself, lest his guests should see him, while Ejlan repaired to his hiding place and took the pot. Presently the sharper returned to the ruin, rejoicing in that which he deemed he should get, and dug in the place, but found not, and knew that the Melancholist had outwitted him. So he began buffeting his face for regret, and fell to following the other, whitherso he went, to the intent that he might win what was with him, but he failed in this, because the Melancholist knew what was in his mind, and was assured that he spied upon him. So he kept watch over himself. Now, had the sharper considered the consequences of haste, and that which is begotten of loss therefrom, he had not done on such wise. End of section 15.
Section 16 of Library of the World's Best Mystery and Detective Stories, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Max Körlinge. Library of the World's Best Mystery and Detective Stories, Volume 6, by Julian Hawthorne, editor. Section 16, Lakshadata and Labdadata, from the Sanskrit. There was on the earth a city named Lakshapura. In it there lived a king named Lakshadata, chief of generous men. He never knew how to give a petitioner less than 1,00,000 of coins, but he gave 5 lakhs to anyone with whom he conversed. As for the man with whom he was pleased, he lifted him out of poverty. For this reason, his name was called Lakshadata. A certain dependent named Labdadata stood day and night at his gate, with a piece of leather for his only loin rag. He had matted hair, and he never left the king's gate for a second, day or night, in cold, rain or heat, and the king saw him there. And, though he remained there long in misery, the king did not give him anything, though he was so generous and compassionate. Then, one day, the king went to a forest to hunt, and his dependent followed him with a staff in his hand. There, while the king seated on an elephant, armed with a bow, and followed by his army, slew tigers, bears, and deer, with showers of arrows, his dependent, going in front of him, alone on foot, slew with his staff many boars and deer. When the king saw his bravery, he thought in his heart, "It is wonderful that this man should be such a hero." But he did not give him anything. And the king, when he had finished his hunting, returned home to his city to enjoy himself, but that dependent stood at his palace gate as before. Once on a time, Lakshadata went out to conquer a neighboring king of the same family, and he had a terrible battle. And in the battle, the dependent struck down in front of him many enemies with blows from the end of his strong staff of acacia wood. And the king, after conquering his enemies, returned to his own city, and though he had seen the valor of his dependent, he gave him nothing. In this condition the dependent Labdadata remained, and many years passed over his head, while he supported himself with difficulty. And when the 6th year had come, King Lakshadata happened to see him one day, and feeling pity for him, reflected, "Though he has been long afflicted, I have not as yet given him anything, so why should I not give him something in a disguised form, and so find out whether the guilt of this poor man has been effaced, or not, and whether even now fortune will grant him a sight of her, or not." Thus reflecting, the king deliberately entered his treasury, taking with him a lemon in his hand. And upon his return therefrom, he held an assembly of all his subjects, having appointed a meeting outside his palace, and there entered the assembly all his citizens, chiefs, and ministers. And when the dependent entered among them, the king said to him with an affectionate voice, "Come here." Then the dependent, on hearing this, was delighted, and coming near, he sat in front of the king. Then the king said to him, "Utter some composition of your own." Then the dependent recited the following aria verse: "Fortune ever replenishes the full man, as all the streams replenish the sea, but she never even comes within the range of the eyes of the poor." When the king had heard this, and had made him recite it again, he was pleased, and gave him the lemon which he had carried. And the people said, "This king puts a stop to the poverty of every one with whom he is pleased, so this dependent is to be pitied, since this very king, though pleased with him, after summoning him politely, has given him nothing but this lemon. A wishing tree in the case of ill-starred men often becomes a palaza tree." These were the words which all in the assembly said to one another in their despondency, when they saw that, for they did not know the truth. But the dependent went out with the lemon in his hand, and when he was in a state of despondency, a mendicant came before him. And that mendicant, named Rajavandin, seeing that the lemon was a fine one, obtained it from that dependent by giving him a garment. And then the mendicant entered the assembly, and gave that fruit to the king. And the king, recognizing it, said to that hermit, "Where, reverend sir, did you procure this lemon?" Then he told the king that the dependent had given it to him. Then the king was grieved and astonished, reflecting that his guilt was not expiated even now. The king Lakshadatta took the lemon, rose up from the assembly, and performed the duties of the day. And the dependent sold the garment, and after he had eaten and drunk, remained at his usual post at the king's gate. And on the second day the king held a general assembly, and everybody appeared at it again, citizens and all. And the king, seeing that the dependent had entered the assembly, called him as before, and made him sit near him. And after making him again recite the very same aria verse, being pleased, he gave him that very same lemon which he had given him before. And all there thought with astonishment, "Ah, this is the second time that our master is pleased with him without his gaining by it." And the dependent, in despondency, took the lemon in his hand, and thinking that the king's goodwill had again been barren of results, went out. At that very moment a certain official met him, who was about to enter that assembly, wishing to see the king. He, when he saw that lemon, took a fancy to it, and regarding the omen, procured it from the dependent by giving him a pair of garments. And entering the king's court, he fell at the feet of the sovereign, and first gave him the lemon, and then another present of his own. And when the king recognized the fruit, he asked the official where he got it, and he replied, "From the dependent." And the king, thinking in his heart that fortune would not even now give the dependent a sight of her, was exceedingly sad. And he rose up from the assembly with that lemon, and the dependent went to the market with a pair of garments he had got. And by selling one garment, he procured meat and drink, and tearing the other in half, he made two of it. Then, on the third day also, the king held a general assembly, and all the subjects entered as before. And when the dependent entered, the king gave him the same lemon again, after calling him and making him recite the aria verse. Then all were astonished, and the dependent went out and gave that lemon to the king's favorite. And she, like a moving creeper of the tree of the king's regard, gave him gold, which was, so to speak, the flower, the harbinger of the fruit. The dependent sold it, and enjoyed himself that day, and the king's mistress went into his presence, and she gave him that lemon, which was large and fine, and he, recognizing it, asked her when she procured it. Then she said, "The dependent gave it to me." Hearing that, the king thought, "Fortune has not yet looked favorably upon him. His merit in a former life must have been slight, since he does not know that my favor is never barren of results." Thus verily the king reflected, and he took that lemon, and put it away safely, and rose up and performed the duties of the day. And on the fourth day the king held an assembly in the same way, and he was filled with all his subjects, feudatories, ministers, and all. And the dependent came there again, and again the king made him sit in front of him, and when he bowed before him, the king made him recite the aria verse, and gave him the lemon. And when the dependent had half got hold of it, he suddenly let it go, and the lemon fell on the ground and broke in half. And as the joining of the lemon, which kept it together, was broken, there rolled out of it many valuable jewels, illuminating that place of assembly. All the people, when they saw it, said, "Ah, we were deluded and mistaken, as we did not know the real state of the case, but such is the nature of the king's favour." When the king heard that, he said, "By this artifice I endeavoured to ascertain whether fortune would now look on him or not. But for 3 days his guilt was not effaced. Now it is effaced, and for that reason fortune has now granted him a sight of herself." After the king had said this, he gave the dependent those jewels, and also villagers, elephants, horses, and gold, and made him a feudal chief. And he rose up from that assembly, in which the people applauded, and went to bathe. And that dependent too, having obtained his ends, went to his own dwelling. End of section 16. Recording by Max Körlinge.
Section 17 of Library of the World's Best Mystery and Detective Stories, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jason Bennett. Library of the World's Best Mystery and Detective Stories, Volume 6, by Julian Hawthorne, Editor. Section 17, The Cunning Crone, from the 1001 Nights. There came one day an old woman to the stuff bazaar, with a casket of mighty fine workmanship, containing trinkets, and she was accompanied by a young baggage. The crone sat down at the shop of a draper, and giving him to know that the girl was of the household of the prefect of police of the city, took of him, on credit, stuffs to the value of 1,000 dinars, and deposited with him the casket as security. She opened the casket, and showed him that which was therein, and he found it full of trinkets of price. So he trusted her with the goods, and she farewelled him, and carrying the stuffs to the girl who was with her, went her way. Then the old woman was absent from him a great while, and when her absence was prolonged, the draper despaired of her. So he went up to the prefect's house, and asked anent the woman of his household who had taken his stuffs on credit, but could obtain no tidings of her, nor happen on any trace of her. Then he brought out the casket of jewelry and showed it to experts, who told him that the trinkets were gilt, and that their worth was but 100 dirhams. When he heard this, he was sore concerned thereat, and presenting himself before the deputy of the Sultan made his complaint to him, whereupon the official knew that a slight had been served upon him, and that the sons of Adam had cozened him, and conquered him, and cribbed his stuffs. Now the magistrate in question was a man of experience and judgment, well versed in affairs. So he said to the draper, "Remove somewhat from thy shop, including the casket, and tomorrow morning break the lock, and cry out, and come to me, and complain that they have plundered all thy shop. Also mind thou call upon Allah for aid, and wail aloud, and acquaint the people, so that a world of folk may flock to thee, and sight the breach of the lock, and that which is missing from thy shop. And on this wise display it to every one who presenteth himself, that the news may be noised abroad, and tell them that thy chief concern is for a casket of great value, deposited with thee by a great man of the town, and that thou standest in fear of him. But be thou not afraid, and still say ever and anon in thy saying, My casket was the casket of such an one, and I fear him, and dare not bespeak him. But you, O company, and all ye who are present, I call you to witness of this for me. And if there be with thee more than this saying, say it, and the old woman will assuredly come to thee. The draper answered with, To hear is to obey. And going forth from the deputy's presence, betook himself to his shop, and brought out thence the casket and merchandise, making a great display, which he removed to his house. At break of day he arose, and, going to his shop, broke the lock, and shouted and shrieked, and called on Allah for aid, till each and every of the folk assembled about him, and all who were in the city were present, whereupon he cried out to them, saying even as the prefect had bidden him, and this was bruited abroad. Then he made for the prefecture, and presenting himself before the chief of police, cried out and complained, and made a show of distraction. After 3 days the old woman came to him, and bringing him the 1,000 dinars, the price of the stuffs, demanded the casket. When he saw her, he seized her, and carried her to the prefect of the city, and when she came before the Qazi, he said to her, Woe to thee, O Sataness! Did not thy first deed suffice thee, but thou must come a second time? She replied, I am of those who seek their plunder in the cities, and we foregather every month, and yesterday we foregathered. He asked her, Canst thou cause me to catch them? And she answered, Yes, but, an thou wait till tomorrow, they will have dispersed, so I will deliver them to thee tonight. The emir said to her, Go. And said she, Send with me one who shall go with me to them, and obey me in whatso I shall say to him, and all that I bid him he shall not gainsay, and therein conform to my way. Accordingly he gave her a company of men, and she took them, and bringing them to a certain door, said to them, Stand ye here at this door, and whoso cometh out to you, seize him, and I will come out to you last of all. Hearing and obeying, answered they, and stood at the door, whilst the crone went in. They waited a whole hour, even as the Sultan's deputy had bidden them, but none came out to them, and their standing waxed longsome. And when they were weary of waiting, they went up to the door, and smote upon it a heavy blow, and a violent, so that they came nigh to break the wooden bolt. Then one of them entered, and was absent a long while, but found not. So he returned to his comrades, and said to them, This is the door of a dark passage, leading to such a thoroughfare, and indeed she laughed at you, and left you, and went away. When they heard his words, they returned to the emir, and acquainted him with the case, whereby he knew that the old woman was a cunning craft mistress, and that she had mocked at them, and cozened them, and put a cheat on them, to save herself. Witness, then, the wiles of this woman, and that which she contrived of guile, for all her lack of foresight in presenting herself a second time to the draper, and not suspecting that his conduct was but a slight, yet, when she found herself hard upon calamity, she straightway devised a device for her deliverance. End of section 17.
Section 18 of Library of the World's Best Mystery and Detective Stories, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Library of the World's Best Mystery and Detective Stories, Volume 6, by Julian Hawthorne, Editor. Section 18. Judgment of a Solomon. From the Chinese of Pu Sung Ling, Herbert M. Giles, translator. In our district there lived 2 men, named Hu Cheng and Feng Nan, between whom there existed an old feud. The former, however, was the stronger of the 2, and accordingly Feng disguised his feelings under a specious appearance of friendship, though Hu never placed much faith in his professions. One day they were drinking together, and being both of them rather the worse for liquor, they began to brag of the various exploits they had achieved. What care I for poverty, cried Hu, when I can lay 100 ounces of silver on the table at a moment's notice? Now Feng was well aware of the state of Hu's affairs, and did not hesitate to scout such pretensions, until Hu further informed him in perfect seriousness that the day before he had met a merchant traveling with a large sum of money, and had tumbled him down a dry well by the wayside, in confirmation of which he produced several hundred ounces of silver, which really belonged to a brother-in-law, on whose behalf he was managing some negotiation for the purchase of land. When they separated, Feng went off and gave information to the magistrate of the place, who summoned Hu to answer to the charge. Hu then told the actual facts of the case, and his brother-in-law and the owner of the land in question corroborated his statement. However, on examining the dry well by letting a man down with a rope round him, lo, there was a headless corpse lying at the bottom. Hu was horrified at this, and called heaven to witness that he was innocent, whereupon the magistrate ordered him 20 or 30 blows on the mouth for lying in the presence of such irrefragable proof, and cast him into the condemned cell, where he lay loaded with chains. Orders were issued that the corpse was not to be removed, and a notification was made to the people, calling upon the relatives of the deceased to come forward and claim the body. Next day a woman appeared, and said deceased was her husband, that his name was Ho, and that he was proceeding on business with a large sum of money about him when he was killed by Hu. The magistrate observed that possibly the body in the well might not be that of her husband, to which the woman replied that she felt sure it was, and accordingly the corpse was brought up and examined, when the woman's story was found to be correct. She herself did not go near the body, but stood at a little distance, making the most doleful lamentation, until at length the magistrate said, "We have got the murderer, but the body is not complete. You go home and wait until the head has been discovered, when life shall be given for life." He then summoned Hu before him, and told him to produce the head by the next day, under penalty of severe torture. But Hu only wandered about with the guard sent in charge of him, crying and lamenting his fate, but finding nothing. The instruments of torture were then produced, and preparations were made as if for torturing Hu. However, they were not applied, and finally the magistrate sent him back to prison, saying, "I suppose that in your hurry you didn't notice where you dropped the head." The woman was then brought before him again, and on learning that her relatives consisted only of one uncle, the magistrate remarked, "A young woman like you, left alone in the world, will hardly be able to earn a livelihood." Here she burst into tears and implored the magistrate's pity. "The punishment of the guilty man has already been decided upon, but until we get the head, the case cannot be closed. As soon as it is closed, the best thing you can do is to marry again. A young woman like yourself should not be in and out of a police court." The woman thanked the magistrate and retired, and the latter issued a notice to the people, calling upon them to make a search for the head. On the following day, a man named Wang, a fellow villager of the deceased, reported that he had found the missing head, and his report proving to be true, he was rewarded with 1,000 cash. The magistrate now summoned the woman's uncle above mentioned, and told him that the case was complete, but that as it involved such an important matter as the life of a human being, there would necessarily be some delay in closing it for good and all. Translator's footnote. There is a widespread belief that human life in China is held at a cheap rate. This may be accounted for by the fact that death is the legal punishment for many crimes not considered capital in the West, and by the severe measures that are always taken in cases of rebellion when the innocent and guilty are often indiscriminately massacred. In times of tranquility, however, this is not the case, and the execution of a criminal is surrounded by a number of formalities which go far to prevent the shedding of innocent blood. The Si Wan Lu opens with the words, "There is nothing more important than human life." Herbert M. Giles, translator. End of translator's footnote. "Meanwhile," added the magistrate, "your niece is a young woman and has no children. Persuade her to marry again, and so keep herself out of these troubles, and never mind what people may say." The uncle at first refused to do this, upon which the magistrate was obliged to threaten him until he was ultimately forced to consent. At this the woman appeared before the magistrate to thank him for what he had done, whereupon the latter gave out that any person who was willing to take the woman to wife was to present himself at his yamen. Immediately afterwards an application was made by the very man who had found the head. The magistrate then sent for the woman and asked her if she could say who was the real murderer, to which she replied that Hu Chen had done the deed. "No," cried the magistrate, "it was not he. It was you and this man here." Here both began loudly to protest their innocence. "I have long known this, but fearing to leave the smallest loophole for escape, I have tarried thus long in elucidating the circumstances." "How," to the woman, "before the corpse was removed from the well, were you so certain that it was your husband's body? Because you already knew he was dead. And does a trader who has several 100 ounces of silver about him dress as shabbily as your husband was dressed? And you," to the man, "how did you manage to find the head so readily? Because you were in a hurry to marry the woman." The two culprits stood there, as pale as death, unable to utter a word in their defense, and on application of torture both confessed the crime. For this man, the woman's paramour, had killed her husband, curiously enough, about the time of Hu Cheng's braggart joke. Hu was accordingly released, but Feng suffered the penalty of a false accuser. He was severely bambooed and banished for 3 years. The case was thus brought to a close without the wrongful punishment of a single person. End of section 18. Section 19 of Library of the World's Best Mystery and Detective Stories, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Library of the World's Best Mystery and Detective Stories, Volume 6, by Julian Hawthorne, Editor. Section 19. The Sultan and His Three Sons, from the 1001 Nights, translated from the Arabic by Sir Richard and Lady Isabel Burton. There was erewhile in the land of Al Yaman a man which was a sultan, and under him were 3 kinglets whom he overruled. He had 4 children, to wit, 3 sons and a daughter. He also owned wealth and treasures greater than reed can pen or page may contain, as well as animals, such as horses and camels, sheep and black cattle, and he was held in awe by all the sovereigns. But when his reign had lasted for a length of time, age brought with it ailments and infirmities, and he became incapable of faring forth his palace to the Divan, the hall of audience. Whereupon he summoned his 3 sons to the presence, and said to them, "As for me, 'tis my wish to divide among you all my substance ere I die, that ye may be equal in circumstance, and live in accordance with whatso I shall command." And they said, "Hearkening and obedience." Then quoth the Sultan, "Let the eldest of you become sovereign after me. Let the cadet succeed to my monies and treasures, and as for the youngest, let him inherit my animals of every kind. Suffer none to transgress against other, but each aid each and assist his co-partner." Then he caused them to sign a bond and agreement to abide by his bequeathal, and after delaying a while, he departed to the mercy of Allah. Thereupon his 3 sons got ready the funeral gear and whatever was suited to his estate for the mortuary obsequies, such as cerements and other matters. They washed the corpse and enshrouded it and prayed over it. Then, having committed it to the earth, they returned to their palaces, where the wazirs and the lords of the land, and the city folk in their multitudes, high and low, rich and poor, flocked to condole with them on the loss of their father. And the news of his decease was soon bruited abroad in all the provinces, and deputations from each and every city came to offer condolence to the king's sons. These ceremonies duly ended, the eldest prince demanded that he should be seated as sultan on the stead of his sire in accordance with the paternal will and testament. But he could not obtain it from his 2 brothers, as both and each said, "I will become ruler in room of my father." So enmity and disputes for the government now arose among them, and it was not to be won by any. But at last quoth the eldest prince, "Wend we and submit ourselves to the arbitration of a sultan of the tributary sultans, and let him to whom he shall adjudge the realm take it and reign over it." Quoth they, "'Tis well," and thereto agreed, as did also the Wazirs, and the three set out without suite, seeking a Sultan of the Sultans who had been under the hands of their sire, in order that they might take him to arbitrator. And they stinted, not faring till the middle way, when behold, they came upon a mead abounding in herbage, and in rainwater lying sheeted. So they sat them down to rest, and to eat of their victual, when one of the brothers, casting his eye upon the herbage, cried, "Verily, a camel hath lately passed this way, laden half with halwa sweetmeats, and half with hamiz pickles." "True," cried the second, "and he was blind of an eye." Hardly, however, had they ended their words, when lo! the owner of the camel came upon them, for he had overheard their speech, and had said to himself, "By Allah, these three fellows have driven off my property, inasmuch as they have described the burden and eke the beast as one-eyed," and cried out, "Ye three have carried away my camel." "By Allah, we have not seen him," quoth the Princess, "much less have we touched him." But quoth the man, "By the Almighty, who can have taken him except you? And if you will not deliver him to me, off with us, I and you three, to the Sultan." They replied, "By all manner of means let us wend to the sovereign." So the four hied forth, the three princes and the cameleer, and ceased not faring till they reached the capital of the king, where they took seat without the wall to rest for an hour's time, and presently they arose and pushed into the city and came to the royal palace. Then they craved leave of the chamberlains, and one of the eunuchs caused them enter, and signified to the sovereign that the three sons of such and such a sultan had made act of presence. So he bade them be set before him, and the four went in and saluted him and prayed for him, and he returned their salams. He then asked them, "What is it hath brought you hither, and what may ye want in way of inquiry?" Now the first to speak was the cameleer, and he said, "O my lord the Sultan, verily these three men have carried off my camel by proof of their own speech, for they have indeed described him and the burden he bore, and I require of our lord the Sultan that he take from these wights and deliver to me the camel, which is mine, as proved by their own words." Presently asked the Sultan, "What say ye to the claims of this man and the camel belonging to him?" Hereto the princes made answer, "By Allah, O King of the age, we have not seen the camel, much less have we stolen him." Thereupon the cameleer exclaimed, "O my lord, I heard yonder one say that the beast was blind of an eye, and the second said that half his load was of sour stuff and the other half was of sweet stuff." They replied, "True, we spake these words." And the Sultan cried to them, "Ye have purloined the beast by this proof." They rejoined, "No, by Allah, O my lord, we sat us in such a place for repose and refreshment, and we remarked that some of the pasture had been grazed down. So we said, this is the grazing of a camel, and he must have been blind of one eye, as the grass was eaten only on one side. But as for our saying that the load was half halwa sweetmeats and half hamiz pickles, we saw on the place where the camel had knelt the flies gathering in great numbers, while on the other were none. So the case was clear to us, as flies settle on naught save the sugared, that one of the panniers must have contained sweets and the other sours." Hearing this, the Sultan said to the cameleer, "O man, fare thee forth and look after thy camel, for these signs and tokens prove not the theft of these men, but only the power of their intellect and their penetration." And when the cameleer heard this, he went his ways. Presently the Sultan cleared a place in the palace and allotted to it the princes for their entertainment. He also directed that they be supplied with a banquet, and the eunuchs did his bidding. But when it was eventide and the supper was served up, the trio sat down to it purposing to eat. The cadet, tasting a bit of kid, exclaimed, "This kid was suckled by a dog." And the youngest exclaimed, "Assuredly this Sultan must be of ignoble birth." And this was said by the youths, what while the Sultan had hidden himself, in order to hear and to profit by the Prince's words. So he waxed wroth and entered hastily, crying, "What be these speeches ye have spoken?" They replied, "Concerning what thou hast heard, inquire within, and thou wilt find it wholly true." The Sultan then went forth and summoned the head shepherd, and asked him concerning the kid he had butchered. He replied, "By Allah, O my lord, the nanny goat that bare the kid died, and we found none other in milk to suckle him. But I had a dog that had just pupped, and her have I made nourish him." The Sultan lastly hent his sword in hand, and proceeded to the apartments of the Sultana mother, and cried, "By Allah, unless thou avert my shame, we will cut thee down with this scimitar. Say me whose son I am." She replied, "By Allah, O my child, indeed falsehood is an excuse, but fact and truth are more saving and superior. Verily thou art the son of a cook. Thy sire could not obtain boy children, and I bare him only a single daughter. But it so fortuned that the kitchener's wife lay in of a boy, to wit, thyself. So we gave my girl babe to the cook, and took thee as son of the Sultan, dreading for the realm after thy sire's death." The king went forth from his mother in astonishment at the penetration of the youths, and when he had taken seat in his palace, he summoned the trio, and as soon as they appeared he asked them, "Which of you was it that said of the kid's meat that the beast was suckled by a dog? What proof had he of this? How did he learn it, and whence did his intelligence discover it to him?" Now when the deceased Sultan's second son heard these words, he made answer, "I, O King of the age, am he who said that say." The king replied, "'Tis well." And the prince resumed, "O my lord, that which showed me the matter of the meat which was to us brought is as follows. I found the fat of the kid all near the bone, and I knew that the beast had sucked dog's milk, for the flesh of dogs lieth outside, and their fat is on their bones, whereas in sheep and goats the fat lieth upon the meat. Such then was my proof wherein there is no doubt nor hesitation. And when thou shalt have made question and inquiry, thou wilt find this to be fact." Quoth the Sultan, "'Tis well, thou hast spoken truth, and whatso thou sayest is soothfast. But which is he who declared that I am ignoble, and what was his proof, and what sign in me exposed it to him?" Quoth the youngest prince, "I am he who said it." And the Sultan rejoined, "There is no help but that thou provide me with a proof." The prince rejoined, "O my lord, I have evidence that thou art the son of a cook, and a base born, and that thou didst not sit at meat with us, and this was mine all sufficient evidence. Every man hath three properties, which he inheriteth at times from his father, at times from his maternal uncle, and at times from his mother. From his sire cometh generosity or niggardness, from his uncle courage or cowardice, from his mother modesty or immodesty, and such is the proof of every man." Then to him quoth the Sultan, "Sooth thou speakest. But say me, men who, like you, know all things thoroughly by evidence and by your powers of penetration, what cause have they to come seeking arbitration at my hand? Beyond yours there be no increase of intelligence. So fare ye forth from me and manage your matter among yourselves, for 'tis made palpable to me by your own words that naught remaineth to you save to speak of mysterious subjects. Nor have I the capacity to adjudge between you after that which I have heard from you. In fine, an ye possess any document drawn up by your sire before his decease, act according to it and contrary it not." Upon this the princes went forth from him and made for their own country and city, and did as their father had bidden them do on his deathbed. The eldest enthroned himself as Sultan, the cadet assumed possession and management of the moneys and treasures, and the youngest took to himself the camels and the horses and the beeves and the muttons. Then each and every was indeed equal with his co-partner in the gathering of good. End of section 19. Section 20 of Library of the World's Best Mystery and Detective Stories, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Library of the World's Best Mystery and Detective Stories, Volume 6, by Julian Hawthorne, Editor. Section 20. A Tale of a Demon. From the Sanskrit of Somodeva, translated by Charles H. Tawney. On the banks of the Godavari there is a place named Pratishthana. In it there lived of old time a famous king, named Trivikramasena, the son of Vikramasena, equal to Indra in might. Every day, when he was in his hall of audience, a mendicant named Kshantisila came to see him, to pay him his respects, and presented him with a fruit. And every day the king, as soon as he received the fruit, gave it into the hand of the superintendent of his treasury, who was near him. In this way 10 years passed. But one day, when the mendicant had left the hall of audience, after giving the fruit to the king gave it to a young pet monkey that had escaped from the hands of its keepers and happened to enter there. While the monkey was eating that fruit, it burst open, and there came out of it a splendid priceless jewel. When the king saw that, he took up the jewel and asked the treasurer the following question: "Where have you put all those fruits which I have been in the habit of handing over to you after they were given to me by the mendicant?" When the superintendent of the treasury heard that, he was full of fear, and he said to the king, "I used to throw them into the treasury from the window, without opening the door. If your majesty orders me, I will open it and look for them." When the treasurer said this, the king gave him leave to do so, and he went away and soon returned, and said to the king, "I see that those fruits have all rotted away in the treasury, and I also see that there is a heap of jewels there, resplendent with radiant gleams." When the king heard it, he was pleased, and gave those jewels to the treasurer, and the next day he said to the mendicant, who came as before, "Mendicant, why do you court me every day with great expenditure of wealth? I will not take your fruit today until you tell me." When the king said this, the mendicant said to him in private, "I have an incantation to perform which requires the aid of a brave man. I request, hero, that you will assist me in it." When the king heard that, he consented, and promised him that he would do so. Then the mendicant was pleased, and he went on to say to that king, "Then I shall be waiting for you at nightfall in the approaching black fortnight, in the great cemetery here under the shade of a banyan tree, and you must come to me there." The king said, "Well, I will do so." And the mendicant Kshantisila returned delighted to his own dwelling. Then the heroic monarch, as soon as he had got into the black fortnight, remembered the request of the mendicant, which he had promised to accomplish for him, and as soon as night came, he enveloped his head in a black cloth, and left the palace unperceived, sword in hand, and went fearlessly to the cemetery. It was obscured by a dense and terrible pall of darkness, and its aspect was rendered awful by the ghastly flames from the burning of the funeral pyres, and it produced horror by the bones, skeletons, and skulls of men that appeared in it. In it were present formidable Bhutas and Vetalas, joyfully engaged in their horrible activity, and it was alive with the loud yells of jackals, so that it seemed like a second mysterious tremendous form of Bhairava. And after he had searched about in it, he found that mendicant under a banyan tree, engaged in making a circle, and he went up to him and said, "Here I am arrived, mendicant. Tell me, what can I do for you?" When the mendicant heard that and saw the king, he was delighted, and said to him, "King, if I have found favor in your eyes, go alone a long way from here toward the south, and you will find an asoka tree. On it there is a dead man hanging up. Go and bring him here. Assist me in this matter, hero." As soon as the brave king, who was faithful to his promise, heard this, he said, "I will do so," and went toward the south. And after he had gone some way in that direction, along a path revealed by the light of flaming pyres, he reached with difficulty in the darkness that asoka tree. The tree was scorched with the smoke of funeral pyres, and smelled of raw flesh, and looked like a Bhuta. and he saw the corpse hanging on its trunk, as it were on the shoulder of a demon. So he climbed up, and cutting the string which held it, flung it to the ground. And the moment it was flung down it cried out, as if in pain. Then the king, supposing that it was alive, came down and rubbed its body out of compassion. That made the corpse utter a loud demoniac laugh. Then the king knew that it was possessed by a Vetala, and said without flinching, "Why do you laugh? Come, let us go off." And immediately he missed from the ground the corpse possessed by the Vetala, and perceived that it was once more suspended up on that very tree. Then he climbed up again and brought it down, for the heart of heroes is a gem more impenetrable than adamant. Then King Trivikramasena threw the corpse possessed by a Vetala over his shoulder, and proceeded to go off with it in silence. And as he was going along, the Vetala in the corpse that was on his shoulder said to him, "King, I will tell you a story to beguile the way. Listen." The story of the prince who was helped to a wife by the son of his father's minister. "There is a city," said the demon, "named Varanasi, which is the dwelling place of Siva, inhabited by holy beings, and thus resembles the plateau of Mount Kailasa. The river Ganges, ever full of water, flows near it, and appears as if it were the necklace ever resting on its neck. In that city there lived of old time a king named Pratapamukuta, who consumed the families of his enemies with his valor, as the fire consumes the forest. He had a son named Vajramukuta, who dashed the god of love's pride in his beauty, and his enemies' confidence in their valor. And that prince had a friend named Buddhisarira, whom he valued more than his life, the sagacious son of a minister. Once on a time that prince was amusing himself with that friend, and his excessive devotion to the chase made him travel a long distance. As he was cutting off the long-maned heads of lions with his arrows, as it were the chouries that represented the glory of their valor, he entered a great forest. It seemed like the chosen home of love, with singing cuckoos for bards, fanned by trees with their clusters of blossom, waving like chouries. In it he and the minister's son saw a great lake, looking like a second sea, the birthplace of lotuses of various colors, and in that pool, by gods, there was seen by him a maiden of heavenly appearance, who had come there with her attendants to bathe. She seemed to fill the splendid tank with the flood of her beauty, and with her glances to create in it a new forest of blue lotuses. With her face, that surpassed the moon in beauty, she seemed to put to shame the white lotuses, and she at once captivated with it the heart of that prince. The youth too in the same way took with a glance such complete possession of her eyes, that she did not regard her own attire or even her ornaments. And as he was looking at her with his attendants, and wondering who she was, she made under pretence of pastime a sign to tell him her country and other particulars about her. She took a lotus from her garland of flowers, and put it in her ear, and she remained for a long time twisting it into a form of an ornament called Dantapatra, or tooth leaf. And then she took another lotus, and placed it on her head, and she laid her hand significantly upon her heart. The prince did not at the time understand these signs, but his sagacious friend, the minister's son, did understand them. The maiden soon departed, being led away from that place by her attendants. And when she had reached her own house, she flung herself down on a sofa, but her heart remained with that prince, to justify the sign she had made. The prince, for his part, when without her, was like a Vidyahara who has lost his magic knowledge, and returning to his own city, he fell into a miserable condition. And one day the minister's son questioned him in private, speaking of that beauty as easy to obtain, whereupon he lost his self-command and exclaimed, "How is she to be obtained, when neither her name, nor her village, nor her origin is known? So why do you offer me false comfort?" When the prince said this to the minister's son, he answered, "What? Did you not see what she told you by her signs? By placing the lotus in her ear, she meant to say this: I live in the realm of King Karnotpala. By making it into the tooth leaf ornament, she meant to say, know that I am the daughter of a dentist there. By lifting up the lotus, she let you know her name was Padmavati, and by placing her hand on her heart, she told you that it was yours. Now there is a king named Karnotpala in the country of Körlinge. He has a favorite courtier, a great dentist named Sangramavardhana, and he has a daughter named Padmavati, the pearl of the three worlds, whom he values more than his life. All this I know from the talk of the people, and so I understand her signs, which were meant to tell her country and the other particulars about her. When that prince had been told all this by the minister's son, he was pleased with that intelligent man, and rejoiced, as he had now got an opportunity of attaining his object. And after he had deliberated with him, he set out with him from his palace on the pretence of hunting, but really in search of his beloved, and went again in that direction. And on the way he managed to give his retinue the slip by the speed of his swift horse, and he went to the country of Körlinge accompanied by the minister's son only. There they reached the city of King Karnotpala, and searched for and found the palace of that dentist, and the prince and the minister's son entered the house of an old woman, who lived near there, to lodge. The minister's son gave their horses water and fodder, and placed them there in concealment, and then said to that old woman in the presence of the prince, do you know, mother, a dentist named Sangramavardhana? When the old woman heard that, she said to him courteously, I know him well. I was his nurse, and he has now made me attend upon his daughter as duenna. But I never go there at present, as I have been deprived of my clothes, for my wicked son, who is a gambler, takes away my clothes as soon as he sees them. When the minister's son heard this, he was delighted, and he gratified the old woman with the gift of his upper garment and other presents, and went on to say to her, you are a mother to us, so do what we request you to do in secret. Go to that Padmavati, the daughter of the dentist, and say to her, the prince whom you saw at the lake has come here, and out of love he has sent me to tell you. When the old woman heard this, she consented, being won over by the presents, and went to Padmavati, and came back in a moment. And when the prince and the minister's son questioned her, she said to them, I went and told her secretly that you had come. When she heard that, she scolded me and struck me on both cheeks with her 2 hands smeared with camphor. So I have come back weeping, distressed at the insult. See here, my children, these marks of her fingers on my face. When she said this, the prince was despondent, as he despaired of attaining his object. But the sagacious minister's son said to him in private, do not despond, for by keeping her own counsel, and scolding the old woman, and striking her on the face with her 10 fingers, white with camphor, she meant to say, wait for these remaining 10 moonlight nights of the white fortnight, for they are unfavorable to an interview. After the minister's son had comforted the prince with these words, he went and sold secretly in the market some gold which he had about him, and made that old woman prepare a splendid meal, and then those 2 ate it with that old woman. After the minister's son had spent 10 days in this fashion, he again sent the old woman to Padmavati to see how matters stood. And she, being fond of delicious food, liquor, and other enjoyments of the kind, went again to the dwelling house of Padmavati to please her guests, and returned and said to them, I went there to-day and remained silent, but she of her own accord taunted me with that crime of having brought your message, and again struck me here on the breast with 3 fingers dipped in red dye, so I have returned here thus marked by her. When the minister's son heard this, he said of his own accord to the prince, do not entertain any despondent notions, for by placing the impression of her 3 fingers marked with red dye on this woman's heart, she meant to say, I cannot receive you for 3 nights. When the minister's son had said this to the prince, he waited till 3 days had passed, and again sent the old woman to Padmavati. She went to her palace, and Padmavati honoured her, and gave her food, and lovingly entertained her that day with wine and other enjoyments. And in the evening, when the old woman wished to go back to her house, there arose outside a terrible tumult. Then the people were heard exclaiming, "Alas! Alas! A mad elephant has escaped from the post to which he was tied, and is rushing about trampling men to death." Then Padmavati said to that old woman, "You must not go by the public road, which is rendered unsafe by the elephant. So we will put you on a seat, with a rope fastened to it to support it, and let you down by this broad window here into the garden of the house. There you must get up a tree, and cross this wall, and then let yourself down by another tree, and go to your own house." After she had said this, she had the old woman let down from the window by her maid into the garden, by means of that seat, with a rope fastened to it. She went by the way pointed out to her, and related the whole story, exactly as it happened, to the prince and the minister's son. Then the minister's son said to the prince, "Your desire is accomplished, for she has shown you by an artifice the way you should take. So go there this very day, as soon as evening sets in, and by this way enter the palace of your beloved." When the minister's son said this, the prince went with him into the garden, by the way over the wall pointed out by the old woman. There he saw that rope hanging down with the seat, and at the top of it were some maids who seemed to be looking out for his arrival. So he got on the seat, and the moment those female servants saw him, they pulled him up with the rope, and he entered the presence of his beloved through the window. When he had entered, the minister's son returned to his lodging. And when the prince entered, he beheld that Padmavati, with a face like a full moon, shedding forth beauty like beams, like the night of the full moon, remaining concealed through fear of the black fortnight. As soon as she saw him, she rose up boldly, and welcomed him with affectionate embraces, and other endearments natural in one who had waited for him so long. Then the prince married that fair one by the Gandharva form of marriage, and all his wishes being now fulfilled, remained with her in concealment. And after he had lived with her some days, he said to her one night, "My friend the minister's son came with me and is staying here, and he is now left alone in the house of your duenna. I must go and pay him a visit, fair one, and then I will return to you." When the cunning Padmavati heard that, she said to her lover, "Come now, my husband, I have a question to ask you. Did you guess the meaning of those signs which I made, or was it that friend of yours, the minister's son?" When she said this, the prince said to her, "I did not guess anything at all, but that friend of mine, the minister's son, who is distinguished for superhuman insight, guessed it all and told it to me." When the fair one heard this, she reflected and said to him, "Then you have acted wrongly in not telling me about him before. Since he is your friend, he is my brother, and I must always honor him before all others, with gifts of betel and other luxuries." When she had dismissed him with these words, the prince left the palace at night by the way by which he came, and returned to his friend. And in the course of conversation he told him that he had told his beloved how he guessed the meaning of the signs which she made. But the minister's son did not approve of this proceeding on his part, considering it imprudent. And so the next day dawned on them conversing. Then, as they were again talking together after the termination of the morning prayer, the confidante of Padmavati came in with betel and cooked food in her hand. She asked after the health of the minister's son, and after giving him the dainties, in order by an artifice to prevent the prince from eating any of them, she said in the course of conversation that her mistress was awaiting his arrival, to feast and spend the day with her, and immediately she departed unobserved. Then the minister's son said to the prince, "Now observe, prince, I will show you something wonderful." Thereupon he gave that cooked food to a dog to eat, and the dog, as soon as it had eaten it, fell dead on the spot. When the prince saw that, he said to the minister's son, "What is the meaning of this marvel?" And he answered him, The truth is that the lady has found out that I am intelligent by the fact that I guessed the meaning of her signs, and so she has sent me this poisoned food in order to kill me, for she is deeply in love with you and thinks that you, Prince, will never be exclusively devoted to her while I am alive, but being under my influence will perhaps leave her and go to your own city. So give up the idea of being angry with her, persuade the high-spirited woman to leave her relations, and I will invent and tell you an artifice for carrying her off." When the minister's son had said this, the prince said to him, "You are rightly named Buddhisarira, as being an incarnation of wisdom." And at the very moment that he was thus praising him, there was suddenly heard outside a general cry from the sorrowing multitude, "Alas! Alas! The king's infant son is dead!" The minister's son was much delighted at hearing this, and he said to the prince, "Repair now to Padmavati's palace at night, and there make her drink so much that she shall be senseless and motionless with intoxication, and apparently dead. And when she is asleep, make a mark on her side with a red-hot iron spike, and take away all her ornaments, and return by letting yourself down from the window by a rope, and after that I will take steps to make everything turn out prosperously." When the minister's son had said this, he had a 3-pronged spike made, with points like the bristles of a boar, and gave it to the prince. And the prince took in his hand that weapon which resembled the crooked hard hearts of his beloved and of his friend, which were firm as black iron, and saying, "I will do as you direct," went at night to the palace of Padmavati, as before, for princes should never hesitate about following the advice of an excellent minister. There he made his beloved helpless with drink, and marked her on the side with the spike, and took away her ornaments, and then he returned to that friend of his, and he showed him the ornaments, and told him what he had done. Then the minister's son considered his design as good as accomplished. And the next morning the minister's son went to the cemetery, and promptly disguised himself as an ascetic, and he made the prince assume the guise of a disciple. And he said to him, "Go and take the pearl necklace which is part of this set of ornaments, and pretend to try to sell it in the market. But put a high price on it, that no one may be willing to buy it, and that everyone may see it being carried about. And if the police here should arrest you, say intrepidly, 'My spiritual preceptor gave it to me to sell.'" When the minister's son had sent off the prince on this errand, he went and wandered about in the marketplace, publicly showing the necklace. And while he was thus engaged, he was seen and arrested by the police, who were on the lookout for thieves, as information had been given about the robbery of the dentist's daughter. And they immediately took him to the chief magistrate of the town, and he, seeing that he was dressed as an ascetic, said to him courteously, "Reverend sir, where did you get this necklace of pearls, which was lost in this city? For the ornaments of the dentist's daughter were stolen during the night." When the prince, who was disguised as an ascetic, heard this, he said, "My spiritual preceptor gave it to me. Come and question him." Then the magistrate of the city came to the minister's son, and bowed and said to him, "Reverend sir, where did you get this pearl necklace that is in the possession of your pupil?" When the cunning fellow heard that, he took him aside and said, "I am an ascetic, in the habit of wandering perpetually backwards and forwards in the forest. As chance would have it, I arrived here, and as I was in the cemetery at night, I saw a band of witches, collected from different quarters, and one of them brought the prince, with the lotus of his heart laid bare, and offered him to Bhairava. And the witch, who possessed great powers of delusion, being drunk, tried to take away my rosary, while I was reciting my prayers, making horrible contortions with her face. And as she carried the attempt too far, I got angry, and heating with a charm the prongs of my trident, I marked her on the side, and then I took this necklace from her neck, and now I must sell this necklace, as it does not suit an ascetic." When the magistrate heard this, he went and informed the king. When the king heard it, he concluded that that was the pearl necklace which had been lost, and he sent a trustworthy old woman to see if the dentist's daughter was really marked with a trident on her side. The old woman came back and said that the mark could be clearly seen. Then the king made up his mind that she was a witch and had really destroyed his child. So he went in person to that minister's son, who was personating an ascetic, and asked him how he ought to punish Padmavati, and by his advice he ordered her to be banished from the city, though her parents lamented over her. And when she was banished and was left in the forest, though desolate, she did not abandon the body, supposing that it was all an artifice devised by the minister's son. And in the evening the minister's son and the prince, who had abandoned the dress of ascetics, and were mounted on their horses, came upon her lamenting, and they consoled her, and mounted her upon a horse, and took her to their own kingdom. There the prince lived happily with her, but the dentist, supposing that his daughter had been devoured by wild beasts in the forest, died of grief, and his wife followed him. When the Vetala had said this, he went on to say to the king, "Now I have a doubt about this story. Resolve it for me. Was the minister's son guilty of the death of this married couple, or the prince or Padmavati? Tell me, for you are the chief of sages. And if, king, you do not tell me the truth, though you know it, this head of yours shall certainly split into 100 pieces." When the Vetala said this, the king, who discerned the truth out of fear of being cursed, gave him this answer: "O thou skilled in magic arts, what difficulty is there about it? Why, none of the three was in fault, but the whole of the guilt attaches to King Karnotpala." The Vetala then said, "Why, what did the king do? Those three were instrumental in the matter. Are the crows in fault when the swans eat the rice?" Then the king said, "Indeed, no one of the three was in fault, for the minister's son committed no crime, as he was forwarding his master's interests. And Padmavati and the prince, being burned with the fire of the arrows of the god of love, and being therefore undiscerning and ignorant, were not to blame, as they were intent on their own object. But the king Karnotpala, as being untaught in treatises of policy, and not investigating by means of spies the true state of affairs, even among his own subjects, and not comprehending the tricks of rogues, and inexperienced in interpreting gestures and other external indications, is to be considered guilty, on account of the indiscreet step which he took." When the Vetala, who was in the corpse, heard this, as the king by giving this correct answer had broken his silence, he immediately left his shoulder, and went somewhere unobserved by the force of his magic power, in order to test his persistence, and the intrepid king at once determined to recover him. End of section 20. Section 21 of Library of the World's Best Mystery and Detective Stories, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Library of the World's Best Mystery and Detective Stories, Volume 6, by Julian Hawthorne, Editor. Section 21. The Jar of Olives and the Boy Kazi, from the 1001 Nights. Translated from the Arabic by Sir Richard and Lady Isabel Burton. Under the reign of the Caliph Harun al-Rashid, there dwelt in the city of Baghdad a certain merchant, Ali Khwaja Hait, who had a small stock of goods wherewith he bought and sold and made a bare livelihood, abiding alone and without a family in the house of his forebears. Now so it came to pass that each night for 3 nights together he saw in vision a venerable sheikh, who bespake him thus: "Thou art beholden to make a pilgrimage to Mecca. Why abidest thou sunk in heedless slumber, and farest not forth as it behooveth thee?" Hearing these words he became sore startled and affrighted, so that he sold shop and goods and all that he had, and, with firm intent to visit the holy house of Almighty Allah, he let his home on hire, and joined a caravan that was journeying to Mecca the Magnified. But ere he left his natal city, he placed 1,000 gold pieces, which were over and above his need for the journey, within an earthen jar filled up with asafari or sparrow olives, and having made fast the mouth thereof, he carried the jar to a merchant friend of many years' standing, and said, Belike, thou hast heard tell that I purpose going with a caravan on pilgrimage to Mecca, the holy city. So I have brought a jar of olives, the which, I pray thee, preserve for me in trust against my return." The merchant at once arose, and handing the key of his warehouse to Ali Khwajah, said, "Here, take the key, and open the store, and therein place the jar anywhere thou choosest, and when thou shalt come back, thou wilt find it even as thou leftest it." Hereupon Ali Khwajah did his friend's bidding, and locking up the door, returned the key to its master. Then loading his travelling goods upon a dromedary, and mounting a second beast, he fared forth with the caravan. They came at length to Mecca the Magnified, and it was the month of Zu al Hijjah, wherein myriads of Moslems hie hither on pilgrimage, and pray and prostrate before the Ka'abah temple. And when he had circuited the holy house, and fulfilled all the rites and ceremonies required of palmers, he set up a shop for sale of merchandise. By chance, two merchants passing along the street espied the fine stuffs and goods in Ali Khwajah's booth, and approved much of them, and praised their beauty and excellence. Presently quoth one to other, "This man bringeth here most rare and costly goods. Now in Cairo, the capital of Egypt land, he would get full value for them, and far more than in the markets of this city." Hearing mention of Cairo, Ali Khwajah conceived a sore longing to visit that famous capital, so he gave up his intent to return Baghdad ward, and purposed wayfaring to Egypt. Accordingly he joined a caravan, and arriving thither was well pleased with the place, both country and city, and selling his merchandise he made great gain therefrom. Then, buying other goods and stuffs, he purposed to make Damascus. But for 1 full month he tarried at Cairo, and visited her sanctuaries and saintly places, and after leaving her walls, he solaced himself with seeing many famous cities distant several days' journey from the capital along the banks of the river Nilus. Presently, bidding adieu to Egypt, he arrived at the sanctified house, Jerusalem, and prayed in the temple of Banu Israel, which the Moslems had re-edified. In due time he reached Damascus, and observed that the city was well builded and much peopled, and that the fields and meads were well watered with springs and channels, and that the gardens and the vergiers were laden with flowers and fruits. Amid such delights Ali Khwajah hardly thought of Baghdad. Withal he ceased not to pursue his journey through Aleppo, Mosul, and Shiraz, tarrying some time at all of these towns, especially at Shiraz, till at length, after 7 years of wayfaring, he came back to Baghdad. For 7 long years the Baghdad merchant never once thought of Ali Khwajah, or of the trust committed to his charge, till one day, as his wife sat at meat with him at the evening meal, their talk by chance was of olives. Quoth she to him, "I would now fain have some, that I may eat of them." And quoth he, "As thou speakest thereof, I bethink me of that Ali Khwajah, who 7 years ago fared on a pilgrimage to Mecca, and ere he went left in trust with me a jar of sparrow olives, which still cumbereth the storehouse. Who knoweth where he is, or what hath betided him? A man who lately returned with the Hajj caravan brought me word that Ali Khwajah had quitted Mecca the Magnified with intent to journey on to Egypt. Allah Almighty alone knoweth an he be still alive or he be now dead. However, if his olives be in good condition, I will go bring some hither, that we may taste them. So give me a platter and a lamp, that I may fetch thee somewhat of them." His wife, an honest woman and an upright, made answer, "Allah forbid that thou shouldst do a deed so base and break thy word and covenant. Who can tell? Thou art not assured by any of his death. Perchance he may come back from Egypt safe and sound to-morrow or the day after. Then wilt thou, and thou cannot deliver unharmed to him what he hath left in pledge, be ashamed of this thy broken troth? And we shall be disgraced before man and dishonored in the presence of thy friend. I will not for my part have any hand in such meanness, nor will I taste the olives. Furthermore, it standeth not to reason that after 7 years keeping they should be fit to eat." I do implore thee to forswear this ill purpose." On such wise the merchant's wife protested, and prayed her husband that he meddle not with Ali Khwajah's olives, and shamed him of his intent, so that for the nonce he cast the matter from his mind. However, although the trader refrained that evening from taking Ali Khwajah's olives, yet he kept the design in memory, until one day, when, of his obstinacy and unfaith, he resolved to carry out his project, and rising up, walked toward the storeroom, dish in hand. By chance he met his wife, who said, "I am no partner with thee in this ill action. In very truth some evil shall befall thee an thou do such deed." He heard her, but heeded her not, and going to the storeroom, opened the jar, and found the olives spoiled and white with mold. But presently he tilted up the jar, and pouring some of its contents into the dish, suddenly saw an Ashrafi fall from the vessel, together with the fruit. Then, filled with greed, he turned out all that was within into another jar, and wondered with exceeding wonder to find the lower half full of golden coins. Presently, putting up the monies and the olives, he closed the vessel, and going back, said to his wife, "Thou spakest sooth, for I have examined the jar, and found the fruit moldy and foul of smell. Wherefore I returned it to its place, and left it as it was aforetime." That night the merchant could not sleep a wink for thinking of the gold, and how he might lay hands thereon. And when morning morrowed, he took out all the Ashrafis, and buying some fresh olives in the bazaar, filled up the jar with them, and closed the mouth, and set it in its usual place. Now it came to pass, by Allah's mercy, that at the end of the month Ali Khwajah returned safe and sound to Baghdad. And he first went to his old friend, to wit the merchant, who greeted him with feigned joy, fell on his neck, but withal was sore troubled and perplexed at what might happen. After salutations and much rejoicing on either part, Ali Khwajah bespake the merchant on business, and begged that he might take back his jar of Asafari olives, which he had placed in charge of his familiar. Quoth the merchant to Ali Khwajah, "O my friend, I wot not where thou didst leave the jar of olives, but here is the key, go down to the storehouse, and take all that is thine own." So Ali Khwajah did as he was bidden, and carrying the jar from the magazine, took his leave and hastened home. But when he opened the vessel, and found not the gold coins, he was distracted and overwhelmed with grief, and made bitter lamentation. Then he returned to the merchant, and said, "O my friend, Allah, the All-Present and the All-Seeing, be my witness, that when I went on my pilgrimage to Mecca the Magnified, I left 1,000 Ashrafis in that jar, and now I find them not. Canst thou tell me aught concerning them? And thou in thy sore need have made use of them, it mattereth not so thou wilt give them back as soon as thou art able?" The merchant, apparently pitying him, said, "O good my friend, thou didst thyself with thine hand set the jar inside the storeroom. I wist not that thou hadst aught in it save olives, yet as thou didst leave it, so in like manner didst thou find it and carry it away. And now thou chargest me with theft of Ashrafis. It seemeth strange and passing strange that thou shouldst make such accusation. When thou wentest, thou madest no mention of any money in the jar, but saidst that it was full of olives, even as thou hast found it. Had thou left gold coins therein, then surely thou wouldst have recovered them." Hereupon Ali Khwajah begged hard with much entreaty, saying, "Those 1,000 Ashrafis were all I owned, the money earned by years of toil. I do beseech thee have pity on my case and give them back to me." Replied the merchant, waxing wroth with great wrath, "O my friend, a fine fellow thou art, to talk of honesty and withal make such false and lying charge. Begone, hie thee hence and come not to my house again, for now I know thee as thou art, a swindler and impostor." Hearing this dispute between Ali Khwajah and the merchant, all the people of the quarter came crowding to the shop, and thus it became well known to all, rich and poor, within the city of Baghdad, how that one Ali Khwajah had hidden 1,000 Ashrafis within a jar of olives, and had placed it on trust with a certain merchant. Moreover, how, after pilgrimage to Mecca and 7 years of travel, the poor man had returned, and that the rich man had gainsaid his words anent the gold, and was ready to make oath that he had not received any trust of the kind. At length, when naught else availed, Ali Khwajah was constrained to bring the matter before the Kazi, and to claim 1,000 Ashrafis of his false friend. The judge asked, "What witnesses hast thou who may speak for thee?" And the plaintiff answered, "O my lord the Kazi, I feared to tell the matter to any man, lest all come to know of my secret. Allah Almighty is my sole testimony. This merchant was my friend, and I recked not that he would prove dishonest and unfaithful." Quoth the judge, "Then must I needs send for the merchant, and hear what he saith on oath." And when the defendant came, they made him swear by all he deemed holy, facing Ka'abah wards, with hands uplifted, and he cried, "I swear that I know naught of any Ashrafis belonging to Ali Khwajah." Hereat the Kazi pronounced him innocent and dismissed him from court, and Ali Khwajah went home sad at heart and said to himself, "Alas, what justice is this which hath been meted out to me, that I should lose my money and my just cause be deemed unjust? It hath been truly said, he loseth the lave who sueth before a knave." On the next day he drew out a statement of his case, and as the Caliph Harun al Rashid was on his way to Friday prayers, he fell down on the ground before him and presented to him the paper. The commander of the faithful read the petition, and having understood the case, deigned give order, saying, "Tomorrow bring the accuser and the accused to the audience hall, and place the petition before my presence, for I myself will inquire into this matter." That night the Prince of True Believers, as was his wont, donned disguise to walk about the squares of Baghdad and its streets and lanes, and accompanied by Ja'afar the Barmaki and Masrur the sworder of his vengeance, proceeded to espy what happened in the city. Immediately on issuing forth he came upon an open place in the bazaar, when he heard the hubbub of children a playing, and saw at scanty distance some 10 or dozen boys making sport among themselves in the moonlight, and he stopped a while to watch their diversion. Then one among the lads, a goodly and a fair complexioned, said to the others, "Come now and let us play the game of Kazi. I will be the judge. Let one of you be Ali Khwajah, and another the merchant with whom he placed the 1,000 Ashrafis in pledge before faring on his pilgrimage. So come ye before me and let each one plead his plea." When the Caliph heard the name of Ali Khwajah, he minded him of the petition which had been presented to him for justice against the merchant, and bethought him that he would wait and see how the boy would perform the part of Kazi in their game, and upon what decision he would decide. So the Prince watched the mock trial with keen interest, saying to himself, "This case hath verily made such stir within the city, that even the children know thereof, and react it in their sports." Presently he among the lads who took the part of Ali Khwajah, the plaintiff, and his playmate who represented the merchant of Baghdad, accused of theft, advanced and stood before the boy who as the Kazi sat in pomp and dignity. Quoth the judge, "O Ali Khwajah, what is thy claim against this merchant?" And the complainant preferred his charge in a plea of full detail. Then said the Kazi to the boy who acted merchant, "What answerest thou to this complaint, and why didst thou not return the gold pieces?" The accused made reply even as the real defendant had done, and denied the charge before the judge, professing himself ready to take oath thereto. Then said the boy Kazi, "Ere thou swear on oath that thou hast not taken the money, I would fain see for myself the jar of olives which the plaintiff deposited with thee on trust." Then turning to the boy who represented Ali Khwajah, he cried, "Go thou, and instantly produce the jar, that I may inspect it." And when the vessel was brought, the Kazi said to the two contentious, "See now and say me, be this the very jar which thou, the plaintiff, leftest with the defendant?" And both answered that it was one and the same. Then said the self constituted judge, Open now the jar, and bring hither some of the contents, that I may see the state in which the Asafari olives actually are. Then tasting of the fruit, how is this? I find their flavor is fresh and their state excellent. Surely during the lapse of 7 12 months, the olives would have become moldy and rotten. Bring now before me 2 oil merchants of the town, that they may pass opinion upon them. Then 2 other of the boys assumed the parts commanded, and coming into court, stood before the Kazi, who asked, Are ye olive merchants by trade? They answered, We are, and this hath been our calling for many generations, and in buying and selling olives we earn our daily bread. Then said the Kazi, Tell me now, how long do olives keep fresh and well flavored? And they said, O my lord, however carefully we keep them, after the 3rd year they change flavor and color, and become no longer fit for food. In fact, they are good only to be cast away. Thereupon quoth the boy Kazi, Examine me now these olives that are in this jar, and say me how old are they, and what is their condition and savor. The 2 boys who played the parts of oil merchants pretended to take some berries from the jar, and taste them. And presently they said, O our lord the Kazi, these olives are in fair condition and full flavored. Quoth the Kazi, Ye speak falsely, for 'tis 7 years since Ali Khwaja put them in the jar, as he was about to go a pilgrimaging. And quoth they, Say whatso thou wilt, those olives are of this year's growth, and there is not an oil merchant in all Baghdad but who will agree with us. Moreover, the accused was made to taste and smell the fruits, and he could not but admit that it was even so as they had avouched. Then said the boy Kazi to the boy defendant, 'Tis clear thou art a rogue and a rascal, and thou hast done a deed wherefore thou richly deservest the gibbet. Hearing this, the children frisked about and clapped their hands with glee and gladness. Then seizing hold of him who acted as the merchant of Baghdad, they led him off as to execution. The commander of the faithful, Harun al Rashid, was greatly pleased at this acuteness of the boy who had assumed the part of the judge in the play, and commanded his Wazir Ja'afar, saying, Mark well the lad who enacted the Kazi in this mock trial, and see that thou produce him on the morrow. He shall try the case in my presence, substantially and in real earnest, even as we have heard him deal with it in play. Summon also the Kazi of this city, that he may learn the administration of justice from this child. Moreover, send word to Ali Khwaja, bidding him bring with him the jar of olives, and have also in readiness 2 oil merchants of the town. Thus, as they walked along, the Caliph gave orders to the Wazir, and then returned to his palace. So on the morrow, Ja'afar the Barmaki went to that quarter of the town where the children had enacted the mock trial, and asked the schoolmaster where his scholars might be. And he answered, They have all gone away, each to his home. So the minister visited the houses pointed out to him, and ordered the little ones to appear in his presence. Accordingly they were brought before him, when he said to them, Who among you is he that yesternight acted the part of Kazi in play, and passed sentence in the case of Ali Khwaja? The eldest of them replied, 'Twas I, O my lord the Wazir. And then he waxed pale, not knowing why the question was put. Cried the minister, Come along with me, the commander of the faithful hath need of thee. At this the mother of the lad was sore afraid, and wept. But Ja'afar comforted her, and said, O my lady, have no fear, and trouble not thyself. Thy son will soon return to thee in safety, Inshallah, God willing, and methinks the Sultan will show much favor unto him. The woman's heart was heartened on hearing these words of the Wazir, and she joyfully dressed her boy in his best attire, and sent him off with the Wazir, who led him by the hand to the Caliph's audience hall, and executed all the other commandments which had been issued by his liege lord. Then the commander of the faithful, having taken seat upon the throne of justice, set the boy upon a seat beside him, and as soon as the contending parties appeared before him, that is Ali Khwaja and the merchant of Baghdad, he commanded them to state each man his case, in presence of the child, who should adjudge the suit. So the 2, plaintiff and defendant, recounted their contention before the boy in full detail. and when the accused stoutly denied the charge, and was about to swear on oath that what he said was true, with hands uplifted, and facing Ka'abah the child Kazi prevented him, saying, "Enough! Swear not on oath till thou art bidden, and first let the jar of olives be produced in court." Forthwith the jar was brought forward and placed before him, and the lad bade open it. Then tasting one, he gave also to 2 oil merchants, who had been summoned that they might do likewise, and declare how old was the fruit, and whether its savour was good or bad. They did his bidding, and said, "The flavour of these olives hath not changed, and they are of this year's growth." Then said the boy, "Methinks ye are mistaken, for 7 years ago Ali Khwajah put the olives into the jar. How then could fruit of this year find their way therein?" But they replied, "'Tis even as we say, and thou believe not our words, send straightway for other oil merchants, and make inquiry of them. So shalt thou know if we speak sooth or lies." But when the merchant of Baghdad saw that he could no longer avail to prove his innocence, he confessed everything, to wit, how he had taken out the Ashrafis and filled the jar with fresh olives. Hearing this, the boy said to the Prince of True Believers, "O gracious sovereign, last night in play we tried this cause, but thou alone hast power to apply the penalty. I have adjudged the matter in thy presence, and I humbly pray that thou punish this merchant according to the law of the Koran and the custom of the Apostle, and thou decree the restoring of his 1,000 gold pieces to Ali Khwajah, for that he hath been proved entitled to them." End of section 21.
Section 22 of Library of the World's Best Mystery and Detective Stories, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Patty Cunningham. Library of the World's Best Mystery and Detective Stories, Volume 6, by Julian Hawthorne, Editor. Section 22. Another Solomon, from the Chinese. At Taiyuan there lived a middle-aged woman with her widowed daughter-in-law. The former was on terms of too great intimacy with a notably bad character of the neighborhood, and the daughter, who objected very strongly to this, did her best to keep the man from the house. The elder woman accordingly tried to send the other back to her family, but she would not go, and at length things came to such a pass that the mother-in-law actually went to the mandarin of the place and charged her daughter-in-law with the offense she herself was committing. When the mandarin inquired the name of the man concerned, she said she had only seen him in the dark and didn't know who he was, referring him for information to the accused. The latter, on being summoned, gave the man's name, but retorted the charge on her mother-in-law. And when the man was confronted with them, he promptly declared both their stories to be false. The mandarin, however, said there was a prima facie case against him, and ordered him to be severely beaten, whereupon he confessed that it was the daughter-in-law whom he went to visit. This the woman herself flatly denied, even under torture, and on being released, appealed to a higher court with a very similar result. Thus the case dragged on, until a Mr. Sun, who was well known for his judicial acumen, was appointed district magistrate at that place. Calling the parties before him, he bade his lictors prepare stones and knives, at which they were much exercised in their minds, the severest tortures allowed by law being merely gyves and fetters. However, everything was got ready, and the next day Mr. Sun proceeded with his investigation. After hearing all that each one of the three had to say, he delivered the following judgment. The case is a simple one, for although I cannot say which of you 2 women is the guilty one, there is no doubt about the man who has evidently been the means of bringing discredit on a virtuous family. Take those stones and knives there, and put him to death. I will be responsible. Thereupon the 2 women began to stone the man, especially the younger one, who seized the biggest stones she could see and threw them at him with all the might of her pent-up anger, while the mother-in-law chose small stones and struck him on non-vital parts. So with the knives. The daughter-in-law would have killed him at the first blow had not the mandarin stopped her and said, "Hold! I now know who is the guilty woman." The mother-in-law was then tortured until she confessed, and the case was thus terminated. End of Section 22. Recording by Patty Cunningham.
Section 23 of Library of the World's Best Mystery and Detective Stories, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Eva Easton. Library of the World's Best Mystery and Detective Stories, Volume 6 by Julian Hawthorne, Editor. Section 23. Calamity Ahmad and Habsalam Bazaza from the Arabic. Caliph Harun al-Rashid went in to Kut al-Kulub, who rose to him on sighting him, and kissed the ground between his hands. When he said to her, "Hath Ala al-Din visited thee?" And she answered, "No, O Commander of the Faithful. I sent to bid him come, but he would not." So the Caliph bade carry her back to the Harim, and saying to Ala al-Din, "Do not absent thyself from us," returned to his palace. Accordingly, next morning, Ala al-Din mounted and rode to the Divan, where he took his seat as chief of the 60. Presently the Caliph ordered his treasurer to give the Wazir Ja'afar 10,000 dinars, and said, when his order was obeyed, "I charge thee to go down to the bazaar where handmaidens are sold, and buy Ala al-Din a slave girl with this sum." Accordingly, in obedience to the king, Ja'afar took Ala al-Din and went down with him to the bazaar. Now, as chance would have it that very day, the Emir Khalid, whom the Caliph had made governor of Baghdad, went down to the market to buy a slave girl for his son, and the cause of his going was that his wife, Khatun by name, had borne him a son called Habsalam Bazaza, and the same was foul of favour, and had reached the age of 20, without learning to mount horse, albeit his father was brave and bold, a doughty rider ready to plunge into the sea of darkness. And it happened that on a certain night his mother said to his father, "I want to find him a wife." Quoth Khalid, "The fellow is so foul of favour, and withal so sordid and beastly, that no woman would take him at a gift." And she answered, "We will buy him a slave girl." So it befell, for the accomplishing of what Allah Almighty had decreed, that on the same day Ja'afar and Ala al-Din, the governor Khalid and his son went down to the market. And behold, they saw in the hands of a broker a beautiful girl, lovely faced and of perfect shape. And the Wazir said to him, "O broker, ask her owner if he will take 1,000 dinars for her." And as the broker passed by the governor with the slave, Habsalam Bazaza cast at her one glance of the eyes, which entailed for himself 1,000 sighs. And he fell in love with her, and passion got hold of him, and he said, "O my father, buy me yonder slave girl." So the Emir called the broker, who brought the girl to him, and asked her her name. She replied, "My name is Jessamine." And he said to Habsalam Bazaza, "O my son, an she please thee, do thou bid higher for her." Then he asked the broker, "What hath been bidden for her?" And he replied, 1,000 dinars. Said the governor's son, "She is mine for 1,000 pieces of gold and one more." And the broker passed on to Ala al-Din, who bid 2,000 dinars for her. And as often as the Emir's son bid another dinar, Ala al-Din bid 1,000. The ugly youth was vexed at this, and said, "O broker, who is it that outbiddeth me for the slave girl? Answered the broker, It is the Wazir Ja'afar, who is minded to buy her for Ala al-Din Abu al-Shamat. And Ala al-Din continued till he brought her price up to 10,000 dinars, and her owner was satisfied to sell her for that sum. Then he took the girl and said to her, I give thee thy freedom for the love of Almighty Allah, and forthwith wrote his contract of marriage with her and carried her to his house. Now when the broker returned, after having received his brokerage, the Emir's son summoned him and said to him, Where is the girl? Quoth he, She was bought for 10,000 dinars by Ala al-Din, who hath set her free and married her. At this the young man was greatly vexed and cast down, and sighing many a sigh, returned home, sick for love of the damsel. And he threw himself on his bed and refused food, for love and longing were sore upon him. Now when his mother saw him in this plight, she said to him, Heaven assain thee, O my son, what aileth thee? And he answered, Buy me jessamine, O my mother. Quoth she, When the flower seller passeth, I will buy thee a basket full of jessamine. Quoth he, It is not the jessamine one smells, but a slave girl named Jessamine, whom my father would not buy for me. So she said to her husband, Why and wherefore didst thou not buy him the girl? And he replied, What is fit for the Lord is not fit for the liege, and I have no power to take her. No less a man bought her than Ala al-Din, chief of the 60. Then the youth's weakness redoubled upon him, till he gave up sleeping and eating, and his mother bound her head with the fillets of mourning. And while in her sadness she sat at home, lamenting over her son, behold, came into her an old woman, known as the mother of Ahmad Kamakim, the arch thief, a knave who would bore through a middle wall, and scale the tallest of the tall, and steal the very coal off the eyeball. From his earliest years he had been given to these malpractices, till they made him captain of the watch, when he stole a sum of money, and the chief of police, coming upon him in the act, carried him to the Caliph, who bade put him to death on the common execution ground. But he implored protection of the Wazir, whose intercession the Caliph never rejected. So he pleaded for him with the Commander of the Faithful, who said, How canst thou intercede for this pest of the human race? Ja'afar answered, O Commander of the Faithful, do thou imprison him. Whoso built the first jail was a sage, seeing that a jail is the grave of the living, and a joy for the foe. So the Caliph bade lay him in bilboes and write thereon, Appointed to remain here until death, and not to be loosed but on the corpse washer's bench. And they cast him fettered into limbo. Now his mother was a frequent visitor to the house of the Emir Khalid, who was governor and chief of police, and she used to go in to her son in jail and say to him, Did I not warn thee to turn from thy wicked ways? And he would always answer her, Allah decreed this to me, but, O my mother, when thou visitest the Emir's wife, make her intercede for me with her husband. So when the old woman came into the Lady Khatun, she found her bound with the fillets of mourning, and said to her, Wherefore dost thou mourn? She replied, For my son Habsalam Bazazah. And the old woman exclaimed, Heaven assain thy son, what hath befallen him? So the mother told her the whole story, and she said, What wouldst thou say of him who should achieve such a feat as would save thy son? Asked the lady, And what feat wilt thou do? Quoth the old woman, I have a son called Ahmad Kamakim, the arch thief, who lieth chained in jail, and on his bilboes is written, appointed to remain till death. So do thou don thy richest clothes, and trick thee out with thy finest jewels, and present thyself to thy husband with an open face and smiling mien, and say, By Allah, 'tis a strange thing, when a man desireth aught of his wife, he dunneth her till she doeth it. But if a wife desire aught of her husband, he will not grant it to her. Then he will say, What dost thou want? And do thou answer, First swear to grant my request. If he swear to thee by his head or by Allah, say to him, Swear to me the oath of divorce. And do not yield to him except he do this. And when he hath sworn to thee the oath of divorce, say to him, Thou keepest in prison a man called Ahmad Kamakim, and he hath a poor old mother, who hath set upon me, and who urgeth me in the matter, and who saith, Let thy husband intercede for him with the Caliph, that my son may repent, and thou gain heavenly guerdon. And the Lady Khatun replied, I hear and obey. So when her husband came in to his wife, she spoke to him as she had been taught, and made him swear the divorce oath and yield to her wishes. When morning dawned, after he had made the ghusl ablution and prayed the dawn prayer, he repaired to the prison and said, O Ahmad Kamakim, O thou arch thief, dost thou repent of thy works? Whereto he replied, I do indeed repent and turn to Allah and say with heart and tongue, I ask pardon of Allah. So the governor took him out of jail and carried him to court, he being still in bilboes, and approaching the Caliph kissed ground before him. Quoth the king, O Emir Khalid, what seekest thou? Whereupon he brought forward Ahmad Kamakim, shuffling and tripping in his fetters, and the Caliph said to him, What, art thou yet alive, O Kamakim? He replied, O Commander of the Faithful, the miserable are long-lived. Quoth the Caliph to the Emir, Why hast thou brought him hither? And quoth he, O Commander of the Faithful, he hath a poor old mother cut off from the world, who hath none but this son, and she hath had recourse to thy slave, imploring him to intercede with thee to strike off his chains, for he repenteth of his evil courses, and to make him captain of the watch as before. The Caliph asked Ahmad Kamakim, Dost thou repent of thy sins? I do indeed repent me to Allah, O Commander of the Faithful, answered he. Whereupon the Caliph called for the blacksmith and made him strike off his irons on the corpse washer's bench. Moreover, he restored him to his former office and charged him to walk in the ways of godliness and righteousness. So he kissed the Caliph's hands, and being invested with the uniform of captain of the watch, he went forward whilst they made proclamation of his appointment. Now for a long time he abode in the exercise of his office, till one day his mother went in to the governor's wife, who said to her, Praised be Allah, who hath delivered thy son from prison and restored him to health and safety. But why dost thou not bid him contrive some trick to get the girl Jessamine for my son Habzalam Bazazah? That will I, answered she, and going out from her repaired to her son. She found him drunk with wine and said to him, O my son, no one caused thy release from jail but the wife of the governor, and she would have thee find some means to slay Ala al-Din Abu al-Shamat and get his slave girl Jessamine for her son Absalam Bazazah. He answered, That will be the easiest of things, and I must needs set about it this very night. Now this was the first night of the new month, and it was the custom of the Caliph to spend that night with the Lady Zubaydah for the setting free of a slave girl or a Mameluke or something of the sort. Moreover, on such occasions he used to doff his royal habit, together with his rosary and dagger, sword, and royal signet, and set them all upon a chair in the sitting saloon. And he had also a gold lantern, adorned with 3 jewels strung on a wire of gold, by which he set great store, and he would commit all these things to the charge of the eunuchs, whilst he went into the Lady Zubaydah's apartment. So the arch thief Ahmad Kamakim waited till midnight, when Canopus shone bright, and all creatures to sleep were dight, whilst the Creator veiled them with the veil of night. Then he took his drawn sword in his right hand, and his grappling hook in his left, and, repairing to the Caliph's sitting saloon, planted his scaling ladder, and cast his grapnel on to the side of the terrace roof. Then, raising the trap door, let himself down into the saloon, where he found the eunuchs asleep. He drugged them with hemp fumes, and taking the Caliph's dress, dagger, rosary, kerchief, signet ring, and the lantern whereupon were the pearls, returned whence he came, and betook himself to the house of Ala al-Din, who had that night celebrated his wedding festivities with Jessamine. So arch thief Ahmad Kamakim climbed over into his saloon, and, raising one of the marble slabs from the sunken part of the floor, dug a hole under it, and laid the stolen things therein, all save the lantern, which he kept for himself. Then he plastered down the marble slab as it was before, and, returning whence he came, went back to his own house, saying, I will now tackle my drink, and set this lantern before me, and quaff the cup to its light. Now, as soon as it was dawn of day, the Caliph went out into the sitting chamber, and, seeing the eunuchs drugged with hemp, aroused them. Then he put his hand to the chair, and found neither dress, nor signet, nor rosary, nor dagger sword, nor kerchief, nor lantern. Whereat he was exceeding wroth, and, donning the dress of anger, which was a scarlet suit, sat down in the divan. So the Wazir Ja'afar came forward, and, kissing the ground before him, said, Allah avert all evil from the Commander of the Faithful. Answered the Caliph, O Wazir, the evil is passing great. Ja'afar asked, What has happened? So he told him what had occurred, and behold, the chief of police appeared with Ahmad Kamakim, the robber, at his stirrup, when he found the Commander of the Faithful sore enraged. As soon as the Caliph saw him, he said to him, O Emir Khalid, how goes Baghdad? And he answered, Safe and secure. Cried he, Thou liest. How so, O Prince of True Believers? Asked the Emir. So he told him the case, and added, I charge thee to bring me back all the stolen things. Replied the Emir, O Commander of the Faithful, the vinegar worm is of and in the vinegar, and no stranger can get at this place. But the Caliph said, Except thou bring me these things, I will put thee to death. Quoth he, Ere thou slay me, slay Ahmad Kamakim, for none should know the robber and the traitor but the captain of the watch. Then came forward Ahmad Kamakim, and said to the Caliph, Accept my intercession for the chief of police, and I will be responsible to thee for the thief, and will track his trail till I find him. But give me 2 qazis and 2 assessors, for he who did this thing feareth thee not, nor doth he fear the governor, nor any other. Answered the Caliph, Thou shalt have what thou wantest, but let search be made first in my palace, and then in those of the Wazir and the Chief of the 60. Rejoined Ahmad Kamakim, Thou sayest well, O Commander of the Faithful. Belike the man that did this ill deed be one who hath been reared in the king's household, or in that of one of his officers. Cried the Caliph, As my head liveth, whosoever shall have done the deed, I will assuredly put him to death, be it mine own son. Then Ahmad Kamakim received a written warrant to enter and perforce search the houses. So he went forth, taking in his hand a rod made of bronze and copper, iron and steel, of each 3 equal parts. He first searched the palace of the Caliph, then that of the Wazir Ja'afar, after which he went the round of the houses of the chamberlains and the viceroys, till he came to that of Ala al-Din. Now when the Chief of the 60 heard the clamor before his house, he left his wife Jessamine and went down, and opening the door, found the master of police without, in the midst of a tumultuous crowd. So he said, What is the matter, O Emir Khalid? Thereupon the chief told him the case, and Ala al-Din said, Enter my house and search it. The governor replied, Pardon, O my lord, thou art a man in whom trust is reposed, and the law forfend that the trusty turn traitor. Quoth Ala al-Din, There is no help for it but that my house be searched. So the chief of police entered, attended by the Qazi and his assessors. Whereupon Ahmad Kamakim went straight to the depressed floor of the saloon, and came to the slab under which he had buried the stolen goods, and let the rod fall upon it with such violence that the marble broke in sunder, and behold, something glittered underneath. Then said he, Bismillah, in the name of Allah, Mashallah, whatso Allah willeth. By the blessing of our coming, a hoard hath been hit upon. Wait while we go down into this hiding place and see what is therein. So the Qazi and assessors looked into the hole, and finding there the stolen goods, drew up a statement of how they had discovered them in Ala al-Din's house, to which they set their seals. Then they bade seize upon Ala al-Din, and took his turban from his head, and officially registered all his monies and effects which were in the mansion. Meanwhile, arch-thief Ahmad Kamakim laid hands on Jessamine, and committed her to his mother, saying, Deliver her to Khatun, the governor's lady. So the old woman took her and carried her to the wife of the master of police. Now as soon as Habsalam Bazazah saw her, health and heart returned to him, and he arose without stay or delay, and joyed with exceeding joy, and would have drawn near her, but she plucked a dagger from her girdle and said, Keep off from me, or I will kill thee and kill myself after. With this the ugly youth's love-longing redoubled, and he sickened for yearning and unfulfilled desire, and, refusing food, returned to his pillow. Then said his mother to her, O wretch, how canst thou make me thus to sorrow for my son? Needs must I punish thee with torture? And as for Ala al-Din, he will assuredly be hanged. And I will die for love of him, answered Jessamine. Then the governor's wife arose and stripped her of her jewels and silken raiment, and clothing her in sackcloth, sent her down into the kitchen, and made her a scullery wench, saying, The reward for thy constancy shall be to break up firewood and peel onions and set fire under the cooking pots. Quoth she, I am willing to suffer all manner of hardships and servitude, but I will not suffer the sight of thy son. However, Allah inclined the hearts of the slave girls to her, and they used to do her service in the kitchen. Such was the case with Jessamine, but as regards Ala al-Din, they carried him, together with the stolen goods, to the divan where the Caliph still sat upon his throne, and behold, the king looked upon his effects and said, "Where did ye find them?" They replied, "In the very middle of the house belonging to Ala al-Din Abu al-Shamat." Whereat the Caliph was filled with wrath and took the things, but found not the lantern among them, and said, "O Ala al-Din, where is the lantern?" He answered, "I stole it not. I know naught of it. I never saw it. I can give no information about it." Said the Caliph, "O traitor, how cometh it that I brought thee near unto me, and thou hast cast me out afar, and I trusted in thee, and thou betrayest me?" And he commanded to hang him. So the chief of police took him and went down with him into the city, whilst the crier preceded them, proclaiming aloud and saying, "This is the reward and the least of the reward he shall receive who doth treason against the Caliphs of true belief." And the folk flocked to the place where the gallows stood. Thus far concerning him. But as regards Ahmad al-Danaf, Ala al-Din's adopted father, he was sitting making merry with his followers in a garden, and carousing and pleasuring, when lo, in came one of the water carriers of the divan, and kissing the hand of Ahmad al-Danaf, said to him, "O Captain Ahmad, O Danaf, thou sittest at thine ease with water flowing at thy feet, and thou knowest not what hath happened." Asked Ahmad, "What is it?" And the other answered, "They have gone down to the gallows with thy son Ala al-Din, adopted by a covenant before Allah." Quoth Ahmad, "What is the remedy here, O Hasan Shuman, and what sayest thou of this?" He replied, "Assuredly Ala al-Din is innocent, and this blame hath come to him from some one enemy." Quoth Ahmad, "What counsellest thou?" And Hasan said, "We must rescue him, Inshallah." Then he went to the jail and said to the jailer, "Give us someone who deserveth death." So he gave him one that was likest of men to Ala al-Din Abu al-Shamat. And they covered his head and carried him to the place of execution between Ahmad al-Danaf and Ali al-Zaybak of Cairo. Now they had brought Ala al-Din to the gibbet to hang him, but Ahmad al-Danaf came forward and set his foot on that of the hangman, who said, "Give me room to do my duty." He replied, "O accursed, take this man and hang him in Ala al-Din's stead, for he is innocent, and we will ransom him with this fellow, even as Abraham ransomed Isaac with the ram." So the hangman seized the man and hanged him in lieu of Ala al-Din, whereupon Ahmad and Ali took Ala al-Din and carried him to Ahmad's quarters, and when there, Ala al-Din turned to him and said, "O my sire in chief, Allah requite thee with the best of good." Quoth he, "O Ala al-Din, what is this deed thou hast done?" The mercy of Allah be on him who said, "Whoever trusteth thee, betray him not, even if thou be a traitor." Now the Caliph set thee in high place about him, and styled thee trusty and faithful. How then couldst thou deal thus with him and steal his goods? "By the most great name, O my father in chief," replied Ala al-Din, "I had no hand in this, nor did I such deed, nor know I who did it." Quoth Ahmad, "Of a surety none did this but a manifest enemy, and whoever doth aught shall be requited for his deed. But, O Ala al-Din, thou canst sojourn no longer in Baghdad, for kings, O my son, may not pass from one thing to another, and when they go in quest of a man, long is his travail." "Whither shall I go, O my chief?" asked Ala al Din, and he answered, "O my son, I will bring thee to Alexandria, for 'tis a blessed place. Its threshold is green and its sojourn is agreeable." And Ala al Din rejoined, "I hear and I obey, O my chief." So Ahmad said to Hasan Shuman, "Be mindful, and when the Caliph asketh for me, say, he is gone touring about the provinces." Then, taking Ala al Din, he went forth of Baghdad and stayed, not going till they came to the outlying vineyards and gardens, where they met two Jews of the Caliph's tax gatherers riding on mules. Quoth Ahmad al Danaf to these, "Give me the blackmail." And quoth they, "Why should we pay thee blackmail?" Whereto he replied, "Because I am the watchman of this valley." So they gave him each 100 gold pieces, after which he slew them and took their mules, one of which he mounted, whilst Ala al Din bestrode the other. Then they rode on till they came to the city of Ayas, and put up their beasts for the night at the Khan. And when morning dawned, Ala al Din sold his own mule and committed that of Ahmad to the charge of the doorkeeper of the caravanserai, after which they took ship from Ayas port and sailed to Alexandria. Here they landed and walked up to the bazaar, and behold, there was a broker crying a shop, and a chamber behind it for 950 dinars. Upon this Ala al Din bid 1,000, which the broker accepted, for the premises belonged to the treasury. And the seller handed over to him the keys, and the buyer opened the shop, and found the inner parlor furnished with carpets and cushions. Moreover, he found there a storeroom full of sails and masts, cordage, and seamen's chests, bags of beads and cowrie shells, stirrups, battle axes, maces, knives, scissors, and such matters, for the last owner of the shop had been a dealer in second-hand goods. So he took his seat in the shop, and Ahmad al Danaf said to him, "O my son, the shop and the room and that which is therein are become thine. So tarry thou here and buy and sell, and repine not at thy lot, for Almighty Allah blesseth trade." After this he abode with him 3 days, and on the 4th he took leave of him, saying, "Abide here till I go back and bring thee the Caliph's pardon, and learn who hath played thee this trick." Then he shipped for Ayas, where he took the mule from the inn, and returning to Baghdad met Pestilence Hasan and his followers, to whom said he, "Hath the Caliph asked after me?" And he replied, "No, nor hast thou come to his thought." So he resumed his service about the Caliph's person, and set himself to sniff about for news of Ala al Din's case, till one day he heard the Caliph say to the Wazir, "See, O Ja'afar, how Ala al Din dealt with me." Replied the Minister, "O Commander of the Faithful, thou hast requited him with hanging, and hath he not met with his reward?" Quoth he, "O Wazir, I have a mind to go down and see him hanging." And the Wazir answered, "Do what thou wilt, O Commander of the Faithful." So the Caliph, accomplained by Ja'afar, went down to the place of execution, and raising his eyes, saw the hanged man to be other than Ala al Din Abu al Shamat, surnamed the Trusty, and said, "O Wazir, this is not Ala al Din." "How knowest thou that it is not he?" asked the Minister, and the Caliph answered, "Ala al Din was short, and this one is tall." Quoth Ja'afar, "Hanging stretcheth." Quoth the Caliph, "Ala al Din was fair, and this one's hair is black." Said Ja'afar, "Knowest thou not, O Commander of the Faithful, that death is followed by blackness?" Then the Caliph bade take down the body from the gallows tree, and they found the names of the two Shaykhs, Abu Bakr and Omar, written on his heels, whereupon cried the Caliph, "O Wazir, Ala al-Din was a Sunnite, and this fellow is a rejecter, a Shia." He answered, "Glory be to Allah who knoweth the hidden things, while we know not whether this was Ala al-Din or other than he." Then the Caliph bade bury the body, and they buried it, and Ala al-Din was forgotten as though he never had been. Such was his case, but as regards Habsalam Bazazah, the Emir Khalid's son, he ceased not to languish for love and longing till he died, and they joined him to the dust. Now as for the young wife Jessamine, she gave birth to a boy child like unto the moon. And when her fellow slave girls said to her, "What wilt thou name him?" she answered, "Were his father well, he had named him, but now I will name him Aslan." Now it so came to pass that one day after 2 years, whilst his mother was busied with the service of the kitchen, the boy went out and, seeing the stairs, mounted to the guest chamber. And the Emir Khalid, who was sitting there, took him upon his lap and glorified his Lord for that which he had created and fashioned. Then, closely eyeing his face, the governor saw that he was the likest of all creatures to Ala al-Din Abu al-Shamat. Presently his mother Jessamine sought for him, and finding him not, mounted to the guest chamber, where she saw the Emir seated with the child playing in his lap, for Allah had inclined his heart to the boy. And when the child espied his mother, he would have thrown himself upon her, but the Emir held him tight to his bosom and said to Jessamine, "Come hither, O damsel." So she came to him, when said to her, "Whose son is this?" And she replied, "He is my son." "And who is his father?" asked the Emir. And she answered, "His father was Ala al-Din Abu al-Shamat, but now he is become thy son." Quoth Khalid, "In very sooth Ala al-Din was a traitor." Quoth she, "Allah deliver him from treason! The heavens forfend and forbid that the trusty should be a traitor." Then said he, "When this boy shall grow up and reach man's estate and say to thee, 'Who is my father?' do thou say to him, 'Thou art the son of the Emir Khalid, governor and chief of police.'" And she answered, "I hear and I obey." Then he adopted the boy and reared him with the goodliest rearing, and engaged for him a professor of law and religious science, and an expert pensman who taught him to read and write. So he read the Quran twice and learned it by heart, and he grew up saying to the Emir, "O my father." Moreover, the governor used to go down with him to the tilting ground and assemble horsemen, and teach the lad the fashion of fight and fray, and the place to plant lance thrust and sabre stroke. So that by the time he was 14 years old, he became a valiant wight and accomplished knight, and gained the rank of Emir. Now it chanced one day that Aslan fell in with Ahmad Kamakim, the arch thief, and accompanied him as cup companion to the tavern. And behold, Ahmad took out the jeweled lantern he had stolen from the Caliph, and setting it before him, pledged the wine cup to its light, till he became drunken. So Aslan said to him, "O captain, give me this lantern." But he replied, "I cannot give it to thee." Asked Aslan, "Why not?" And Ahmad answered, "Because lives have been lost for it." "Whose life?" inquired Aslan, and Ahmad rejoined, "There came hither a man who was made chief of the 60. He was named Ala al-Din Abu al-Shamat, and he lost his life through this lantern. Quoth Aslan, and what was that story, and what brought about his death? Quoth Ahmad Kamakim, thou hadst an elder brother by name Habsalam Bazazah, and when he reached the age of 16 and was inclined for marriage, thy father would have bought him a slave girl named Jessamine. And he went on to tell him the whole story from first to last of Habsalam Bazazah's illness and what befell Ala al-Din in his innocence. When Aslan heard this, he said in thought, haply this slave girl was my mother Jessamine, and my father was none other than Ala al-Din Abu al-Shamat. So the boy went out from him sorrowful, and met Calamity Ahmad, who at sight of him exclaimed, Glory be to him unto whom none is like. Asked Hasan the Pestilence, Whereat dost thou marvel, O my chief? And Ahmad the Calamity replied, At the make of yonder boy Aslan, for he is the likest of human creatures to Ala al-Din Abu al-Shamat. Then he called the lad and said to him, O Aslan, what is thy mother's name? To which he replied, She is called the damsel Jessamine. And the other said, Hark ye, Aslan, be of good cheer, and keep thine eyes cool and clear, for thy father was none other than Ala al-Din Abu al-Shamat. But, O my son, go thou in to thy mother, and question her of thy father. He said, Hearkening and obedience, and going in to his mother, put the question, whereupon quoth she, Thy sire is the Emir Khalid. Not so, rejoined he, my father was none other than Ala al-Din Abu al-Shamat. At this the mother wept and said, Who acquainted thee with this, O my son? And he answered, Ahmad al-Danaf, captain of the guard. So she told him the whole story, saying, O my son, the true hath prevailed, and the false hath failed. Know that Ala al-Din Abu al-Shamat was indeed thy sire, but it was none save the Emir Khalid who reared thee and adopted thee as his son. And now, O my child, when thou seest Ahmad al-Danaf the captain, do thou say to him, I conjure thee by Allah, O my chief, take my blood revenge on the murderer of my father, Ala al-Din Abu al-Shamat. So he went out from his mother, and betaking himself to Calamity Ahmad, kissed his hand. Quoth the captain, What aileth thee, O Aslan? And quoth he, Now I know for certain that my father was Ala al-Din Abu al-Shamat, and I would have thee take my blood revenge on his murderer. He asked, And who was thy father's murderer? Whereto Aslan answered, Ahmad Kamakim, the arch thief. Who told thee this? Inquired he. And Aslan rejoined, I saw in his hand the jeweled lantern, which was lost with the rest of the Caliph's gear, and I said to him, Give me this lantern. But he refused, saying, Lives have been lost on account of this, and told me it was he who had broken into the palace and stolen the articles and deposited them in my father's house. Then said Ahmad al-Danaf, When thou seest the Emir Khalid don his harness of war, say to him, Equip me like thyself, and take me with thee. Then do thou go forth and perform some feat of prowess before the Commander of the Faithful, and he will say to thee, Ask a boon of me, O Aslan, and do thou make answer, I ask of thee this boon, that thou take my blood revenge on my father's murderer. If he says, Thy father is yet alive and is the Emir Khalid, the chief of police, answer thou, My father was Ala al-Din Abu al-Shamat, and the Emir Khalid hath a claim upon me only as the foster father who adopted me. Then tell him all that passed between thee and Ahmad Kamakim, and say, O Prince of True Believers, order him to be searched, and I will bring the lantern forth from his bosom." Thereupon said Aslan to him, "I hear and obey," and returning to the Emir Khalid, found him making ready to repair to the Caliph's court, and said to him, "I would fain have thee arm and harness me like thyself, and take me with thee to the Divan." So he equipped him and carried him thither. Then the Caliph sallied forth of Baghdad with his troops, and they pitched tents and pavilions without the city. Whereupon the host divided into two parties, and forming ranks fell to playing polo, one striking the ball with the mal and another striking it back to him. Now there was among the troops a spy who had been hired to slay the Caliph. So he took the ball and smiting it with the bat, drove it straight at the Caliph's face, when behold, Aslan fended it off, and catching it, drove it back at him who smote it, so that it struck him between the shoulders, and he fell to the ground. The Caliph exclaimed, "Allah bless thee, O Aslan," and they all dismounted and sat on chairs. Then the Caliph bade them bring the smiter of the ball before him, and said, "Who tempted thee to do this thing, and art thou friend or foe?" Quoth he, "I am thy foe, and it was my purpose to kill thee." Asked the Caliph, "And wherefore? Art not a Moslem?" Replied the spy, "No, I am a rejecter." So the Caliph bade them put him to death, and said to Aslan, "Ask a boon of me." Quoth he, "I ask of thee this boon, that thou take my blood revenge on my father's murderer." He said, "Thy father is alive, and there he stands on his 2 feet." "And who is he?" asked Aslan. And the Caliph answered, "He is the Emir Khalid, Chief of Police." Rejoined Aslan, "O Commander of the Faithful, he is no father of mine save by right of fosterage. My father was none other than Ala al-Din Abu al-Shamat." "Then thy father was a traitor," cried the Caliph. "Allah forbid, O Commander of the Faithful," rejoined Aslan, "that the trusty should be a traitor. But how did he betray thee?" Quoth the Caliph, "He stole my habit and what was therewith." Aslan retorted, "O Commander of the Faithful, Allah forfend that my father should be a traitor. But, O my lord, when thy habit was lost and found, didst thou likewise recover the lantern which was stolen from thee?" Answered the Caliph, "We never got it back." And Aslan said, "I saw it in the hands of Ahmad Kamakim and begged it of him, but he refused to give it me, saying, 'Lives have been lost on account of this.' Then he told me of the sickness of Habsalam Bazazah, son of the Emir Khalid, by reason of his passion for the damsel Jessamine, and how he himself was released from bonds, and that it was he who stole the habit and the lamp. So do thou, O Commander of the Faithful, take my blood revenge from my father on him who murdered him." At once the Caliph cried, "Seize ye Ahmad Kamakim!" and they seized him, whereupon he asked, "Where be the Captain Ahmad al-Danaf?" And when he was summoned, the Caliph bade him search Kamakim. So he put his hand into the thief's bosom and pulled out the lantern. Said the Caliph, "Come hither, thou traitor! Whence hadst thou this lantern?" And Kamakim replied, "I bought it, O Commander of the Faithful." The Caliph rejoined, "Where didst thou buy it?" Then they beat him till he owned that he had stolen the lantern, the habit, and the rest, and the Caliph said to him, "What moved thee to do this, O traitor, and ruin Ala al-Din Abu al-Shamat, the trusty and faithful?" Then he bade them lay hands on him and on the Chief of Police, But the chief said, O Commander of the Faithful, indeed I am unjustly treated. Thou badest me hang him, and I had no knowledge of this trick, for the plot was contrived between the old woman and Ahmad Kamakim and my wife. I crave thine intercession, O Aslan." So Aslan interceded for him with the Caliph, who said, "What hath Allah done with this youngster's mother?" Answered Khalid, "She is with me." And the Caliph continued, "I command that thou order thy wife to dress her in her own clothes and ornaments, and restore her to her former degree, a lady of rank. And do thou remove the seals from Ala al Din's house, and give his son possession of his estate." "I hear and obey," answered Khalid, and going forth gave the order to his wife, who clad Jessamine in her own apparel, whilst he himself removed the seals from Ala al Din's house and gave Aslan the keys. Then said the Caliph, "Ask a boon of me, O Aslan," and he replied, "I beg of thee the boon to unite me with my father." Whereat the Caliph wept and said, "Most like thy sire was he that was hanged and is dead. But by the life of my forefathers, whoso bringeth me the glad news that he is yet in the bondage of this life, I will give him all he seeketh." Then came forward Ahmad al-Danaf, and kissing the ground between his hands, said, "Grant me indemnity, O Commander of the Faithful." "Thou hast it," answered the Caliph, and Calamity Ahmad said, "I give thee the good news that Ala al-Din Abu al-Shamat, the Trusty, the Faithful, is alive and well." Quoth the Caliph, "What is this thou sayest?" Quoth Al-Danaf, "As thy head liveth, I say sooth, for I ransomed him with another of those who deserved death, and carried him to Alexandria, where I opened for him a shop and set him up as dealer in second-hand goods." So they journeyed to Alexandria. They alighted without the city, and Ala al-Din hid the women in a cavern, whilst he went into Alexandria and fetched them outer clothing, wherewith he covered them. Then he carried them to his shop, and leaving them in the ben, walked forth to fetch them the morning meal. And behold, he met Calamity Ahmad, who chanced to be coming from Baghdad. He saw him in the street, and received him with open arms, saluting him and welcoming him, whereupon Ahmad al-Danaf gave him the good news of his son Aslan, and how he was now come to the age of 20. And Ala al-Din, in his turn, told the captain of the guard all that had befallen him from first to last, whereat he marvelled with exceeding marvel. Then they brought him to his shop and sitting room, where they passed the night, and next day he sold his place of business and laid its price with other monies. Now Ahmad al-Danaf had told him that the Caliph sought him, but he said, "I am bound first for Cairo, to salute my father and mother and the people of my house." So they all went to Cairo the God-guarded, and here they alighted in the street called Yellow, where stood the house of Shamat al-Din. Then Ala al-Din knocked at the door, and his mother said, "Who is at the door, now that we have lost our beloved for evermore?" He replied, "'Tis I, Ala al-Din," whereupon they came down and embraced him. Then he sent his wives and baggage into the house, and entering himself with Ahmad al-Danaf, rested there 3 days, after which he was minded to set out for Baghdad. His father said, "Abide with me, O my son," but he answered, "I cannot bear to be parted from my child Aslan." So he took his father and mother and set forth for Baghdad. Now when they came there, Ahmad al-Danaf went in to the Caliph and gave him the glad tidings of Ala al-Din's arrival and told him his story, whereupon the king went forth to greet him, taking the youth Aslan, and they met and embraced each other. Then the commander of the faithful summoned the arch thief Ahmad Kamakim and said to Ala al-Din, "Up and at thy foe." So he drew his sword and smote off Ahmad Kamakim's head. Presently the Caliph held festival for Ala al-Din and, summoning the Qazis and witnesses, wrote the contract and married him to the Princess Husn Maryam. Moreover, the Caliph made Aslan chief of the 60 and bestowed upon him and his father sumptuous dresses of honor, and they abode in the enjoyment of all joys and joyance of life till there came to them the destroyer of delights and the sunderer of societies. End of section 23. Recording by Eva Easton, Sloatsburg, New York, June 2011.
Section 24 of Library of the World's Best Mystery and Detective Stories, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jason Bennett. Library of the World's Best Mystery and Detective Stories, Volume 6, by Julian Hawthorne, Editor. Section 24. A Man-Hating Maiden. The ever-worthy and famous King Vikramaditya had a painter named Nagarasvaman, who enjoyed the revenues of 100 villages and surpassed Visvakarman. That painter used every 2 or 3 days to paint a picture of a girl and give it as a present to the king, taking care to exemplify different types of beauty. Now, once on a time, it happened that the painter had, because a feast was going on, forgotten to paint the required girl for the king. And when the day for giving the present arrived, the painter remembered and was bewildered, saying to himself, "Alas, what can I give to the king?" And at that moment a traveler come from afar suddenly approached him and placed a book in his hand and went off somewhere quickly. The painter, out of curiosity, opened the book and saw within a picture of a girl on canvas. Inasmuch as the girl was of wonderful beauty, no sooner did he see her picture than he took it and gave it to the king, rejoicing that, so far from having no picture to present that day, he had obtained such an exceedingly beautiful one. But the king, as soon as he saw it, was astonished, and said to him, "My good fellow, this is not your painting. This is the painting of Visvakarman. For how could a mere mortal be skillful enough to paint such beauty?" When the painter heard this, he told the king exactly what had taken place. Then the king kept ever looking at the picture of the girl, and never took his eyes off it. And one night he saw in a dream a girl exactly like her, but in another land. But as he eagerly rushed to embrace her, who was eager to meet him, the night came to an end, and he was woke up by the watchman. When the king awoke, he was so angry at the interruption of his delightful interview with that maiden that he banished that watchman from the city. And he said to himself, "To think that a traveler should bring a book, and that in it there should be the painted figure of a girl, and that I should in a dream behold this same girl apparently alive. All this elaborate dispensation of destiny makes me think that she must be a real maiden, but I do not know in what land she lives. How am I to obtain her?" Full of such reflections, the king took pleasure in nothing, and burned with the fever of love so that his attendants were full of anxiety, and the warder, Bhadrayuddha, asked the afflicted king in private the cause of his grief, whereupon he spoke as follows: "Listen, I will tell you, my friend. So much at any rate you know, that a painter gave me the picture of a girl, and I fell asleep thinking on her, and I remember that in my dream I crossed the sea, and reached and entered a very beautiful city. There I saw many armed maidens in front of me, and they, as soon as they saw me, raised a tumultuous cry of 'Kill! Kill!' Then a certain female ascetic came, and with great precipitation made me enter her house, and briefly said to me this: My son, here is the man-hating Princess Malayavati come this way, diverting herself as she pleases, and the moment she sees a man, she makes these maidens of hers kill him, so I brought you in here to save your life." When the female ascetic had said this, she immediately made me put on female attire, and I submitted to that, knowing that it was not lawful to slay those maidens. But when the princess entered into the house with her maidens, I looked at her, and lo, she was the very lady that had been shown me in a picture. And I said to myself, "Fortunate am I in that, after first seeing this lady in a picture, I now behold her again in flesh and blood, dear as my life." In the meanwhile the princess, at the head of her maidens, said to that female ascetic, "We saw some male enter here." The ascetic showed me, and answered, "I know of no male. Here is my sister's daughter, who is with me as a guest." Then the princess, seeing me, although I was disguised as a woman, forgot her dislike of men, and was at once overcome by love. She remained for a moment, with every hair on her body erect, motionless as if in thought, being, so to speak, nailed to the spot at once with arrows by Love, who had spied his opportunity. And in a moment the princess said to the ascetic, "Then, noble lady, why should not your sister's daughter be my guest also? Let her come to my palace. I will send her back duly honored." Saying this, she took me by the hand and led me away to her palace. And I remember, I discerned her intention, and consented, and went there, and that sly old female ascetic gave me leave to depart. Then I remained there with that princess, who was diverting herself with the amusement of marrying her maidens to one another, and so forth. Her eyes were fixed on me, and she would not let me out of her sight for an instant, and no occupation pleased her in which I did not take part. Then those maidens, I remember, made the princess a bride, and me her husband, and married us in sport. And when we had been married, we entered at night the bridal chamber, and the princess fearlessly threw her arms round my neck. And then I told her who I was, and embraced her, and delighted at having attained her object, she looked at me, and then remained a long time with her eyes bashfully fixed on the ground. And at that moment that villain of a watchman woke me up. So, Bhadrayuda, the upshot of the whole matter is that I can no longer live without that Malayavati, whom I have seen in a picture and in a dream. When the king said this, the warder Bhadrayuda perceived that it was a true dream, and he consoled the monarch, and said to him, "If the king remembers it all exactly, let him draw that city on a piece of canvas in order that some expedient may be devised in this matter." The moment the king heard this suggestion of Bhadrayuda's, he proceeded to draw that splendid city on a piece of canvas, and all the scene that took place there. Then the warder at once took the drawing, and had a new monastery made, and hung it up there on the wall. And he directed that in relief houses attached to the monastery, a quantity of food, with pairs of garments and gold, should be given to bards coming from distant countries. And he gave this order to the dwellers in the monastery: "If anyone comes here, who knows the city represented here in a picture, let me be informed of it." In the meanwhile, the fierce elephant of the rainy season, with irresistible loud, deep thunder roar and long kataka tusks, came down upon the forest of the Heats, a forest the breezes of which were scented with the perfume of the jasmine, in which travelers sat down on the ground in the shade, and trumpet flowers bloomed. At that time, the forest fire of separation of that king Vikramaditya began to burn more fiercely, fanned by the eastern breeze. Then the following cries were heard among the ladies of his court: "Haralata, bring ice. Chitrangi, sprinkle him with sandalwood juice. Patralekha, make a bed cool with lotus leaves. Kandarpasena, fan him with plantain leaves." And in course of time, the cloudy season terrible with lightning passed away for that king, but the fever of love burning with the sorrow of separation did not pass away. Then the autumn, with her open lotus face and smile of unclosed flowers, came, vocal with the cries of swans, seeming to utter this command: Let travelers advance on their journey. Let pleasant tidings be brought about absent dear ones. Happy may their merry meetings be. On a certain day in that season, a bard, who had come from a distance, of the name of Sanvarasidi, having heard the fame of that monastery built by the warder, entered it to get food. After he had been fed, and presented with a pair of garments, he saw that painting on the wall of the monastery. When the bard had carefully scanned the city delineated there, he was astonished, and said, I wonder who can have drawn this city, for I alone have seen it, I am certain, and no other, and here it is drawn by some second person. When the inhabitants of the monastery heard that, they told Bhadrayudha. Then he came in person and took that bard to the king. The king said to Sanvarasidi, Have you really seen that city? Then Sanvarasidi gave him the following answer. When I was wandering about the world, I crossed the sea that separates the isles, and beheld that great city Malayapura. In that city there dwells a king of the name of Malayasinha, and he has a matchless daughter named Malayavati, who used to abhor males. But one night she somehow or other saw in a dream a great hero in a convent. The moment she saw him, that evil spirit of detestation of the male sex fled from her mind, as if terrified. Then she took him to her palace, and in her dream married him, and entered with him the bridal chamber. And at that moment the night came to an end, and an attendant in her room woke her up. Then she banished that servant in her anger, and thinking upon that dear one whom she had seen in her dream, seeing no way of escape owing to the blazing fire of separation, utterly overpowered by love, she never rose from her couch except to fall back upon it again with relaxed limbs. She was dumb, as if possessed by a demon, as if stunned by a blow, for when her attendants questioned her, she gave them no answer. Then her father and mother came to hear of it, and questioned her, and at last she was, with exceeding difficulty, persuaded to tell them what happened to her in the dream by the mouth of a confidential female friend. Then her father comforted her, but she made a solemn vow that if she did not obtain her beloved in 6 months, she would enter the fire. And already 5 months are past. Who knows what will become of her? This is the story that I heard about her in that city. When Sanvarasidi had told this story, which tallied so well with the king's own dream, the king was pleased at knowing the certainty of the matter, and Bhadrayudha said to him, The business is as good as effected, for that king and his country own your paramount supremacy. So let us go there before the 6th month has passed away. When the warder had said this, King Vikramaditya made him inform Sanvarasidi of all the circumstances connected with the matter, and honored him with a present of much wealth, and bade him show him the way, and then he seemed to bequeath his own burning heat to the rays of the sun, his paleness to the clouds, and his thinness to the waters of the rivers, and having become free from sorrow, set out at once, escorted by a small force, for the dwelling place of his beloved. In course of time, as he advanced, he crossed the sea, and reached that city, and there he saw the people in front of it engaged in loud lamentation, and when he questioned them he received this answer, The Princess Malayavati is here, as the period of 6 months is at an end, and she has not obtained her beloved, is preparing to enter the fire. Then the king went to the place where the pyre had been made ready. When the people saw him, they made way for him, and then the princess beheld that unexpected nectar rain to her eyes. And she said to her ladies in waiting, Here is that beloved come who married me in a dream, so tell my father quickly. They went and told this to her father, and then that king, delivered from his grief and filled with joy, submissively approached the sovereign. At that moment the bard Sanvarasidi, who knew his time, lifted up his arm and chanted aloud this strain, Hail thou that with the flame of thy valor hast consumed the forest of the army of demons and Malekas. Hail king, lord of the 7 sea-girt earth bride. Hail thou that hast imposed thy exceedingly heavy yoke on the bowed heads of all kings, conquered by thee. Hail Vishamasila. Hail Vikramaditya, ocean of valor. When the bard said this, King Malayasinha knew that it was Vikramaditya himself that had come, and embraced his feet. And after he had welcomed him, he entered his palace with him, and his daughter Malayavati thus delivered from death. And that king gave that daughter of his to King Vikramaditya, thinking himself fortunate in having obtained such a son-in-law. And King Vikramaditya, when he saw in his arms, in flesh and blood, that Malayavati, whom he had previously seen in a picture and in a dream, considered it a wonderful fruit of the wishing tree of Siva's favor. Then Vikramaditya took with him his wife Malayavati, like an incarnation of bliss, and crossed the sea, resembling his long regretful separation, and being submissively waited upon at every step by kings, with various presents in their hands, returned to his own city, Ujjayini, and on beholding there that might of his, that satisfied freely every kind of curiosity, what people were not astonished? What people did not rejoice? What people did not make high festival? End of section 24.
Section 25 of Library of the World's Best Mystery and Detective Stories, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Eva Easton. Library of the World's Best Mystery and Detective Stories, Volume 6, by Julian Hawthorne, Editor. Section 25. Told by the Constable. From the Arabic. Ye must know that a company, among whom was a friend of mine, once invited me to an entertainment. So I went with him, and when we came into his house and sat down on his couch, he said to me, This is a blessed day and a day of gladness, and who is he that liveth to see the like of this day? I desire that thou practice with us, and disapprove not our proceedings, for that thou hast been accustomed to fall in with those who offer this. I consented thereto, and their talk happened upon the like of this subject. Presently my friend, who had invited me, arose from among them and said to them, Listen to me, and I will acquaint you with an adventure which happened to me. There was a certain person who used to visit me in my shop, and I knew him not, nor he knew me, nor ever in his life had he seen me. But he was wont, whenever he wanted a dirham or two, by way of loan, to come to me and ask me, without acquaintance or introduction between me and him, and I would give him what he required. I told none of him, and matters abode thus between us a long while, till he began a borrowing at a time 10 or 20 dirhams, more or less. One day, as I stood in my shop, behold, a woman suddenly came up to me and stopped before me, and she was a presence as she were the full moon rising from among the constellations, and the place was alight by her light. When I saw her, I fixed my eyes on her and stared in her face, and she fell to bespeaking me with soft voice. When I heard her words and the sweetness of her speech, I was drawn to her, and as soon as she saw that I longed for her, she did her errand, and promising me a meeting, went away, leaving my thoughts occupied with her, and fire aflame in my heart. Accordingly I abode, perplexed and pondering my affair, the fire still burning in my heart, till the third day, when she came again, and I could hardly credit her coming. When I saw her, I talked with her, and cajoled her, and courted her, and craved her favor with speech, and invited her to my house. But hearing all this, she only answered, I will not go up into anyone's house. Quoth I will go with thee. And quoth she, Arise and come with me. So I rose, and putting into my sleeve a kerchief, wherein was a fair sum of silver, and a considerable, followed the woman, who forewent me and ceased not walking till she brought me to a lane and to a door, which she bade me unlock. I refused, and she opened it, and led me into the vestibule. As soon as I had entered, she bolted the entrance door from within, and said to me, Sit here till I go in to the slave girls, and cause them enter a place whence they shall not see me. 'Tis well, answered I, and sat down. Whereupon she entered, and was absent from me an eye twinkling, after which she returned to me without a veil, and straightway said, Arise and enter in the name of Allah. So I arose and went in after her. Land we gave not over going till we reached a saloon. When I examined the place, I found it neither handsome nor pleasant, but desolate and dreadful, without symmetry or cleanliness. Indeed, it was loathsome to look upon, and there was in it a foul smell. After this inspection, I seated myself amiddlemost the saloon, misdoubting. And lo and behold, as I sat, there came down on me from the dais a body of 7 naked men, without other clothing than leather belts about their waists. One of them walked up to me and took my turban, while another seized my kerchief that was in my sleeve, with my money, and a third stripped me of my clothes. After which a fourth came and bound my hands behind my back with his belt. Then they all took me up, pinioned as I was, and casting me down, fell a-haling me toward a sink-hole that was there, and were about to cut my throat, when suddenly there came a violent knocking at the door. As they heard the raps, they were afraid, and their minds were diverted from me by affright. So the woman went out, and presently returning, said to them, Fear not, no harm shall betide you this day. 'Tis only your comrade who hath brought you your dinner. With this the newcomer entered, bringing with him a roasted lamb, and when he came in to them he asked, What is to do with you, that ye have tucked up sleeves and bag trousers? Replied they, This is a head of game we've caught. As he heard these words, he came up to me, and peering in my face, cried out and said, By Allah, this is my brother, the son of my mother and father. Allah, Allah. Then he loosed me from my pinion bounds and bussed my head, and behold, it was my friend who used to borrow silver of me. When I kissed his head, he kissed mine, and said, O my brother, be not affrighted. And he called for my clothes and coin, and restored all to me, nor was aught missing. Also he brought me a porcelain bowl full of sherbet of sugar, with lemons therein, and gave me to drink, and the company came and seated me at a table. So I ate with them, and he said to me, O my lord and my brother, now have bread and salt passed between us, and thou hast discovered our secret and our case, but secrets with the noble are safe. I replied, As I am a lawfully begotten child, and a well-born, I will not name aught of this, nor denounce you. They assured themselves of me by an oath. Then they brought me out, and I went my way, very hardly crediting but that I was of the dead. I lay ill in my house a whole month, after which I went to the Hammam, and coming out, opened my shop, and sat selling and buying, as was my wont, but saw no more of that man or that woman, till one day there stopped before my shop a young Turkoman, as he were the full moon, and he was a sheep merchant, and had with him a leathern bag, wherein was money, the price of sheep he had sold. He was followed by the woman, and when he stopped over against my shop, she stood by his side and cajoled him, and indeed he inclined to her with great inclination. As for me, I was dying of solicitude for him, and began casting furtive glances at him, and winked at him, till he chanced to look round and saw me signing to him. Whereupon the woman gazed at me, and made a signal with her hand, and went away. The Turkoman followed her, and I deemed him dead without a doubt. Wherefore I feared with exceeding fear, and shut my shop. Then I journeyed for a year's space, and returning, opened my shop. Whereupon, behold, the woman as she walked by came up to me and said, "This is none other than a great absence." I replied, "I have been on a journey." And she asked, "Why didst thou wink at the Turkoman?" I answered, "Allah forfend, I did not wink at him." Quoth she, "Beware lest thou thwart me," and went away. A while after this a familiar of mine invited me to his house, and when I came to him we ate and drank and chatted. Then he asked me, "O my friend, hath there befallen thee aught of sore trouble in the length of thy life?" Answered I, "Tell me first, hath there befallen thee aught?" He rejoined, "Know that one day I espied a fair woman, so I followed her, and sued her to come home with me. Quoth she, I will not enter anyone's house but my own. So come thou to my home an thou wilt, and be it on such a day." Accordingly, on the appointed day her messenger came to me, proposing to carry me to her. And when he announced his purpose, I arose and went with him, till we arrived at a goodly house and a great door. He opened the door, and I entered. Whereupon he bolted it behind me, and would have gone in. But I feared with exceeding fear, and foregoing him to the second door, whereby he had me enter, bolted it, and cried out at him, saying, "By Allah, an thou open not to me, I will slay thee, for I am none of those whom thou canst readily cozen." What deemest thou of cozening? Verily, I am startled by the loneliness of the house, and the lack of any keeper at its door, for I see none appear. O my lord, this is a private door. Private or public, open to me. So he opened to me, and I went out, and had gone but a little way from the door, when I met a woman, who said to me, "A long life was foreordained to thee, else hadst thou never come forth of yonder house." I asked, "How so?" And she answered, "Inquire of thy friend such an one," naming thee, "and he will acquaint thee with strange things. So Allah upon thee, O my friend, tell me what befell thee of wondrous and marvellous, for I have told thee what befell me." "O my brother, I am bound by a solemn oath." "O my friend, false thine oath, and tell me." "Indeed, I dread the issue of this." But he urged me till I told him all, whereat he marvelled. Then I went away from him, and abode a long while without further news. One day I met another of my friends, who said to me, "A neighbor of mine hath invited me to hear singers." But I said, "I will not foregather with any one." However, he prevailed upon me, so we repaired to the place, and found there a person who came to meet us, and said, "Bismillah." Then he pulled out a key and opened the door, whereupon we entered, and he locked the door after us. Quoth I, "We are the first of the folk, but where be the singers' voices?" He replied, "They're within the house. This is but a private door, so be not amazed at the absence of the folk." My friend said to me, "Behold, we are two, and what can they dare to do with us?" Then he brought us into the house, and when we entered the saloon, we found it desolate exceedingly, and dreadful of aspect. Quoth my friend, "We are fallen into a trap, but there is no majesty and there is no might save in Allah, the Glorious, the Great." And quoth I, "May God never requite thee for me with good eye." Then we sat down on the edge of the dais, and suddenly I espied a closet beside me. So I peered into it, and my friend asked me, "What seest thou?" "I see there wealth in store, and corpses of murdered men galore. Look." So he looked and cried, "By Allah, we are down among the dead!" And we fell a weeping, I and he. As we were thus, behold, 4 men came in upon us, by the door at which we had entered, and they were naked, wearing only leather belts about their waists, and made for my friend. He ran at them, and dealing one of them a blow with his sword pommel, knocked him down, whereupon the other 3 rushed upon him. I seized the opportunity to escape while they were occupied with him, and espying a door by my side, slipped into it, and found myself in an underground room without issue, even a window. So I made sure of death, and said, "There is no majesty and there is no might save in Allah, the glorious, the great I." Then I looked at the top of the vault, and saw in it a range of glaze and colored lunettes. So I clambered up for dear life till I reached the lunettes, and I out of my wits for fear. I made shift to remove the glass, and scrambling out through the setting, found behind them a wall which I bestrode. Thence I saw folk walking in the street. So I cast myself down to the ground, and Allah Almighty preserved me. And when I reached the face of earth unhurt, the folk flocked round me, and I acquainted them with my adventure. Now, as destiny decreed, the chief of police was passing through the market street. So the people told him what was to do, and he made for the door and bade raise it off its hinges. We entered with a rush and found the thieves, as they had thrown my friend down and cut his throat. For they occupied not themselves with me, but said, "Whither shall yonder fellow wend? Verily he is in our grasp." So the Wali hent them with the hand, and questioned them of their case, and they confessed against the woman and against their associates in Cairo. Then he took them and went forth, after he had locked up the house and sealed it. And I accompanied him till he came without the first house. He found the door bolted from within, so he bade raise it, and we entered and found another door. This also he caused pull up, enjoining his men to silence till the door should be lifted. And we entered, and found the band occupied with new game, whom the woman had just brought in, and whose throat they were about to cut. The chief released the man, and gave him back whatso the thieves had taken from him. And he laid hands on the woman and the rest, and took forth of the house a mint of money, with which they found the purse of the Turkoman sheep merchant. They at once nailed up the thieves against the house wall, while as for the woman, they wrapped her in one of her mantillas, and nailing her to a board, set her upon a camel, and went round about the town with her. Thus Allah raised their dwelling places, and did away from me that which I feared from them. All this befell while I looked on, had I saw not my friend who had saved me from them the first time, whereat I wondered to the utterest of wonderment. However, some days afterward he came up to me, and indeed he had renounced the world and donned a fakir's dress. And he saluted me and went away. Then he again began to pay me frequent visits, and I entered into conversation with him, and questioned him of the band, and how he came to escape, he alone of them all. He replied, "I left them from the day on which Allah the Most High delivered thee from them, for that they would not obey my say. So I swore I would no longer consort with them." Quoth I, "By Allah, I marvel at thee, for that assuredly thou wast the cause of my preservation." Quoth he, "The world is full of this sort, and we beseech the Almighty to send us safety, for that these wretches practice upon men with every kind of malpractice." Section 25. Recording by Eva Easton, Sloatsburg, New York, 2011.
Section 26. of the Library of the World's Best Mystery and Detective Stories, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mary Schneider. Library of the World's Best Mystery and Detective Stories, Volume 6. Edited by Julian Hawthorne. Section 26. The Clever Thief. From the Tibetan. In olden times there lived in a hill town a householder who married a wife of his own caste. When a son was born unto him, he said to his wife, "Good wife, now that there is born unto us a causer of debts and a diminisher of means, I will take merchandise and go to sea." She replied, "Do so, Lord." So he went to sea with his merchandise, and there he died. After his wife had got over her mourning, she continued to live, partly supported by her handiwork and partly by her relatives. Not far from her dwelt a weaver who was skilled in his art, and who by means of adroitness succeeded in everything. Seeing that he, by means of his art, had become well to do, she came to the conclusion that weaving was better than going to sea, for when a man did the latter, he needlessly exposed himself to misfortune. So she said to the weaver, "O brother, teach this nephew of yours to weave." He replied, "As that is right, I will do so." The youth became his apprentice, and in a short time learned the art of weaving, for he was sharp and quick. As the weaver wore fine clothes, took good baths, and partook of delicate food, the youth said to him one day, "Uncle, how is it that, although you and I are occupied in exactly the same kind of work, yet you have fine clothes, good baths, and delicate food, but I never have a chance of such things?" The weaver replied, "Nephew, I carry on two kinds of work. By day I practice weaving, but by night thieving." "If that be so, uncle, I too will practice thieving." "Nephew, you cannot commit a theft." "Uncle, I can." The weaver thought he would test him a little. So he took him to the marketplace, purchased a hare there, and gave it to him, saying, "Nephew, I shall take a bath, and then return home. Meanwhile go on roasting this hare." While he was taking his bath, the youth hastily roasted the hare, and ate up one of its legs. When the weaver returned from his bath, he said, "Nephew, have you roasted the hare?" "Yes." "Let's see it then." When the youth had brought the hare, and the weaver saw that it only had 3 legs, he said, "Nephew, where is the 4th leg gone?" "Uncle, it is true that hares have 4 legs, but if the 4th leg is not here, it cannot have gone anywhere." The weaver thought, "Although I have long been a thief, yet this lad is a still greater thief." And he went with the youth and the 3-legged hare into a drinking house and called for liquor. When they had both drunk, the weaver said, "Nephew, the score must be paid by a trick." "Uncle, he who has drunk may play a trick. Why should I, who have not drunk, do this thing?" The weaver saw that the lad was a great swindler, so he determined to carry out a theft along with him. They betook themselves to housebreaking. Once, when they had made a hole into a house, the weaver was going to pass his head through the opening, and the youth said, "Uncle, although you are a thief, yet you do not understand your business. The legs should be put in first, not the head, for if the head should get cut off, its owner would be recognized, and the whole family would be plunged into ruin. Therefore put your feet in first." When the weaver had done so, attention was called to the fact, and a cry was raised of "Thieves! Thieves!" At that cry a great number of people assembled, who seized the weaver by his legs and began to pull him in. The youth all by himself could not succeed in pulling him out, but he cut off the weaver's head and got away with it. The ministers brought the news to the king, saying, "Your Majesty, the thief was himself arrested at the spot where the housebreaking took place, but someone cut off his head and went away with it." The king said, "O friends, He who has cut off the head and gone away with it is a great thief. Go and expose the headless trunk at the crossway of the main street. Then place yourselves on one side and arrest whoever embraces it and wails over it, for that will be the thief." Thereupon these servants of the king exposed the headless trunk at the crossway of the main street, and stationed themselves on one side. Thinking it would be wrong not to embrace his uncle and moan over him, the other thief assumed the appearance of a madman, and took to embracing men, women, carts, horses, bullocks, buffaloes, goats, and dogs. Afterwards, all men thinking he was mad, he pressed the headless trunk to his breast, wailed over it as long as he liked, and then went his way. The king was informed by his men that a madman had pressed the headless trunk to his bosom, and while he held it there had wailed over it, and had then gone away. The king said, "O friends, this man of a surety was the other thief. Ye have acted wrongly in not laying hands upon him. Therefore shall hands be laid upon you." The other thief said to himself, "If I do not show honor to my uncle, I shall be acting badly." So he assumed the appearance of a carter, and drove a cart up to the spot laden with dry wood. When he arrived there, he upset the cart with its load of dry wood, unyoked the oxen, set the cart on fire, and then went away. The headless trunk was consumed by the flames. The king was informed by his men that the corpse was burned, and they told him all that had taken place. The king said, "O friends, the carter was certainly the thief. Ye have acted wrongly in not laying hands upon him. Therefore shall hands be laid upon you." The thief said to himself, "I shall not be acting rightly unless I take soul offerings to the burial place for my uncle." So he assumed the appearance of a Brahmin, and wandered from house to house collecting food. From what he collected he made 5 oblation cakes, which he left at the burial place, and then went his way. The king's men told him that a Brahmin had wandered from house to house collecting food, and then left 5 oblation cakes on the spot where the body had been burned, and had then gone away. The king said, "O friends, that was really the thief. Ye have acted wrongly in not laying hands upon him." The thief thought, "I shall be acting badly if I do not throw my uncle's bones into the Ganges." So he assumed the appearance of a Kapalika, a skull-carrying Shiva worshipper, went to the place where the corpse had been burned, smeared his body with ashes, filled a skull with bones and ashes, flung it into the Ganges, and then went his way. When the king had been told by his men all that had happened, he said, "O friends, this was really the thief. Ye have acted wrongly in not laying hands upon him." End of section 26.
Section 27 of Library of the World's Best Mystery and Detective Stories, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Malane. Library of the World's Best Mystery and Detective Stories, Volume 6, by Julian Hawthorne, Editor. Section 27. The King Who Made Mats, from the Persian. In ancient times there was in the country of Azerbaijan a king who cherished wisdom and administered justice. The tiller of his equity-loving nature kept the garden of his kingdom always clean of the chaff and trash of oppression, and preserved with the light of the torch of high-mindedness and largesses the surface of the breast of those that hoped and solicited from the darkness of hardship and destitution. By means of his discernment he became acquainted with the worth and station due to men of profession, and always honoured the high polish of the speculum of accomplishments and perfections with the throne of dignity and the place of respect. One day, whilst he was sitting in the palace of pomp and splendour, dispensing justice and retribution, and engaged in diving into the depths of the circumstances of the people, two men took hold of the collar of complaint. One of them had no trade, and the other was skilful and accomplished. And although the one who had no trade brought forward arguments and evidences in support of his claim, and it became clear that he was in the right, the king purposely turned the scales in favour of the clever fellow, and ordered the man without a trade to be punished. The king happened to have a vizier equal to Plato in science, and who always drew upon the leaves of the book of circumstances with the pen of propriety of opinion and prudence of arrangement. Wondering at the decision of the king, he rose from his place and said, O thou leader of the caravan of prosperity of realms, by the blows of whose world-conquering scimitar the peace of the breasts of opponents is destroyed, and from the fruits of whose convoy of success the countries of the hearts of the amicable are made populous and flourishing, I have a request to make. First, that the skyward flying home, a bird of happy omen, it is said never to touch the ground, and every head it overshades will wear a crown, of your gracious disposition may pervade the atmosphere of compliance with my solicitation. The king said, Explain. The vizier answered, I pray that the life of this innocent youth, whose guiltlessness must be visible upon the mirror of your majesty's mind, may be spared for my sake, and that it might be disclosed to me why your majesty pardoned the guilty and condemned the innocent man. The king said, I have absolved him, whom you call guilty, because I have arrived at the certainty that he is unblameable and has the right on his side. I also have reason to believe that this is not the proper time to elucidate the matter, but it will be done as soon as we are alone. A short time afterwards the tree of the assembly shed the leaves and fruit of its multitude. The lamp of the apartment of privacy was trimmed and made bright, when the king spoke. Thou quintessence of acuteness, something happened to me once which plunged me into the sea of astonishment. Since that time I made a vow to show favour to a man who has a profession, even if he should be blameworthy otherwise, and to punish and persecute him who has no trade or occupation, even if he should be my own son, so that the high and the low, seeing this, be induced to teach their children trades in conformity with their circumstances, because labour is too simple and gentle a refuge from misfortune, and a means to attain prosperity. Know thou that when my father was yet walking in the garden of life, and was sitting upon the throne of happiness and government, on a certain day those who were present at the audience were discussing the advantages of trades and accomplishments, and although I had made myself acquainted with several sciences and accomplishments befitting a royal prince, I was anxious to learn yet some other trade. I determined that each of the tradesmen established in the city should display his skill before my eyes, in order that I might apply myself to any trade which should captivate my fancy. After having seen them, no one pleased me so much as map-making, because the master of that art had introduced into the specimen which he worked all sorts of pretty figures. The instructor was engaged, and I was taught. I assisted every day until I became skilful in this business. One day I happened to entertain a desire of making an excursion of pleasure on the sea. I took leave of the king, and embarked on board a boat with a number of courtiers. We amused ourselves for 2 days with fishing, but as all mortals are subject to the vicissitudes of fortune, on the 3rd day a dreadful storm arose. The sea was lashed by it into furious waves. Our boat went to pieces, and my companions became food for the palate of the whale of destiny. I was floating about on a broken plank with 2 of my associates for several days, erring like chaff in the ebb and tide of the abyss, and having our throats choked every moment by the gripe of mortal fear, we humbled and turned ourselves to the footstool of the answerer of prayers, because nobody ever besought him in vain. By this favour the wind drove the broken plank toward the shore, and all 3 of us, having landed safe and sound, made our way to an oasis, which contained various fruits and aromatic plants numerous beyond conception. We disported ourselves several days in that place, and during the night we took refuge on the trees, for fear of rapacious beasts, until we reached the end of the oasis and entered the desert, through the ups and downs of which we progressed for several days, till the guide of our destinies led us into the city of Baghdad. I possessed several rings of great value, and went to the bazaar in the company of my friends in order to purchase food. Having sold a ring, we entered the shop of a cook who had displayed a variety of dishes, and in whose service a handsome boy was busying himself. We handed to him a few dirhams to obtain some victuals. He cast a glance at us and said, "Young men, nobility and greatness shine from your foreheads. In this city it is considered disgraceful that youths like yourselves should be eating their food in the bazaar. In the neighbourhood there is a very beautiful room, to which people like you are accustomed to resort. Do me the favour to adjourn to that place, that I may send there something worthy of you." He sent his boy with us, whom we followed. After a short time we arrived at the house, stepped into the porch, and entered the mansion, which we found to be very neat and variously ornamented. We wished to remain there. The boy, however, opened the door of another apartment, and affirmed it to be a very pleasant place. I entered it with my companions, and we were beginning to amuse ourselves by contemplating the exquisite and wonderful paintings that ornamented its walls, when the boy said, "I am going to bring you your meal." As soon as he was gone, the floor of the house began to move, as if a great earthquake had happened. We wished to take to our heels, but the pavement separated, and all three of us were precipitated into a subterranean well, which was dark like the graves of infidels, and black like their hearts. We lost all hope, and were ready to die. We said, "This time our adverse fortune has let fly the arrow of a strange event, and we have fallen into an uncommon place of destruction, so that the signification of our rescue will become as a word without meaning, like the name of the fabulous bird Unka." That cook happened to be a Jew, and an enemy of Mohammedans. It was his habit from a long time to make use of those compliments in order to decoy Mussulman foreigners to that house, whom he threw into that well, roasted their flesh, and sold it to other Mussulmans. Our necks were pledged in this affair, and we were in apprehension what turn it would take, when the same youth descended into the depth of the well, having a sword in his hand, and was about to murder us, when we said to him, "Friend, what advantage is going to accrue to you from killing us, unhappy wretches? If gain be your object, we know the trade of map-making, which is very profitable in this town. Bring the tools necessary for that occupation to this place, and we will make a mat every day." The wretch hastened away, and informed his master of our intention. They provided us with the required materials. We made a mat, for which they threw down to us every day a loaf of barley bread. We were continuing in this state for some time, and were despairing of our condition, when a stratagem occurred to me. I finished a mat with all possible care and ornaments, and wove into its borders the description of my circumstances in the Arabic language. This happened during the reign of Harun al-Rashid. So I said, if this carpet were to be offered to the Caliph, a considerable sum might be gained. The greediness of the Jew having become an obstacle to his circumspection and to his regard of consequences, he carried the mat to the palace of the Caliph, who highly approved of it. But after he had examined it more minutely, he discovered the explanation round its borders, and having by the perusal of it arrived at the state of things, he asked the Jew where he got the mat from, and whose work it was. He answered, "I have a friend in Busra, who sent it to me." The Caliph said, "Wait a little, that I may present thee with a reward worthy of it." Having called for a servant, he whispered something into his ear. The servant left, and having delivered me and my companions from the well, carried me to Harun. As soon as the Jew perceived us, he began to tremble. The Caliph asked, "Who are these?" the Jew struck with his hand the ring of the door of negation, and said, "I do not know." The Caliph ordered the instruments of torture to be brought forward. When the Jew heard this, he confessed everything. Harun commanded the Jew to be suspended upon the tree of punishment, and the poison of perdition to be poured into the throat of his existence. My prudent plan was highly approved of. I was sent to the bath and presented with rich clothes. The Caliph asked me about my adventures, which I related to him from beginning to end, and as the long service of my father had laid the Caliph under obligations to him, and as the Caliph knew that I was the apple of the eye of that monarch, he was the more kind to me and said, "Be of good cheer. Please God, we will help you to go to your country." After having entertained me for several days, he presented me with nearly 10 strings of camels, and all sorts of articles which are necessary or useful to grandees, and dispatched me with 50 men and a letter to my father, to my own country. When I arrived in my own capital, the corpse of my father was just being carried out of the city. After having mourned over the death of my father, I established myself upon the throne of dominion. Although my peace was for some time in jeopardy from the misfortune just mentioned, nevertheless it is by the help of a trade that I was saved. I have perfect confidence in skilful men, and I have decided always to honor men that have a profession, and to despise those that have none. End of section 27. Recording by Malane.